watch, you know.
Oh, okay.
And I did this really stupid thing. We were, after the show, we were looking for some stuff to watch on telly, and we've been watching Silo on Apple TV, which is
Oh, yeah,
really
yeah.
good. It's really good. And that's like an hour's episode, so it got to about half past 10.
Yeah.
What do you want to watch? There was chuff all on. It really was. And you got all these bloody streaming things, and you're flicking through. Do you fancy this? Do you fancy that? Oh, no, it's a bit too cerebral for this time of night, or don't really want to get into a film. And so Jackie gets up and she goes to the loo. She says, "When I come back, I expect you to have found something decent to watch." I'm like,
Yeah.
so I went on to Disney Plus, and they've just put on all the Indiana Jones films.
Mm.
And I'm a sucker for Indiana Jones, so I put the first one on, and it's such a good film. And Jackie gets through. She gets to about when they find the Ark, I think.
Mm.
And she's all right. I'm off to bed, and I'm like, yeah, I really should come as well. But the thing is with me, when I start watching a film and I'm invested, I gotta see it through to the end. I can't just not. I just It's like if I go to a gig, even if I don't like it, I feel like I should stay to the end because I've paid my money. They deserve some respect. I'm not going to walk out halfway through. I think I've ever walked out of a gig. So yeah, I was up till silly o'clock watching the end of Raiders.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to bed till, I don't know.
Well, just as I started this stream, I got a notification that Rick Beato's just put up a video. Yeah, it's rather appropriate, isn't it?
Who's he? I do like his stuff.
Something about Eurythmics.
Oh.
Yeah. So, God, I'm so bloody exhausted.
I'll have to check. Oh, there you go. Eurythmics, the perfect song. That won't be on for long. Yeah. So no, I had my eldest round today with his girlfriend for lunch.
Oh, cool.
The youngest has gone out with his partner to see a gig down at the John Peel Centre. Sister, my daughter is upstairs, probably getting ready to go to bed because she's got a 5:30 start. Well, she's got to be up at 4 tomorrow for a 5:30 start. And the missus is watching Pointless. And here I am. And I've just been dicking around with Ableton and thinking, I think I'm getting the beginning to feel it, kind of like I can see the point.
Oh yeah.
I even downloaded the Ableton Note app, where you can create stuff on the app in a very similar way to the app, the actual program.
Yeah. And
then it saves it in the cloud, and you can then just go into Ableton Live, and there it is, bang. Which is not an awfully new concept. I mean, Reason did that for a while.
Yeah.
I think it stopped though. Yeah. So, but yeah, just kind of like watched a bit of the footy.
Well, like I said, the Mustang went back together.
Nice.
Readjusted a few things while I was at it. I think it might have had a smack some time ago, and they never got the chassis legs just right.
Right.
I think one leg is slightly in on the driver's side, at least on the car driver's side. So I did a plumb book drop check on it, and it was slightly out. I got the port power out and got it nice and straight, and the door gaps match up now. Okay, that's cool.
That's good.
That's another thing done. So I still have to do the driver's door, but I'll probably do that next weekend or something like that.
Oh, my eldest has said I can have his old PS4 steering wheel.
Oh, okay.
Because he's just bought himself a new one. So he said, "Oh, yeah."
Was it one of the G-Tech ones? G60 or something like that.
I think it's a Logitech. I can't remember. He did say.
I think they
He said,
are. Yeah.
Sorry.
I think they are Logitech. Logitech
Yeah, yeah.
G80 or something, or G60 or whatever.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
So I
They're
thought,
nice. That's what I use.
yeah. So I've got because now we've got like a spare room upstairs with the sofa bed in, but it's it's a small bedroom, but there's enough room there to set up the steering wheel and have the TV fairly, sort of not close, but and I can remote play from the PS4 that's upstairs to the PS5 that's down here. So yeah, I'll have
cool.
to see. I'll have to see.
Oh man. Well, I am.
Yeah, I wonder if I can look at the pair of us. Jesus.
Yeah, well, the Mac Mini.
Dead. Bye bye.
Spirito Santi. Dumpty Dumpty Bin.
Dusty bit.
Yeah, it's it just won't boot up anymore.
Oh dear.
And I remember because I think I was FaceTiming Richard Hilton when he was doing his Mac, and he was doing a time machine transfer onto the big one, and it still took quite a while anyway.
Yeah.
But technically, I don't have to do it because there was very little on the Mac Mini other than the bare essentials anyway. And all the big stuff was on the big girl. So I will be building this from scratch. So technically, there's nothing on it apart from Final Cut Pro, which was loaded on it when I bought it. And so I bought it at the same time, and because I hear lots of good things about Final Cut, so. And it seems to be one of the the video editor of choice, as it were.
Yeah, I hear people slate it or praise it, and I hear people do the same with Adobe Premiere Pro. People that really hate it or really like it, but the one that people seem to agree upon more often than not is DaVinci Resolve from Blackmagic Design.
Okay.
Because there are two options. You can have the free option, which is pretty much full-blown application, but with some not limitations. You just don't get all this, but it's good enough to do video editing, of a really high quality standard.
Yeah.
But if you want the whiz bang stuff, it's like $299, which in the grand scheme of things, it is designed to work with a lot of their hardware. If that will obviously make things better and stuff, but for sort of like regular stuff, Resolve is
I suppose I'll find out as I experiment with them. And
I think most people that slag off Final Cut Pro are the ones that have been using it for a long while, and with each version they've gone, oh god, they've done this, oh god, they've got rid of that, or oh god, they've integrated this. But as a new user, you might go, well, actually, this I didn't know it before then, and this works absolutely fine for me. So I mean, I've never touched it, never used it. I use something. We use a thing at work called Camtasia, which is getting more and more powerful with each thing. But it's a really useful tool for like rapid creation. It's all done in a linear timeline. You've got loads of tools to make things look rather. All the titles for the show, they're all done on Camtasia. It's not it's not pro, but it's not it's not a cheap and nasty rubbish thing. It's all right.
Well, I want to use an excuse to fire up my Lightwave again anyway, so it'd be nice to see. But oh man, well, I've got two dogs on the floor now. Siri's out cold.
Yeah, my two are upstairs. One's on my bed, the other one's on my dresser. Or chest of drawers or whatever it is. Zonked. Don't know why they don't go out anymore.
Yes, Matt, drop in at any time, as as always. Actually, why don't you come in the show? Where are you? What are you doing, boy? Hiding in the background.
Oh yeah, he's going to see Mo, didn't he?
Mm.
That's the same night I see Pet Shop Boys, and unfortunately, the Pet Shop Boys tickets were bought first. So I'm in Wembley on that night. And then actually, me and the missus are going to go up for the whole weekend. So we're going to go up on the Saturday morning. We're staying in Canary Wharf somewhere, and then off to Wembley on the Saturday night to see Pet Shop Boys, and then Sunday, just going to do sort of a bit of shopping and sort of domestic tourism, and then Monday, Peter Gabriel at the O2.
Grief.
It should be a good fun. Although, unfortunately, Peter Gabriel, I'm sort of. Have you? I was going to say, have you ever been to the O2?
Oh,
yes. Let me think how many times you might have been.
Let me just think.
Yeah, all right, go on. Make me feel even more awkward.
I have been to the knotted handkerchief approximately.
The knotted handkerchief, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like a horseshoe.
It ain't fucking dome, is it?
Well, no, quite. It's the arena's like it's a horseshoe.
Yeah.
And this for Peter Gabriel, the tickets were just flying out, and by the time I got onto there, I'm on one of the curves, but I'm right up in the fucking nosebleeders, and there's proper. I mean, they're proper steep. It's those sort of stairs when you sort of walk up and you turn and you look and you start to lose your balance because you're not sure if you're vertical or not. It's yeah. So unfortunately, we're sort of a little bit way back, but I wanted to be there because I don't think he's going to be touring much after this. Certainly not on this scale. So
no, I wouldn't have thought so. It's getting on there.
He is, and given the fact that most people live and die between him releasing albums.
Well, yeah, he doesn't do it until he's got something to release, doesn't he?
And then he takes his fucking time.
Yeah.
But it's always good. I mean, everything.
Yeah, exactly. It's always worth the wait.
So good.
That's probably more keeping with it. But...
Yeah.
Oh man.
Pet Shop Boys should be camp as hell and fun. I think it's like a greatest hits tour. So, all the classics.
So we got all the usual suspects in tonight.
They seem to be in the chat. There's just nobody else coming in. Just
yeah,
me
I
and
don't see Andy or Ian.
No. Andy was suffering with hay fever.
All right.
So badly he felt he couldn't really do Ramsey's show because he would be snotting all over the joint.
Oh, he's got it bad then.
Yeah, he gets it quite bad, doesn't he? Ian was on that on Ramsey's
I think the medication can make you quite drowsy, doesn't it?
Can do, yeah. Yeah, it's that time of year. I mean, I don't often get it. I used to, but I think when I was like a lot younger and I was still a little bit asthmatic.
Yeah.
I used to get it, but now it's just like once in every blue moon, I'll something will happen and I'll go, oh fuck yeah, and then I can't remember which, because there's two different types of antihistamine that you can just buy, can't you? There's ones that are based on loratadine, and the other one that's on citrus something or other. I can't remember what it is, and I can't remember which one works for me, because one works and one doesn't really.
Yeah.
But the missus had it the other day, so she's. But then she went on a big 14-mile bike ride, so through the fields and all that. Oh, crikey!
Oh, don't do that.
Oh, do you know, I'm
set me up.
It's one of them days today. Front cover of Private Eye this week. Latest, Phil does a runner. Which I thought was funny. And then it's all over for disgraced TV star. There's him interviewing Boris, and And Philip says, it was unwise, but not illegal. And Boris says, yes, that's my defence.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Do like a bit
He
of
is going to release all his tweets now and his old phone.
Allegedly.
Now that he's had time to tidy
come
everything up.
Yeah, that or come up with excuses.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yet the government is still going to challenge it in the courts.
Something's rotten in Denmark.
Led by donkeys. Oh, Foo Fighters album turned up today. Still haven't listened to it though. I'll put it on tomorrow.
How do you reverse camera on this thing?
Do you just tap the screen and then there should be a symbol with a camera and a little kind of like an arrow going around it.
On the not this.
Oh, no, you have to. Oh, right. So,
Yeah.
Because you're on Doodah, aren't you? Don't know.
I can't get Matt in.
There he is.
There he is.
Hello.
Hello.
If you go into settings and then into your camera selection, does it give you a choice of front and back?
Let's have a look down. Front camera, arse camera. There we go.
Arse camera, there you go. Yeah, well, that's a pretty view.
Oh, it needs cleaning up. Hang on, isn't it?
How you doing, Matt?
Not bad, not bad. You?
Enjoying the sunshine?
Sitting out in the garden.
Nice.
The other half's garden anyway.
No,
Fucking hell. There's nothing there. Look at it.
I know.
Oh,
Jesus.
gone.
Don't think I've ever
Holy
seen
shit.
it like that before.
Oh, gone.
Wow.
Oh my
That shit as
God.
well.
We don't know over there, mate. Where's your cushion?
Oh,
Shit, I've never seen it like that.
No,
Yep.
I've never seen it.
Absolutely gutted. There she is.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, Siri.
Got her.
I'm sorry.
See?
Poor old thing.
I think my phone isn't down here.
Yeah.
So if I can reverse this back again now.
I'll tell you what, that was a good show last night. It was a nice spread of opinions on things, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, I enjoyed it last night. Apart from the rather abrupt ending. That was fucking brilliant.
It's not like I haven't done this like 160 something times before. And it's this stupid thing where I've got the Stream Deck can do a whole bunch of things, but one of the things you can't do is like instantly fire off a very specific video file, which is silly. Well, Stream Deck can do it, but it's StreamYard that the integration is not quite there yet. Yeah. So what I have to do is I have to launch the video with the mouse or the trackpad, and then once that's finished, I can hit the end button on Stream Deck to finish the stream. And for some reason, my brain just skipped a step, and I was just like, end. And then because when you press the end button, it has a sanity check, and it says, "Are you sure you want to end the broadcast?" Because it just gives you that option. And I'm like, yeah, and I press it, and then I get as soon as you end a broadcast on here, it asks you for this, was everything okay, sort of thing. And I'm like, why the fuck's that? Oh shit, I've just cancelled the whole fucking stream. Oh well. So, my mind was on toilet matters. That beer went right through me.
No, it was a good night. It's a good night. Enjoyed it.
That was it's nice to have wide variety. It was we had lots to talk about, and I think we covered all the bits quite well. So
Yeah. There was a few people in the chat threatening to cut their wrists if we talked about DX7 much longer.
Oh well, that's
I mean,
that's
you're gonna get the fucking raft of jokes that inevitably appear.
That's my prerogative. You see, I can do it. You see,
Yeah.
I have power.
I make you right. It is one of those synthesizers that changed everything.
Yeah, love it or hate it, can't deny it.
You can't ignore it.
Yeah, I think I upset Rich because I think I said something like, Mini Moog DX7, and Richard's like, yeah, but there's all these other things in between. I'm like,
I don't think he upset.
Yeah, I think we were talking from the point of view of bulk sales.
well, no, I was talking from the point of view of like, yes, I mean,
I was, because I was talking about most
obviously I missed out the Prophet 5, which is a game changing
Fairlight.
synth. Yeah.
Fairlight.
The Fairlight was, that was, again, I
think Richard was irritated last night anyway. No, he's just naturally irritated.
irritated.
I think he was just poking a stick at anything that was said last night. He seemed to be, let's just get that one in. Get that one in.
I know. The thing is with Rich, when you can't see him, when he's just typing his stuff, it can be very dry and very. Is he being serious, or is he having a laugh? When you see him on screen doing it at the same time, and that's of course the whole nuance with stuff.
Many a relationship has gone wrong through bloody.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. No, I'll shut up. Well, I'm not going to shut up about the DX7 for the rest of the year because it's its birthday. You see.
Did you see the comment I put in there last night?
Oh, I probably did, but I can't remember.
Oh yeah, well, so we've only got to wait another 10 years before the 50th.
Well, that's it. Well, 45th. We'll do the 45th in 2028.
The 45th is 41st next year.
Well, yeah.
Got to celebrate that.
Well, no, because in 1984, what can we do? Well, TX816. DX1. No, actually, DX1 actually came out at the end of 83. Back at the arse end of 83. The 1985 or 2025, we got to do the 40th of the DX5. There's a DX for every. There's an anniversary for every day of the week. No.
And then once you're done with all them, there's the SY jelly.
Oh God, yeah. The SYs. I keep thinking about the SYs. And I'm thinking that would actually make a really interesting kind of subject because they were such a varied bunch of synths.
Yeah.
Because you had the 22 and the 35, and then the TG33. They were vector synths, in as much as you could fade between a sample and an FM tone. Then you had the 55 and the 85 and the TG 500. They were purely sample based PCM. And then you had the 77 and the 99 and the TG 77, which were completely AFM and AWM, full on bells and whistles kind of thing. So it was just like there was a slightly schizophrenic range.
SY99.
Sorry?
I know quite a few people that absolutely adore the SY99.
And do you know what? With that Modi X, I keep thinking actually the Modi X is the natural kind of successor to the SY99.
Yeah. Well, more than the motif, I would have thought.
Yeah, because the Modi X is AWM, and FM, and it does both incredibly well. Manny keeps sort of saying, "Oh, I should get an SY99." Because the SY99 has got superior DA converters to the 77. So, yeah, one day. They come up every now and again. They're not too expensive.
So I've gone from 7 computer monitors to none.
How many?
7.
One for each eye.
Yeah.
Too many times over.
Whereas this eye, that eye, the Japanese one.
Yeah, well, yes.
Oh dear.
Fucking hell, it's nice and quiet now. We're in the middle of Torbay Air Show at the moment.
Oh, of
So
course, yeah.
we've had fucking Lancasters and Spitfires and the Red Arrows and
Nice.
you know what fucking bombing about today. Yeah.
There's an air show being done. I think it's in July at the old airbase that my granddad was the flight lieutenant at, and he was actually the last commanding officer at that airbase. Shut it down in '53, I think it was. And he's actually buried there. He was buried where the gate guard was, and I follow their Facebook page because it's still an operating airfield, but it's like a private airfield, but they put on shows and stuff, and they were advertising this year's air show. I didn't realise they did like an annual air show, and what they want for the tickets for one day. I mean, to take the whole family, it would have been something like 150, 160 quid for tickets for 4 people. Jeez. I mean, I remember we used to go to Mildenhall.
Paid to go and see an air show.
Sorry?
Well, it seems a bit weird getting paid to go and see an air show.
Well, quite.
We don't have to down here. They do
Exactly,
Yeah, just stand outside and watch them.
They do a big one down at Lowestoft on the coast, and you just rock up. It's all paid for by the council.
Yeah, same here. And because we've got the bay, it's sort of natural.
Yeah.
Theatre for it.
That's it. Yeah.
And they sort of circle all 3 of them.
Mm.
So it's
Yeah.
more. So yes.
Because we used to have the Mildenhall air show, which Mildenhall's a US refueling base, and
Isn't that Minor or something? Isn't it? That's Minor.
no, Mildenhall.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, because you got Mildenhall and then Lakenheath, which is just over the horizons. It's not far away. So Lakenheath is the fighter base where they used to fly F-111s, then F-15Es, and they've just now taken on 2 squadrons of the F-35s, which are interesting when you see them go over. But Mildenhall always used to put on the most fantastic military air display. It was one of the best in the country. It was fantastic because they would fly in like all the big American everything. So C-5 Galaxies would come in. I remember when they brought the F-117 stealth fighter, they brought it in a Galaxy because they didn't want to fly it in because it was top secret. So instead of flying it in during the day on its own, they stuck it in a C-5 and then brought it in. We were all up, so we used to go up there. Sad this was, but I was really into my photography at the time, so we used to go up to the base, the week leading up, because that's when everything would start coming in, and we'd all stand on there's a sort of not a hill but a ridge around the base, and we could stand on there and get some really good pictures. And this fucking C-5 comes in, which is an incredible thing, and it comes in, lands, and then the nose goes up. And then they wheel this F-117 out, and they stick it on the curtain, and it stayed there for the display. It didn't fly at all, but it had a big cordon around it, like a roped cordon, and armed guys from the Air Force or whatever, and all of the exhaust vents had got these. They were all sealed off. So they'd made these black panels that just kind of slotted on, so it just looked like there was no exhaust vent, because that's how it, fooled the radar systems. The way it got rid of its exhaust, you couldn't see. That was fun. We used to get the SR-71 Blackbird that was stationed there.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you see that thing took off. You get B-1Bs, B-2s.
That plane actually gets bigger as it flies. The faster it goes.
What, Blackbird? Yeah, it stretches. Yeah,
it stretches. Concorde did as well, didn't it?
Yeah. But the best thing was that it was the Americans putting on an air show. So like every 5 steps, there was a burger van, or there was a barbecue, or there was, a hog roast or something, and there was beer flowing, and it was like walking into America for the day. It was just brilliant. And then. Was
there a stake tied across the hood of an F-150?
There was all sorts. Yeah, they had all their cars there. It was just the most incredible thing. And then I think they stopped doing it. They were doing it in the 90s. I can't remember when, but I think when it got to 9/11, that was it. Just stopped and never started again.
Oh, a lot of things changed.
Yeah, it's a real shame because it was a proper,
especially in the aviation neck of the woods.
Yeah, I remember when Jackie follows Red Bull Air Race. She really likes Red Bull Air Races, so she used to follow that and watch that. And there was a competition on the Red Bull channel or whatever it was, and she won it. And we got VIP passes to the what's the one down in Wiltshire, the Royal International Air Tattoo. At begins with F. I can't remember what the name of the base is. It's an RAF base. Begins with F.
Farnborough.
No.
Farm, isn't it?
Can't remember. It's just outside Swindon somewhere. Anyway, so we get in and we go to the Red Bull thing, and the kids get to sit in one of the Red Bull planes, and we met some of the pilots, and Jackie was like, "Oh, it's brilliant," but the security, it was so hot. Fairford, that's the one.
Yeah, Prometheus.
Yeah, it was. Security was proper. But that was a good show. The Vulcan was there. It wasn't flying though. It was after it had.
Favourite plane of all time, that thing.
Yeah. See, I used to get that every year at Mildenhall, and it would do that pass, and your chest would just go.
I think Luke was up at Dunsfold once, or the last time the Vulcan flew, and it flew with 2 Lancasters. They brought there's one flying in the UK, and they brought one out, the only other one flying from Canada, and they flew them in formation over Dunsfold.
Nice.
Can't imagine what that would have been like, but fucking hell.
Yeah, Mum was stationed with the Vulcan.
Yeah.
So again?
Mum was stationed with the Vulcans.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That was, where was that? It's not Alconbury. Which one was it? Alconbury was the Harrier. I'm trying to remember what fucking airbase the
Alconbury ended up going to the Americans.
I remember the name of the base she was at.
Yeah, because I remember going up to my dad's once, and we used to drive up the A1, and Alconbury expands the A1.
That's it, yeah.
And we in a car, fucking roof open, and 3 Harriers came in.
Yeah.
50 foot above the car. It's like,
I know what you're thinking of. It's not Alconbury. It's on the A1.
Oh, nice.
It's near Stamford.
No, it's Alconbury's further down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but Alconbury was American for a long while until it closed, actually, because they fly the U2, because every now and again you could see the U2 just go up and literally sit on its exhaust and just like this. But the Harriers were based not far. Oh, what was the bloody name? Because it's right next to the road.
Yeah,
the gate guard. Because Alconbury's kind of off the road. You can't see Alconbury.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Because I go past it every time I go up and down the A1. Because I used to slow down at that bit just to see if get the Harriers come past, because they were my all-time favourite. Oh, jeez. Because I remember going. My uncle used to work at British Aerospace.
Yeah.
And he took us to Hatfield, where BAE were based. I guess they still are, or were. And we went into a hangar, and they got a prototype Harrier. This was early 70s. I was a little kid, and they'd got a prototype of the Harrier, and also the BA 146, which is that small passenger jet with the wings, off the top of the fuselage.
Yeah.
They had a mock-up of that because that was in development. Yeah, Jesus. But yeah, the Harrier. Oh, I can't remember the name of the bloody base.
Cottesmore?
No, that's Lincolnshire, isn't it? Cottesmore.
I'm trying to.
If I look at the A1, flipping it. Someone must.
It's got to be in the stream.
Yeah, because there's what are those sheds? The airship sheds near Luton, Bedford. Pass them on the way to Milton Keynes. Can't remember what they are now.
Andrew Brooks says Cranford.
No. And that's Cranford, I think.
Yeah, well, he's got a blocked nose, hasn't he? So.
A return ticket to Nottingham, please.
Where, sorry?
Nottingham.
You know.
Sorry, Andrew. Sorry, mate.
Cranfield, I think. Cardington site. Yeah, Cardington sheds. They're the two big airship sheds by the A1.
All right, stand by your beds. The boss is in. Evening.
A1. Crampon.
You're off, you're saying?
No, you put everything in there.
There we go. Olconbury. So there's Olconbury. And then you go up. Go up the A. Take you up the A1.
I can't say
Wittering. I knew it began with a W.
Yes.
RF
Yes.
Wittering.
I've been to West
Yes.
Wittering.
Yes.
Wittering's the Harriers. And Olconbury, yeah, Olconbury. I remember certainly in the 90s seeing U2s go up from there. Just, they go up and they just go vertical.
Out doggos.
Lovely things. And then Cranfield. Wasn't Cranfield where they did all the... It was like an RF research place. I have a funny feeling.
Fuck knows.
Didn't the Red Arrows used to fly out there before they went to Scrampton or Scrampton? I can't remember the name.
Scrampton.
Yeah. I can't remember.
No, cranberries is a fruit.
Or a band with a droney singer. Oh, I can stand her voice.
What?
Yeah,
Yes,
Come on, Brooksy, get on the stream.
yeah, get on the street, huh?
Oh, you can
Go
tell
on,
Kent's
snot bags.
in the room. He's bored.
I was bored.
He's playing with his rabbit.
Coningsby. Now, Coningsby is where they've got the Lightnings, isn't it? The
I have no idea.
Eurofighters. Yeah, Coningsby's. Pretty sure that's where certainly a couple of squadrons of Eurofighters are there. Because when I used to do, I was the old travelling salesman type thing with BT. I always made sure that I'd go and park up near an RAF or a USAF base to do my paperwork, because then it wouldn't be so boring. Coltishall was another great one, because my two favourite planes when I was a kid was the Harrier and the Jaguar. Because the Jaguar, there was something about the Jaguar was just different in its look. It was just, it's a fantastic plane. And they used to fly Jags and Tornadoes out of Coltishall in Norfolk. Yeah. Oh, my inner airplane nerd's coming back out again.
All right.
I used to be properly into that shit.
Fuck you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, jealous.
Yeah, my pretty girl. Are you my pretty
Oh.
girl? Yeah. Mwah.
Oh,
I know what you want. For God's sake. Hang on, I think there's one left.
Pigs in blankets.
Oh, there are
Oh.
more of you. There's only one in here. Well, look, if I give you this one, which has a hair on it, take it nicely. Good girl. Right, Nelly. I'll have to go
Yes, the
downstairs.
F-14 Tomcats.
I'm going to get another packet.
Oh, they're all appearing in the chat now. That
Yeah.
Cultures, Edmonds, everyone's there. Yeah, it's not a bad little view, is it?
That's very nice.
Better
It's,
than what I got now. See,
Yeah?
See where the end of your... See where those trees are?
yeah.
There's 171 houses now.
Oh, shit.
And they are tall. I mean, so tall. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's like almost like an adventure playground, but it's wooded adventure playground for kids with difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right at the bottom of the garden. So
Right. Hang on. I'm going to go and get some more pigs in blankets. Otherwise, this lot will start eating me. got no doubt.
I'm getting quite peckish actually because we had lunch at about 2
Mm.
because my son came over, and we're not having like a dinner because we had a sort of big lunch, and it's now sort of 20 to 9, and my stomach's going, come on. What's it? Rob, you must have seen the new Magic drummer, El Estepario.
Siberiano.
No, no idea.
No, not a clue.
Graham's in it. Graham, you've got to let me know what we're doing Sunday if we're doing anything, because I need to book tables and shit. So yeah. Get that.
Oh,
out there.
it's what's it this weekend, isn't it? What am I thinking of?
I
At the Tire Yard. When's that?
Oh no, that's not until. When's that?
What did I think that was this weekend?
No, it's not until the middle of July. Gearfest,
Oh, blimey.
15th and 16th. You got Synthesizer before that in Cambridge.
Oh, that's the one I'm thinking of.
That's on the 1st and 2nd. He's going to mess me. Nice one, Graham. Got first class tickets booked on the train to London for our little weekend away.
Yeah, nice.
Went on train line and they were like on offer or something. So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to London. That's Twickenham should be.
Twickenham, yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, it's a road trip with my boy, you know, and he loves
Well,
driving.
yeah.
Oh, he was up your neck of the woods last weekend, apparently.
Yeah.
Just pissed off up the Norwich for the weekend. It was like, oh,
Nice.
right, okay.
I can think of worse places.
Yeah, well, you know, he said he had a poke around up there, and he loved it. He thought it was really nice. He said, yeah, it's just fucked off for the weekend. Christ, last time I was up that way was about 1978. A long time ago.
78. I was living just outside Norwich then.
Was it Cromer and fucking hell, Mundersley?
Cromer and Mundersley. Yeah.
Up that way.
Nice. I do like it up Cromer.
We are honoured.
What? Charlie.
Blimey.
Hi, Charles. Hi, Charles.
Hiya.
Hello, Bubba. Going to do his little dance now. There you go. He does this little thing. Once he's done a circle, he then gets his 2 front paws and goes. Like that. Don't you?
Is he Spanish?
Has he still got his castanets?
Oh, yeah. Oh, come here.
Oh dear.
Come up here. Right.
Oh, there's Miss Ballbreaker.
Here we go. Let's put that behind there, like so they can see you. Okay. Who's first?
He's gorgeous.
Nelly. Oh, all right. Wait. One at a time. Go on then. Off you go. Sling your hook. Sling it.
But there's more about. I know there is.
Oh, Where's Shorty? Oh, come on.
Shorty.
Come on, nosy pants. Where are you? Come here. Come here. Oh, come here. No, look. Stop looking at me hand. I haven't got anything in it yet. There we go. There we go. There it is. Oh, no. Oh, look. That went whole. It went whole.
Real face.
Good God, dog. No, not anymore. Go on. Go on. There you go. Later.
I'm hungry now. Do I get one?
All right.
Over here.
Didn't get myself anything. Did I?
Oh dear.
Yeah. God, he's come out of his shell so much. It's brilliant.
Mm.
Wouldn't you? You wouldn't say boot with a goose before, would you? It must have been 18 months before he wagged his tail. What the hell happened to that dog?
Yeah, unfortunately, you hear some of the things that have happened to some of the dogs out there, and it just breaks your heart, doesn't it?
Well, fill up.
So, what's the plan with the studio then, Kent?
No, there's a question.
Well, that's why I asked it.
Well, here's an answer then. I really don't know. Honest to God. I'm going, do I set it up here? Or do I set it up there? How big is the monitor?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's working it all around that, I think.
Yeah.
That'd be the way I'd go.
We could do an unboxing video because we've got enough room to open it now.
Need a new house to fucking unbox that bugger. How big is it?
Oh. I don't know. Hang on. It'll say on the box, won't it? Hang on. Except it doesn't.
Might be in the model number.
Well, yeah, I hope this is the model number. Otherwise, this thing is quite big. It doesn't say. You think they want you to know?
It's almost as tall as he is, the fucking box.
What?
How tall are you?
6? It can't be that big.
That's what she said.
Oh. Jesus Christ, I know it's heavy. We have something to count the box. That one. That one. That one. That one. Right, that opens. Oh Christ, hang on. Hang on a minute. This has got to be opened flat.
God, this ended tears, didn't it?
Okay, myself.
He was back from doing this tonight.
How big is it? No, it's not. No, it does have to be. Oh, no, there it goes. Oh, right. Right. Honest to God, this thing's huge.
His internal dialogue is external.
Use your inside voice. Use your inside voice.
There's some packing.
Yeah, that's just a stand.
Yeah, don't throw that away. You've probably got bits in there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, it's very thin.
That's usually the way.
Very
Oh,
wide.
mate, live unboxing and a hernia. That's what I call entertainment.
Oh.
Ooh. Careful.
Gonna need a skip for the fucking box, isn't he?
I'll turn this box into a skip, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ. More packing. Right, it's 5,120 by 1,440.
That's your pixels.
Right. Now, somewhere in here. Oh, God! There's a stand. Here we go. Oh,
Ambulance, stand by.
bloody hell, this must be 5-6 kilos.
Well, it's got to carry the weight of that flipping monitor.
Yeah, that's quite big. If I unpack this, I'm going to set it up. And I can stand the monitor on it, and then we can have a look. Right.
I shouldn't have said anything, should I?
No, I shouldn't have said anything. I was quite happy to not know. But now I want to know.
Oh, the missus and the older one are down at a Pink Floyd tribute tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got right into Pink Floyd. And somebody said, I've got a couple of tickets. Do you want to go? So he went, yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, fuck, I've got to go.
These are the screws that hold the monitor on.
Nice. Good luck.
They must be really strong. Isn't that right? Hey, Jules. Where's the proper screwdriver go? Oh, man.
Oh, blimey.
What the hell is that? It's got to be the world's biggest box. I thought we had a...
Keith just said, Rob, can you play some assembly music like Vision On?
If I could play, yeah.
Well, I know I can't set up the studio now.
Oh, she's just sent me a picture of what they're using on stage. Kronos and a chrome.
Oh,
Standard, isn't it?
There must be a Phillips in here somewhere.
Oh, my things stretch.
Hang on, just going to have a look in the office. Where'd you come, doggo? What are you listening to, woman? Sounds a bit grim. Is the mug yet?
Yeah.
Ah. Okay then.
Me and my big mouth.
Hmm?
Me and my big mouth.
All right, here you go.
Fucking hell.
Wow.
That's as wide as the CS, isn't it?
Wider, I think.
That's a big one.
So, delicious 5K, apparently. If 5K is delicious.
What's up, Rob?
Nothing. I'm just catching up with the comments. Actually, let's see if this works. Alexa, lights max. Alexa, lights daylight.
Here he is.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, babe.
Just got up. I'm actually out driving around and do some errands. So
Car cam.
yeah, car cam. Give you a better view here on the side.
The pet part.
Get a better view.
Ah, that's why.
Yeah, I was trying to go to the fucking bank. The one that's near me just changed their hours. They used to be open on Saturdays. Now they're not. So I have to go hop to another bank. COVID really messed everything up.
What bank's still closed at 1 on a Saturday?
That's what I was counting on, and I got there a little while ago. I didn't call in right away because I was angry about the bank being closed.
Oh, look at
Luckily,
him.
there's one inside of a store down the street here. Sometimes the in-store branches, like in a supermarket, sometimes they stay open longer than the actual branches.
Are you standing in the James Corden tonight?
What is Robbie demoing?
Mode X. I think it's the second. Don't think Lang Lang's going to be shaking in their boots, to be honest.
I like how you can control the super knob with your foot.
Oh, he's playing the Mode X. I get it.
Playing with his new toy.
Sucks with no aftertouch, right?
Muchly. Yes.
Randy Brooks says, "What's the problem with the 58 Mode X?"
Sounds like an old Corgan 3 patch.
Yo, check it out, check it out. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, culture, the keys do stuff. We were having a look at close to the film. It looks like they're moulded. Keys are moulded together or not.
Bunch of CS8 sounds. I don't know how.
Okay, do you guys have a lot of Tesla cars over there?
No, I think most of them burst into flames before they get here.
I would say because they're all over the place here now, and the average owner, like the old BMW stereotype, is a shitty driver. Really obnoxious.
Well, they won't burn in hell, but they'll probably burn in the car.
Exactly. You hope for one of them, right? So. Sadly, since there is no hell, hopefully they just burn in their cars. So.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, it was interesting to read that apparently, after an electric car's caught fire, it can re-catch fire up to 3 months afterwards.
Isn't that something like chain reaction in the cells?
Sorry?
Isn't that something like chain reaction in the cells, battery cells?
Something like that, yeah. I mean, they're almost impossible to put out.
Literally, isn't it?
And ironically, so bad for the environment.
Yeah, that's the rub, right? And the best is that, Musk used the carbon credits when they were doing a lot of car sales.
Yeah.
Offloaded his car companies for money, so allowing them to be dirty, right?
Yeah.
Nice clean job there.
We have a chance to go hydrogen. Which is what they should have done.
Hey, Robbie, have you messed with that? I forgot what it's called. It's like a patch morphing thing for FM. Have you tried that on?
On what, here? On this?
Yeah, I forgot the name of it. They have it on the montage and that. It's some kind of
Supernob.
AI morphing technology for patches and stuff.
Yeah, the super morph.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Is that a gimmick or is that pretty cool?
It can be cool if it works. Yeah, there's. Let's just try and find a patch that uses it. Smart morph. Use it. Okay. Still learning my way around this thing.
Put this box away. Christ, my bastard.
Okay. Run this.
Lights don't work.
You are
Lights don't work.
on.
Ceiling. Got the power turned off because of putting all the new light switches out on the landing. And now every time we turn it on, it trips the fuse out. So we've left it off for now.
Oh, fuck. Not good.
Yeah. Went through it a dozen times as well, but all wired up exactly the same way as it was, but won't fire up.
It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah, it is. Sandy hit a tree.
No, I think he's found his bank.
Trouble with the intelligent cars, isn't it?
What's that?
Well, it keeps talking, it goes, turn left here. Your speed is excessive. You have hit a tree.
Oh no, Ty's the expert in that one, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know. I'll give up with this
I don't think he's loving it.
Keyboard.
Mm.
I have to be honest.
You're not impressed?
I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of when I used to sit down at keyboards 20, 30 years ago. And would sit down and be really impressed by, these massive sample-based things. And just remove that. And now I'm bored of that. And this does all of that stuff. It does big, sample-based and FM stuff. But
It's done it all before.
It's boring.
Mm.
Whereas if I turn on any of the other things around here, you're into, some really interesting places, and you can just grab hold of stuff and away you go.
Yeah, but that's always the way, isn't it? There's going to be machines that you gel with immediately.
Mm.
Machines you learn to gel with, and machines you just never get on with.
Yeah. This is not a keyboard built for somebody like me. This is a performer's keyboard. This is, it's a gigger's keyboard. It's a player's keyboard, and I'm not a player. So yeah. I mean, when I got it, when they delivered the box, right? He put it on the doorstep, and I picked it up to bring it in the house. I'm thinking, oh, they've sent me an empty box because it's so light. But it's all plastic. Everything's plastic. And I know that that has no bearing on the sound or the capability of the thing, but it doesn't instill you with a huge amount of confidence. As I said to you the other day, Kent, when I was showing you the keyboard.
Oh yeah.
Forget the fact that it hasn't got aftertouch, which I think is a big omission. It doesn't.
It's those deep molded keyboards that they put into the PFLs.
And of course, we're talking menu divey here. It's a big touchscreen, and it's complicated, and I need to spend time learning. where everything is. But I'm sure Manny's going to send a whole bunch of stuff over, and maybe then it'll start to appeal a bit more. But it just feels like a very elaborate home keyboard,
And it's a bit like the experience I had with the ESQ1. When I got that, I kind of was into it. I liked it. But then after a while, I found it a bit samey.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got the Valhalla Gold cartridge for it.
Mm-hmm.
And holy hell, it became a completely different keyboard.
Yeah.
And I got another 8 or 9 years out of it.
I want to like it, but I am struggling a little bit. It's like you sit down, you call up the piano patches, or you call up the strings, or whatever, and you play them. You think, yeah, they sound nice, but they're not quite as good as some of the other stuff that I've got. That does it better as But obviously, it's bigger samples and software and stuff. But
it's no montage, though, is it?
I want to try them. I actually want to try the montage more now that I've tried this, because I want to know that the montage is actually the dog's leathery bits, and that this is just an affordable cut down version, and that Yamaha hasn't really completely gone to the flipping dogs.
I must admit, I was thoroughly impressed with the Roland Phantom after listening to Richard play one.
It does help if you can properly play these things.
Well, it wasn't even that. It's just the access to all the stuff. It's got all the plug outs, and so you can do Jupiter 8, you can do Jupiter 4, and all this sort of stuff. Click of a button. But it was generally a really, really nice sounding keyboard. But as I said to him at the time, I've already got that kind of covered. And in fact, there's very little out there that is worth me going for, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It has to be something very eclectic and off the rails slightly, like the Osmos or something like that. So they're
what I do like about this
3 to 4 weeks now, I reckon.
Yeah.
Get mine.
Yeah. What I do like about this Modi X and the montage Modi X thing is that it's an audio interface. It's a 4-in 10-out audio interface as well, so you can just hook a computer up to it, and this can be just everything if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, but that's fine if you haven't got any of the other stuff you've got in that room.
Exactly.
So,
I'm not saying it's awful. It's
not
just
that there's anything wrong with the keyboard. It's just that
it's not for me.
Has nothing that it can give you.
No.
That's
And I'm
all.
glad in a way, because I was thinking, if they send this to me and I really like it, then I might speak to them about, taking it off and, trade or something. But
yeah.
I'm actually kind of relieved now, because I think, no, I'll spend that money elsewhere. So
yeah, quite happy to send it back again.
But I can't, mustn't be ungrateful. They've done me a solid, and it's going to really help out for what we're doing later this year. So
well, the nice thing is at least you get to try it, find out you didn't like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Workstations have OS, and OS tools. AI,
well, this isn't a workstation. The montage and the Modi X aren't workstations. I thought they were. That was my preconception of them until Ty quite,
So they lean more to performance keyboard.
They are much more a performance keyboard that has some workstation elements.
Right.
You can. You heard. You can. It's got drum loops and stuff in there, so you can bring up a drum that you can record, stuff into it. It has transport controls, but it's not. It's not a workstation. It's got all of the sounds that a workstation would have. It's got that stock. Set of amazingly good. For a standalone keyboard, it's they're really good pianos and strings and synth sounds, and of course you got all the FM stuff, and it really is. I tell you what though, it's 8 operator FM, so it's the same as the FS1R as far as the FM's concerned. Obviously, it doesn't have formant shaping. But my God, the FS1R craps all over this in terms of, wow factor. I plug the FS1R in, it's just like, whoa, this sounds amazing. Whereas the FM on this, yeah, it's good. The FM grand piano on here, I don't know if it's the same one that Manny did, because that sounds really good. And the whole super knob motion sequencing thing, that adds a nice element to it.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, I'm going to nip off for a bit. I'm going to do an Ian. And if you are around later, I will see you all then.
All right, Johnny.
Right.
Just going to... Let me just remove this extra camera because you don't want that. There we go. Right.
Take it
See you
easy,
soon.
buddy.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, Mum.
He did. He looked a little disappointed there, didn't he? Poor bugger.
Yeah. But
Thank-
like you said, the last thing you wanted to do is buy another keyboard anyway.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, the thing is, if you've got shit that covers those bases, you don't need it.
Yeah, well. But I mean, the market that it's aimed at is not what he does
No.
or needs. So
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
it's light, because it's completely plastic. So from a taking it on stage point of view, you just whack it under your arm and run. It's no problem.
Yeah.
So great for stage work and stuff like that.
it's like a System 8. That's the same fucking thing, isn't it? It's just cheap shit
Well,
plastic.
so it does very well what it's designed for. But in a studio like Rob's, it's pointless. Absolutely
Yeah.
pointless.
Yeah.
So it's no reflection on the keyboard. It's just that's not its environment.
No, that's right. Yeah, that's it. Caustic high. It needs the right perspective to be enjoyed properly.
Well, I'm sure that somebody who was getting into keyboards for the first time and didn't own any, that'd be a fantastic machine to start with.
Yeah.
It's not overly expensive. Well, in the grand scheme of things, it isn't overly expensive. So.
So what else you been up to this week apart from the car?
Well, in here, gutting this place out. I've gutted it. I haven't thought for a moment about what I'm putting back in and where.
How you going to relay it? Yeah.
Yeah, no idea. I have to think about that one. I have to ponder it. I mean, there's certain things that you don't have to work out. Like, for instance, the 80. There's absolutely nowhere that can go. So, end of story. It stays where it is.
Yeah.
And it's such a great big lump. So.
Well, so it's working off the things that can't really be moved, isn't it? Or.
Yeah. I was toying with the idea, though, of having it come in. So it's at 90 to this bench. And make like a cul-de-sac there. But the door's there. But there again, the amount of times that I open that up a year, you can count on one hand. So
Is that the cupboard the minis in?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Well, I've tidied it. I've tidied it all up. I've also put some of the stuff that was out here and put it in there, stacked it in there out of the way because the office is absolutely jam-packed with everything else. So there's about 14 boards in there.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know. I just want to reduce the amount of bits of object art that I have in here that I never use, and all they are is great for catching dust. Do you know what I mean? So, oh, hang on. Let's see if I can add this. Is that how you add it? This really doesn't work well. Oh, hang on. If I'm not careful, I'm going to delete him or ban him from the studio. Come in. Come in. How do you get hang on.
Oh, no, I don't use StreamYard. I only use it when I come on your show. So.
No, this is the iPad. This is worse.
Oh, fucking hell.
Kick from studio. No. Out. There you go.
Hey.
I came back for life there.
I know. Banned for life.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's getting really dark in here now.
Are you going? Have you got Ethernet up there, or do you run everything Wi-Fi?
No, I've got a hub up here. Yeah, I've got a hub up here, up in the front room, up in the workshop. So it's all pretty covered.
Yeah. It's been so fucking busy here this week. It's just because she's been in the house a month now, and she's got an idea of how she wants to decorate it. It's just been fucking full on. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'll work.
But as we speak, Fiona is masticking the stairs. Why she's picked now to do it, because the light isn't working on the landing.
Because it needs to be done. It's one of those things.
Oh, no, when it comes to decorating, she's the slowest person in the world.
Oh my God, my missus is the opposite.
Yeah, she's been decorating the stairs and the landings. When did she start? February?
Hayley's done hers in 2 days.
Yeah, but you want to see what she's putting aluminium corner strips up. She's doing this paneling. She's bought this sort of like a galaxy mural that goes on the front of each stair. I mean,
What is?
that's
This
what
is
she's
dead.
doing.
Well,
Ooh.
not completely dead, but it's broken. The new Electron analog heat plus effects.
And it's bought the farm already.
It's basically one side of the heat bit of the circuit is just rubbish, like no signal. So something has gone in it. Everything else is fine, but as soon as you have the heat bit, which is the main thing, it's like the whole of the Mark II basically. When you kick that in, it just all goes to the left hand side. Virtually nothing in the right. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So that's going back, but bit of a pain. I actually had a gig tomorrow. Well, I've got a gig tomorrow, but so I was going to sell the Mark II, but I'm like, I need to keep that now because it's reliable. So,
Yeah, everybody leaning one side now.
yeah, which is gutting because it sounds amazing, but
Yeah.
I don't know whether they're like really rinsing every bit of juice out of that, and it's just got too hot and
Yeah.
desoldered
A
itself.
little too hard, yeah. Yeah, it's like I've got a Pulsar 23 coming down. It's packed up. Like I said, there's no audio out on it. And I contacted Fruitbat at Soma. I said, give us the schematics for the Pulsar 23. And nothing's shown up yet.
Right.
So the Pulsar is, I think, Monday. I mean, I just open it up and go, Le quoi? So they sent me some of the schematics to some of the stuff, but stuff that I haven't got and haven't seen yet, like the pipe. Oh no, tell a lie. No, we've got a Cosmos here now. But that appears to be some sort of like, I think the firmware didn't go on properly. So I just reset it and load the new firmware back on it again and see what it does. It's quite funny. He sent me a video of what's wrong with it. He says, it shouldn't be doing this. And it's like, I think it's fucking mental. How you supposed to know if it's doing something wrong or not? I mean, honestly, it's like, and that's not working because what part of it? So that seems to be the problem with the Soma stuff, because it sounds when it's working, it sounds like it's broken anyway. You know what I mean? It's really just nutty.
Yeah.
Very hard to sort of like pinpoint like what it is they're saying is wrong.
Yeah.
It does this. They go, yeah, you sure it isn't supposed to do that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. How long have you had it? 2 days. I'd stick with it. I'd stick with that one and just see what it's like.
Yeah. It's not conventional.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. So,
Well, this is that's the thing, isn't it? The more way out a machine gets, the more difficult I suppose it's going to be to diagnose any faults with it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that Poly 6. Oh, it's gone now. But my God, that sounded good.
What were you doing with that?
It basically someone had done like the whole full Kiwi 6 mod on it.
Yeah.
And literally done 99% of the work and then just not calibrated and tuned it. So it sounded like dog shit when it first came in. It was like there was I think 11 notes to the octave.
Yeah.
And it was about 5 semitones out. It's just like, and the trim pots only take it back in about a semitone. I'm like, what the fuck? The voltages were completely wrong.
Yeah.
From the power supply board. So I settled those with the trim pots on that, and then went through the whole tuning procedure again, I'll never complain about tuning guitars again. It's so easy compared to synths.
Quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like you go round and you go round this little loop, then you go round this bigger loop, then you go round this loop, and then you go round this even bigger loop, and then you're like, oh, and then do the other 5 voices.
Yeah, it's quite something.
Yeah.
Well, that was a video that didn't just baffle me, was when you did your CS80 tuning video.
It's pretty straightforward, though. I mean, really.
Yeah, but I mean, you have got 14 plates of spaghetti hanging in front of you to work past.
Yeah, you don't look at that, mate. You stop seeing that after a while, don't you?
I have to say the Poly 6 is nice to sort of like open up and work on, and do the tuning thing.
Great, You've got those 4 screws at the back underneath, the 4 on the front panel.
Yeah, and you've got,
she's open.
Just
As
opens up
opposed
like a
to the
Pac-Man head.
JD800. Why did they put all those screws along the back? It's about fucking 8 screws to hold the back up. So and it locks the hinge in place. And the amount of people that have done the screws underneath and lifted it like that, and it's gone. Oh shit! There's still screws at the back holding it. It didn't need. Doesn't need them.
It's like the DX7. It was 4 screws and the fucking lid came up.
Yeah, it opens up. Yeah.
And yet on the 11, when I was working on the 11, you've got to have a base off and piss about with all these brackets and God knows what to get into it.
Yeah.
All like that was.
But yeah, that Poly 6 did sound nice when it was done. I was just like, really inspirational. That it was just like riff after riff just coming, going, oh my God.
I used mine for about 12 years.
Yeah.
Bought from brand new.
Right.
But when I flogged it, I think I was part of a bundle. I was getting the deposit from my Mirage.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Didn't you flog off a whole load of stuff?
It was a CR78, absolutely. Boss CE1, MC202, immaculate monopoly, and a Poly 6. And I got 275 quid for the lot.
Oh.
My God.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was my Lombard Tricity deposit on my Mirage.
Jesus, what would you get for that kind of kit now?
Oh, don't.
I mean, that's just fucking soul destroying, isn't it?
No. the best thing to do with that is go, what a cunt, and move on. Honest to God.
Yeah, that's the second thing you think. Yeah.
You know, the CS80 that I sold for 175 quid, you know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you just don't. It's like, yeah, never mind. Twat.
Yeah, you can't go near that, can you? You can't go near that in your head.
No.
Jesus.
No.
Ah. I'm not stopping long because I need to pack all this stuff up because I'm off to Wales with it tomorrow. So.
Oh, well, we've been doing packing and unpacking videos anyway. So
Yeah.
are
Are you doing the final thing with getting your Mac Studio in there?
He's ripped the whole room out. There's nothing in the room.
Empty.
All right.
Completely empty.
Gosh, where is it?
Hither and yon. Most.
Scatters to the nine winds.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and I'm going to see if I can switch the RCD over and get so I can have the lights on in here. It might work. It might not. Are you using the little table light?
Yeah, no, he unboxed his new screen earlier. He finally unboxed it.
Yeah.
And then spun his iPad round. There's nothing in the room apart from the 80. Nothing.
Wow.
It's just like, what? Where's it all gone?
That's mental. Because that room was full.
It was. Hang on. You all right, sweetie? So I'm babysitting here.
Nice.
The other half and the older one are off down at a Pink Floyd tribute gig.
All right, cool.
So I'm looking after little one tonight.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah.
From just even the light bulbs have been. Why?
I'm surprised Kent hasn't got LEDs lit up somewhere.
Yeah.
So where are you gigging tomorrow? Where is it? It's North
Colwyn
Wales.
Bay. Yeah.
Oh, Colwyn Bay, yeah, I know it. Yeah.
So it's this event called Modulate, which was where I did my first ever gig doing what I do now. So yeah.
Bit of a drive, isn't it?
Hmm?
Bit
Yeah,
of a
it's
drive.
about 3 hours. But,
That's not so bad.
yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm really disappointed in this Electron box failing though. It's just like
Well, I can imagine. You know, were you set to go? Were you ready to go?
I was just doing like a final rehearsal, and then I'm like, why is it all off over one side? You know? And, hey, there we go.
There we go.
There we
Lovely
go.
light. Where's Hans? Is he still in there?
Even Hans has gone. Literally, there's nothing in that room. Kent, show him. There's nothing in the room apart from a screen.
Oh wow.
And the dog. Yeah,
No,
look at this.
oh, and of course, the little monitor.
Oh my gosh. That's the angel of the fucking north, that is.
You need a head on top of it now. That's what.
You know what? That's what it's going to be called from now on. I like that.
It's fucking massively wide.
Fucking head on top
If I
of it.
put that big high Mac Mini under it, it's like a little teeny
Yeah. Stick your webcam on top of that. It would be like a head on there.
looking down.
Yeah, like turning and facing
Having
you.
enough screen to follow him from side to side.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh,
Right in it. I'll get this thing to sit forward. Ah, yes, so it's empty. Very empty.
Think of it as a blank palette.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did some rejigging in here because of various bits and bobs. And new, replacement Mac, so that kind of necessitated it all.
Well, it's basically the Mac Studio that's caused this. Indirectly. It was something that needed to happen anyway because it had lost control of it. I was pulling cables out and it's not connected to anything. What was that supposed to be connected to?
Yeah.
You know, and it just got so unwieldy and too many bits and pieces, and most of it not being used anyway.
Yeah.
That's the point. So, probably, but I don't know whether to set it up over there or over here. Really don't.
Bless you.
Yes, and I would like to be able to work at a computer where I don't have to lean over two keyboards to use the keyboard and the mouse. That'd be nice.
Mm.
Again, it's all the considerations you've got to make when you're setting it up, isn't it?
Yeah. Thing is, when you're trying things out, that's all well and good. But when it's a CS80, you really want to know exactly where you want it. You're only moving it fucking once, right?
Yeah.
Especially on carpet. Oy.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lump.
So yeah, everyone's at it. Jamie's moved back into his house after yeah. So he looks like he's sticking a load of stuff on eBay because he's just not got the room for it now. But yeah, and you're at it. I've been doing my rear range looks trivial compared to everyone else's. It's, yeah.
You got to work.
Robbie's got a new studio. Ben's got a new studio. It's like
everyone's at it, isn't they?
Yeah.
I've lost my bloody vape fluid. Where have I put it? Hang on.
I've got to put up some of the because they've got like some brushed aluminium backing that I can put up here around here behind all the gear, which kind of acts like a mirror at the same time. So you can always see the back of stuff, see where the bloody
yeah.
all that sort of stuff. But I don't know. But I'm going to bring up the carpet cleaner because this is the only carpet in the whole house now. And every single dog hair on the planet sticks to this carpet. Yeah.
I remember that fucking issue. My God.
Yeah.
Bluebell's the worst for that. Honestly, never known a cat like her. She's got such thick fur. It's like solid. It's like almost like a skin that's like half an inch thick. It's like so solid.
Yeah.
But it just gets everywhere.
That's what Charlie's like. I've seen that dog actually sneeze and then just a puff of hair.
Explodes.
Great big lumps, you know, with about 400 or 500 hairs in a big clump. And you can do this with him. You're just covered in fucking hair. It's like, so I think we'll have to take down the groomers again, which I always enjoy doing because I can get there. So I throw him in the Chrysler and take him down to the groomers.
How does he cope with the groomers?
Loves it, but he's such a well-behaved dog, but not when he's out. When he's out, he's a little bastard. When I had him in the groomers just over a month ago, and on one wall they got all the different dog treats for sale in these little sort of like Hessian baskets. I turn around and he's eating a chew. Where'd you get that from? And he went, oh, wow, that's nice. Then helps himself to another one. And I'm just handing the woman that says, that's another 45p. That's another 45p. That's two more he's had. You keep pulling him away. He's really clever at it. You think he's just by you. And then you look down, it's actually his tail, and he's got his head in one of the baskets going. The
only way I ever managed to stop my dog doing that was to actually physically have her facing the way I was, with her between my legs, stood over. It was the only way I could keep her pointing in the right fucking direction. Hey, buddy.
Hello, darling.
You're not great, mate.
I feel like this. I'm just showing my face for probably a brief while because I was bored. Yeah, I'm just feeling awful last couple of days. Well, Thursday I had a mammoth day on Thursday. Grace and I did our contribution for the Hardware Jams Festival, which is next weekend.
Yeah.
And then we went out from doing that to the EMOM in Sheffield and basically performed that track sort of in one way or another at the EMOM. Stayed to the end. The next day I was just feeling awful and the head's full, no streaming eyes. I mean, we were supposed to be doing a track tonight, but I've not got the energy to do it. And I ducked out of Ramsey's this afternoon because nobody wants to see somebody sneezing every 3 minutes and blowing the nose, do they? That's just not, it's just not good on a Saturday afternoon. Hello, Jim. Ooh.
Hello. I was just about to type a reply to you.
Oh,
Say
oh,
thanks.
Saved you, yeah.
Yeah, don't bother. Get your paintbrush out and do some dusting.
Honestly, because I turn up at a gig and I'm like, there's fucking cat hair everywhere.
Well, when I go around to Grace's and she's got the lights and things for doing the video in it, I realise just how dusty everything is. Yeah. I've got my brush. I'm forever brushing things. It's a bit like a fetish. I put the things up. Pick things up that I haven't touched like this and go, give it a dust. Ah. The eagle-eyed amongst you will realise that something's just appeared on this table here. That's after Ramsey's show this afternoon. I was watching that and they were talking about and I thought, you know what, I need to give it another go, don't I?
Got the NPC.
So I'm gonna give it another try, see if I can actually make any headway. Hi, David.
Yeah, do you know what I found the NPC is really good for? Keeping dust in one place. Really, really good. I pulled out the NPC, just a plume of dust.
Sorry.
No, you used to get those little ionizer things to improve the air quality, just to trap dust.
Yeah. I've also got another toy. I've got another toy. This is courtesy of Grace, but really it belongs to Michael Eden, and that's look,
Ooh.
little pocket operator. The problem is, it's got no batteries in it, and I haven't got any batteries to put in. I keep forgetting to get some. Every time I go to the supermarket or whatever, I keep forgetting to pick up some batteries.
Like
I've got no AAAs. Yeah, I thought I've got to have some of these in a drawer somewhere. No, couldn't find any anywhere. So,
You've joined midlife crisis engineering then?
well, it's not mine, Jim. It doesn't belong to me. I thought I'd have a play. You know,
Slippery slope, that one.
I mean, the thing is, I know it is. Yes,
like
I love
modular.
slippery slope. Yeah,
yeah.
I can't understand. Like this as a design concept is bloody genius, really. And it costs £3.20 or something like that. They don't cost a lot of money. And then you build a table, which the concept of which has been around since the table, and you charge £1,500 for it. I really don't get it, because that's brilliant. Well, I think it's brilliant. I've not even switched on yet. It might be bloody awful. But I mean, well, anyway, life's mysteries.
Indeed.
Yeah, thank you, David. Well, hey, Ken, do those wedges on your wall actually do anything? Just out of interest.
Not a lot.
They just help cover shitty wall. And
I bet Jim's will, though.
Yeah.
Jim will have high-tuned engineered each of those mattresses he's got on the wall.
I mean, that one's at least a foot thick. That one there. 45 kilo meter cube rock wool. That thing is amazing. This futon is so heavy. It's the best bit of acoustic treatment I've got in here. It's amazing. Well, that probably works down to about 30 hertz. That thing. It's like, yeah, there's a lot in here.
Oh,
I'm going to have to duck off, guys, because Litland needs me.
You did say
alright,
duck off. All right.
I might. I'll catch up with you in a bit.
Cool.
All right,
Cheers,
mate.
Matt. Take care.
See you, Matt.
I'm just going to be packing up. Don't mind me.
You're not expecting me to make conversation now, are you, bloody Kent? Because
bloody Kent. Yeah.
bloody Kent. Come on, bloody Kent.
Bloody Kent again.
Bookshelves are great. I think so. I'm going to put some bookshelves up on the back wall here. Because I've got that sort of fixed shelf thing in the corner, but I've got loads of books in piles. When I've got some shelving, and I'm just going to put it up on the wall.
Do you know what actually works really well? Is books turned the wrong way round.
Yeah.
Because you basically end up with a sort of 2D diffuser, but with actual wells. So the BBC designed diffusers that I've got here, they're actually supposed to have like an infinitely thin wall, basically around each cell. So if you get what I mean, so imagine a crisscross pattern of different depths. And all they've done is taken out the walls between those different depths. So you end up with the Skyline diffuser. But in theory, it should actually have these
little gaps between each, very, very fine.
No,
gaps.
these like thin walls between each cell.
Oh, I see.
And you kind of get that with books turned the wrong way around. And also, it just perfectly breaks up the wavefronts. And looks kind of cool as well. It probably looks better than books the right way around.
Don't agree. But I understand the concept.
Yeah. And also you've got absorption down to a very low frequency because you're dealing with a massive amount of mass there as well. So it's one of the most effective bits of acoustic treatment you can have. But yeah.
So you could have, like Inky's just said, you can have some the right way around, some the wrong way around, some laying horizontal, some at funky slopes to make you look like you've just read something.
Yeah.
And
yeah, just don't have them all too neat and alphabetized, you know. You might end up with some serious lobing.
Well, can I do it by category? Is that all right?
Yeah, probably all right.
Fiction, non-fiction, linguistics, reference.
Yeah.
German poetry of the 17th century.
It's a bit niche, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've got it.
And
it's part of my degree. It's part of my degree. I never liked that stuff. I could never understand it, basically. But that's all right. 20th century German poetry, that's all right. I can cope with that. Anyway.
Vogon poetry.
Vogon poetry. Yeah, Ford's body was racked with spasms of, yeah. Do you know what? That bit in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the book, is one of the few bits of actually written word that's had me absolutely crying with laughter. I mean, tears pouring down my face at that bit. The other bit that did that was Holden Caulfield ice skating at RAK in New York from Catcher in the Rye. That also had tears pouring down my face. But the Vogon poetry in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was one that I just couldn't believe it. I actually had tears pouring down my face. And I was on a train on the way to see somebody in Germany, and of course, laughing your head off on your own on a train in Germany. Everybody go, well, we have a lunatic on the train. What's going on? Couldn't help it. How do you explain it?
Amuse themselves.
I was going to say, Andy, you were right about that Poly 6.
I knew I would be.
That is the thing about it is, you just play it and you're like, oh my god, I've just got an amazing riff that I can make a whole tune out of, and then you do another. And it's just with the position of the filter, and you just like, that's just so right and vibey. Like, yeah, amazing.
Well, I've got 4 here. Do you want them?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Can I have one?
All in various degrees of crapitude.
Oh, get them non-crapituded and I'll have one.
Oh, that's the whole point of giving them away, so I don't have to.
Oh, I see.
Go on, then. I'll take one in medium crapitude.
And I'll take one as well. Give it to Jim, and he can mend it for me.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
Quite a lot done in the last 2 weeks, I think. Thank God.
You managed to clear some out.
Well, the workshop's all sorted now. Proper, for once. It never got done the first time. It sort of like got half done and then had to sort of go back to work. But now it's absolutely spot on. Everything in its place. Done that 8 post on the Mustang. Cleaned out the studio, ready to put that all back together. So yeah, we're getting shit done. The only downside, of course, is the phone going and people going, "Is my keyboard done yet?" No. Go away. So, finally catching up.
Oh, by the way, Andy, I'm not sure if you were paying attention earlier, but my analog heat plus effects needs to go back.
Oh no, what's the matter?
It developed a fault with the heat block in the effects chain.
Oh no.
So one side was just like
Caught fire.
there's nothing there. I think it burnt out, maybe. Burnt itself out.
That's not good, is it?
No.
That's really not good.
So that's going back.
No, that's such a shame. Oh,
Yeah,
dear,
it's
dear.
kind of destroyed my confidence in it a little bit as well. I'm like,
Well, yeah,
is this gonna
of course. Is it
happen
going to
again? You know, if I get it replaced. So
hang on to the original one for,
I'm
for a
hanging on
while
to my
yet.
Mark II. Yeah. I did have it listed on Reverb, but I've just pulled it off now. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna need to keep that. So.
Not quite sure how clever that is as a design ethic to have something that actually tries to destroy itself
Yeah.
in normal operation mode.
It does seem. I need a favour, please. Since. Okay, all right. Go on, second, Keith. I'll go and dig one out. What you could do, Keith, is write on it what it's supposed to be, like B.go number 1, or that could be a picture of an arse, depending on how you see it. Right. So that's what it looks like, and it's got a silly short little cable with a silly. God, I don't know if you can see that. We're holding it that way. That way. There you go. So it's got a thingy there. It's got a plug on the end. It's got a long cable where you don't really need it, with a plug on the end that says "Go Bum." Again.
Yay, go Bum.
Yours may differ.
Yeah. All bums are created differently. And then there's some like sort of quarter circle designs in the bottom something corner around the power light. Is that helping, Keith? No idea if I'm being of any use whatsoever, other than I labelled mine. It's oh, no, I can't read that. So that's about as much help as I'm going to be right now. Oh.
Well, I think I can safely say I don't have a Go Bum power supply in here anyway.
Mr. Hilton. Hello, Richard.
Hey, Richie.
Polarity and voltage might be helpful. Yeah, half god they might be, but I can't. It's printed so tiny. You need a fucking electron microscope to bloody read it. I'll have a look. I might be able to help keep.
Jesus.
What are you swearing at? Yeah. Oh, was that me swearing? Oh, sorry.
What, 12-volt 1 amp?
If I put the light on, I might be able to read. Oh, one sec. No, it's too shiny. It's all just reflecting now. It's gonna be 12-volt 3 amp, I think. I'm pretty sure it's 3 amp because the case is 3 amp.
Oh, it's to power the whole case, is it?
But yeah, it's the power supply for the case, and the case definitely draws
Right.
3 amp. So will the power supply be the same or different? I can't read that on there. Oh, hang on a second. I've found it. It's no chance. I found the bit, but I can't see where it says positive or negative. Positive inner. Yes, X101 is the NPC. I've dug it out. Guilty conscience, and I'm going to give it another go this week. If I'm alive.
It seems like a bit of a theme as well. So Rob is doing Ableton. You're doing the NPC.
Actually, yeah. I saw that from Rob and thought, yeah, I can totally understand why. Just say, right, I'm going to do my best. I can't promise I'll crack it. You know. Right, yeah. Sorry, Keith. It says 13 volt on the back of the case. 13 volt. Well, it may well do. Yeah. The giveaway. If you're struggling, there's these sort of quarter circle design indents in the corner. There's a I think it's a blue power light that comes on, and then look at this. It's green. It's a green power light. It's a green power light, and there's little bits that go around it. Yeah, Culture Ghost. I'm not sure I can. I was thinking about rewatching the lessons with Dom and Kent. It might be just a bit difficult. I've gone back and I've watched little bits on Dom's channel, and I just find myself getting upset. So yeah. maybe I'll give it another shot. Maybe I'll give it a try. Maybe enough time's passed now, but it's still quite.
Yeah, I'll go down there next week and start unpacking the studio or packing up the studio.
So say that again, Ken. What was that?
Ty's got to go down to Dom's studio and pack it up this week. Next week.
Oh, are they going to? Oh, well, yeah.
He's not looking forward to that. So, because everything's in there, it's still all plugged in and everything.
Yeah.
Have they said what they're intending to do? Is it all going to be sold off, or?
I think so. Yeah. That's the way it's looking.
I was actually hoping to buy Dom's OB6 off of him because he was selling it.
Yeah.
It's,
Well, I suppose if Sophia is selling it all off, then you might be able to ask. But I suppose the politic thing to do is to wait until it's actually announced. Well, perhaps we're being wrong, even speculating. So if it's bad taste to
Yeah.
speculate, I apologise.
I think they are holding a couple of things back. Luna May does show an interest in it.
Yeah.
I think she regards it with the same sort of emotional
it must be like sort of
thing.
walking on board a ghost ship or something. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it must be like sort of walking on board a ghost ship or something. You know, it's like it must be like sort of serious echo or something. You know, it's like it must be like sort of serious echo or something. You know.
Sorry, let me check.
Cool. How are you, sir?
Hi, Richard.
Hey, gents.
All right.
Hello.
Oh, were you sitting inside an air conditioning unit or something? It was amazing, that.
What? You mean just now?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Crazy.
I've got two windows open. Two windows open. Sorry. Okay, here we go. I'm sitting in the back of a tour by myself in the back of a tour bus with engine and air conditioning running. I've closed the door and I've made it as quiet as I can under the circumstances.
It's lovely to see you nonetheless, Richard.
Good to see you too, Andrew.
Sorry that
And
I'm
Jen.
dying in your presence.
And Ken, I noticed a distinct lack of synthesizers behind you, Ken. It's a new world.
Nothing.
Yeah. You said no extra charge for the toesies.
Oh, they come free.
Uh-oh. This one's going to come on too, huh? I better mute.
Yeah, so all gutted out here. You mute yourself.
I said, you guys are 2 hours already?
Yeah.
And Andy's still wiring stuff up?
Oi.
Jim's dismantling because he's got a gig tomorrow. So he's dismantling all his stuff.
Yeah.
There you go. Flight case lids. Oh, here's Andy.
James Corden.
Hey guys,
Hi again, Andy.
still driving.
1 second. 1 second, gents.
Isn't the internet clever?
It's amazing, isn't it?
How about that? Okay. Progress.
There you go.
So, Andy, where are we going?
Well, I was trying to get to the bank. The one changed hours suddenly on Saturday, so that I had mad dash to a few cities over to another one that was barely open, but traffic was so bad I just barely missed it. So that was fun. Drove all the way there for nothing. So now I'm gonna get some coffee and a snack because I'm just I'm deflated. So
Go to Buffet Crampon.
yeah, I need a buffet crampon appetizer.
Somebody let the air out of Andy's voice?
Hmm?
He said he was deflated.
Deflated. I'm deflated, not my tire yet.
Oh, okay.
Where are
Yeah.
you traveling to, Rich?
Right now, I'm sitting outside the venue in Salt Lake City,
Oh, cool.
where we're playing tonight.
You ever notice those
Yeah,
beehive
I
road
came
markers there?
Didn't notice. Haven't been out much.
It's on the interstate.
Really
They have
just-
little beehives. Something about Mormons and beehives. I forgot what the mythology is, but
Trying to carpet road. How long are you on tour for, Rick?
What year is it?
Yeah.
Long as they'll have me. This is the first of 3 runs sort of in a row, separated by a couple of days.
Yeah.
5 weeks in the U.S. with Duran Duran. Then I'll come the beginning of July or the very end of June over to you guys in the UK. And we'll run around the UK in Europe middle of August. And then we'll come home for a week and resume with Duran Duran for another 6 weeks in the U.S. So that brings us to October.
Oh,
Wow.
wow, busy.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be great to catch up with you in the UK if we can, Richard. I'd love to do that. I know you've
Yeah, I'd
met
love that
Grace
too.
a couple of times now, so I'd love to meet.
Absolutely. It's always great to see Grace. And it was a surprise to me last time. We were doing a gig with Paolo Nutini, and I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It might even have been a private gig. I think it was a private gig, too. So it was great to
Yeah,
see Grace.
that's right.
And we hugged it out in the woods, and then we she went on and did what she had to do, and I was on my way to the stage.
Cool.
Wicked. That's so nice.
Yeah, it was good. It's always great to see Grace, and I have such tremendous respect for Grace.
How was your
anyway.
go on.
Hi, Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say, how was your collab, Andy? You did a thing with Grace at the EMOM the other night.
Yeah, Andy and Grace played live for the first time in years. I mean, obviously we were part of Chillage People years ago, but at the first live outing of Andy and Grace at the EMOM in Sheffield, it went really well. It went really well. Setting up for 2 people is considerably more difficult than setting up for 1. I had one key job to do. No, exactly. I had one key job to do, which I failed to do, and that was press record on the Bitbox so that we could record the set. And I got it wrong, so that was me, arse.
Happened.
Well, actually, the sound on the night was great. It sounded really good. But interestingly enough, it was a really quiet event. By that I mean in terms of people. There were not loads of people at the Sheffield EMOM this time round. It was noticeably quiet. I don't know why that is. But anyway, it was still a good night. It was very enjoyable. Some good acts on. So yeah, we've done it. We're Brawny, the organizer of the EMOM, as you know, Brawny's doing another extended one on the 11th of August. So he asked me actually if I would be happy to do a 45-minute set.
Cool.
I went, so but Grace and I are going to do it. Grace and I are going to do a 45-minute set. That's another reason why that beastie's come back out.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be required. So hopefully, we'll get the chance to sort of think about it, talk about it. So we're doing that. It's on the 11th of August. So I don't know if you're up for that one. If you are, give Brawny a shout.
Right. Yeah. Quite possibly. I'm not sure what I've got on around then. I think it should be free. But, yeah. Yeah, the last one I didn't get in till, was it gone 3 a.m.?
Stupid o'clock. I know, it'll be like that. It'll be one of those. Well, the other thing is there's a festival in Doncaster called Mother Fungus that Jen, the organizer of the Doncaster EMOM, she's involved in that somehow. Gave me a contact, and there's still a number of sort of half-hour slots available for for that, which I might. That's on the blimey, 23rd, 23rd, 24th, 25th of June, that weekend. So,
yeah, I'm
I'll-
free
I'll-
that weekend now.
well, again, I can pass you the contact details. A chap called Dave. Don't know any more than that. I sent him a text. So, anyway, sorry for sorting out our gig arrangements. Oh,
You're going to push record on that one.
well, I might get into it. It has to become routine. That's the problem. There's so many bits to think about. You've got 15 minutes to set up.
Yeah.
And is it working? Go. That's what it's like at the EMOMs. So, is it working? Yes. Press record. Go. It's just another step, and I missed it out. Stupid me. And then I've got to remember at the end of it all to press save, and then switch the case off before you dismantle to let the next people on. Bloody hell. Oh. Is there a power drill in your car, Andy? I don't know.
I just drove by a jackhammer.
Yeah. Oof. Good
I thought it was
samples.
my breakfast.
Sorry. Oh.
It's just like Jimmy Savile was in the room there.
Oh no! Don't say that. Oh, I've got this real bad habit of making Jimmy Savile kind of noises and using Jimmy Savile kind of phrases like now then, and I'll just get into trouble.
Do you know how many times I hear Jim will fix it?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, can you tell what it is yet?
Yeah.
Gladys,
Unfortunately, yes.
What's up, Gladys?
That's the dulcet sound of Velcro.
It is.
Oh God, I found a huge roll of sticky back Velcro.
Oh, cool stuff.
It's really good stuff. I could literally stick the Korg Oasis to the wall. Brilliant stuff, really is.
Is that Gladys the spider?
Yeah.
Oh.
Really restless. What's the matter? She's really quite quiet this time of night. What's the matter, sweetheart?
Oh, I had a pet spider in the bathroom. I called it Boris, though.
Boris, yeah. It kind of makes sense, really. Yeah.
Oh, it was before that, Boris. It was, and then one day Boris just wasn't there anymore. It's sad. I bloody hate spiders, but I missed Boris.
I bloody hate Boris.
Well,
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I had a kind of, I suppose you'd call it a mild arachnophobia, but by treating them as like a pet, if you like, it desensitizes you.
Yeah.
I gave her a bit of ham earlier, so she's had that.
Feeding your spider ham.
Yeah, it's meat. She injects it. It breaks it down. She sucks it all up later. So, but I did find a dead food bottle. I gave her that. Yeah, she's all right.
Now she's out in the shop.
Hmm?
Now she's out in the shop.
Well, in the workshop, when I ripped out all the workshop last week and put it all back together, ripped out all the shed, put it all back together, I didn't see a single spider. Not one.
They knew you were coming.
They must have done. I normally
Garbage.
go out of my way not to hurt them, so.
Yeah.
Very-
As Matt rightly pointed out, you ripped up their hunting ground, didn't you?
No, there's just none of them about. I don't understand it. I don't know why it was so devoid. Very weird. I don't know. But I don't get any flies in here, that's for sure. Takes care of all of them.
That's how you know they're still there.
Yeah. But I have to clean up after her, though. That's the thing. Because when they after they finished eating the fly, they cut it out of the web. And it drops down onto the window ledge, so I have to clean all these bloody carcasses up. Messy cow. Oh well. No see.
I see a dust in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, real different. You really need a full-on vacuum.
So what do you think of my little monitor then, Rick?
Your which?
My little monitor.
The Angel of the North.
What you're asking. Your little what?
What do you
Nice
think of my
one, Jim.
little monitor?
Which little monitor?
That one.
What I know. Oh, that thing.
Yeah. Stinky, isn't it?
All kinds of music.
Oh, broken the internet with that.
Is it curved or is it flat? I couldn't tell.
It's curved. Ever so slightly curved.
Oh,
Not over.
See.
5K.
So now you can open all of your string libraries at once
All of them.
and see them all simultaneously.
Yeah.
Side
I
by
can call up my 128 channel mixer on it. Using 2
There you
channels.
go.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. I think I'll at least try to power up that Mac Studio tomorrow.
Pardon me?
I think I'll at least try to start up that Mac Studio tomorrow.
Ah,
Yeah,
would
do
this
it.
be the first time?
It only took me about 3
I
days
see.
to migrate everything.
So are you waiting for it to increase in value?
Yeah, that would help. That would help. The only trouble is,
You're working
if I plug it in now,
vintage Mac
turn it
Studio
on.
Trail.
Yeah, well,
You know,
if I
probably
plug
next week they're gonna release one with an M2 Max or an M2 Ultra chip.
I'll
pretty
be on
soon.
M3 by then.
I tell you what, it won't matter, and you won't miss whatever the difference is in power.
Yeah. Well, you see, the Mac Mini has now packed up altogether.
Is what? Pack?
The Mac
up?
Mini has now packed up altogether.
Did you? I see.
Yeah.
Well, you won't be needing it.
Yeah, well, it's dead now.
My Mac Studio is integral to my life. It just sits on my desk and works. Down. I've never heard the fan once, and it just sits there and works, and it's powerful as hell. More powerful than probably any Mac Pro I've ever owned.
So
As regards
Yeah.
Studio.
So I've now got the M2 MacBook Air, and no fans, not even got any vents in it. It's amazing. Like running it with on 32 sample buffer size, and I'm like, I was having to use 512 on my Mac Mini before. Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, I'm talking to you on one. This is a M2 Mac Mini, MacBook Air.
Yeah, amazing.
I love this.
So
great,
light and portable, and yeah.
And the one I replaced it with was I hate it, which was a 2016 MacBook Pro.
Yeah.
and I so much prefer this computer. It's unbelievable. I mean, apart just in every way, the keyboard and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, it's a great computer. What did you get? The Midnight Blue?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I think it's great. I think it's a great computer too.
It is, definitely. It's really sleek.
Yeah, it's fun. And it connects. You know, when my i9 Mac, I think iMac break before I bought the Mac Studio, there was a period of like 2 or 2.5 weeks between which I ordered the Mac Studio and had to wait for it. But I had gotten my new 5K LG monitor that's compatible with all the Apple stuff already. So I set that thing up. I put this thing on a table next to it. I connected it with one USB-C cable. And quite honestly, apart from producing music, I could have lived the rest of my life like that. I had a Bluetooth keyboard and trackpad. I'm looking straight at my monitor, and the computer is just sitting next to it, and it worked like a champ. I mean, I never had a snag. It never looked like it was straining in any way in normal lifetime-oriented activities. It's just an awesome computer. It'll drive a 5K monitor straight off the Thunderbolt.
I know. I think we do some carpet cam here.
There you go. There's some no carpet here, but plenty of stone work. So.
I'm going to duck out and clamber into my bed and die gracefully. So I will bid you all a very pleasant evening. Nice to see you, Richard. Take care, Andy. Have a good gig tomorrow, Jim.
Yeah, cheers.
Enjoy rebuilding the studio,
Andy.
Kent. Take care, folks. See you all.
Cheers.
Bye.
Good night, Andrew.
I'm gonna have to go as well, actually, and
all right, Jim.
yeah, sort some stuff out. But
Okay.
yeah, cool.
Have a good
Well,
gig
nice to see
tomorrow.
you. You what? Sorry. You too.
Good gig
Cheers.
tomorrow.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, it should be fine.
Good.
It's kind of coming full circle a little bit, so it should be really enjoyable. So, cool. Take care, everyone. Lots of love.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
See you, Jim.
Bye.
So, Jim, speaking of Apple, here's the shrine.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Where are you now? What town are you walking in, Andy?
This is Stanford Shopping Center, Palo Alto.
Oh, okay. You know, I was just there, basically. I was in
You were?
Menlo Park. I was in Menlo Park like 2 weeks
Oh,
ago.
man.
Our first gig was that festival in Napa, and then the next gig was San Jose. So we stayed in Menlo
no way.
Park. Yeah. I didn't realize you were that close.
And
cut.
you walk
End
20.
scene.
You walk 20 feet away from an Apple store, and the internet ends.
Lots of fancy stores here. Yeah, sorry, a call came in while I was walking.
Oh, I see.
What'd you say? I missed it. Sorry.
I didn't say anything, but Louis Vuitton, we played his grandson's wedding in Venice.
Oh.
Quite the affair.
Yeah, there's all kinds of fancy crap here.
I'm waiting for Andy to walk into a Karen.
Oh, just wait. I'm going to Victoria's Secret, and there'll be one in there, right? So.
Oh, right, yeah.
See the famous one in Victoria's Secret?
Yeah. Why are you filming me?
I'm going to this nice little bakery coffee place.
To drown your sorrows.
La Baguette Patisserie.
It seems to me that donuts are making a comeback in the United States. There's all this craft donut stuff going on. Every town I go to lately, it's like, have you tried these donuts? Like, which is good because it threatens the Dunkin' Donuts hierarchy who make junk. So it's good in that regard, but I just don't really need to be eating donuts. But it's interesting to see that the craft world has now embraced donutry, if there is something.
Yeah, because I tried some Dunkin' Donuts here, and one of them, you could almost taste the chemicals in it.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's mostly lard and sugar.
Yeah, but there was something else going on in one of them. It's very sort of like, oh,
Yeah, I'm sure anything that's got cream in it or that kind of thing probably
yeah,
has plenty of wacky goop in it. I don't know.
yeah,
But anyway, it's interesting to me that a craft donut world seems to be arising in this country to follow, craft everything else that we have now. And I think it's a good thing ultimately because we end up getting better products when we do want them.
yeah.
So Steve Elbows says Dunkin's donuts are better. Are you talking about normal Dunkin', like Dunkin Dunkin', or is there a Dunkin's,
It's probably
somewhere where
done.
you live
Donuts. Yeah,
that's different? Because actually, American Dunkin' dropped donuts from their name because they want to feel like they can market other kinds of foods. They don't want to just be same way Domino's is no longer Domino's Pizza.
really.
They're dropping the product from brand name so that they feel freer to offer different kinds of products and promote them and not look like they're out of character to their original charter, I guess, or something. I don't know. But that's what's going on. I see it in a lot of major companies, food companies in particular.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve, thanks.
I'm not quite sure what we've seen there.
I think he's in the loo. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's doing. Is he in some? It looks like a clothing store dressing room.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Give me back my screen.
So what time's your gig tonight, buds?
We hit 8ish, somewhere around 8. Maybe 8:10, something like that. We're only playing 40, 45 minutes on this tour. So,
So it's literally in and out.
pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's before you know it. The audience has a good time. We've been opening.
Off to the next one.
Pardon?
Is it back to the bus and off to the next one?
Well, typically it would be, and for many it is. But for me tonight, it's back to the bus, grab my small bag and my computer, and fly to New Jersey, where I'm going to a wedding tomorrow. And then on Monday, I'll be flying back to Austin, Texas, which is where this bus will have spent 2 days driving while I was at the wedding in New Jersey.
Wow.
Because it's a really, really long distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, I'm playing 2 Phantom 8s, and Russell Graham is also playing a Phantom 8 on stage. It's been
and that USB thing's working out,
great.
is it?
What do you mean the USB thing?
You know, setting up the machines when you get there.
Oh yeah, that's all done. That's absolutely all done, and it went smooth as Niall used to say, smooth as a gravy sandwich. It went really well. Oh, getting them set up was easy. Now I'm just like focusing down on getting everything really balanced properly, and I have to adjust my technique a lot as compared to playing the RD 700 GX that I've been playing all these years, because the dynamic is totally different. But once I get it, and I'm pretty close, it's really offered me a lot more dynamic possibilities in the parts. I can be more dramatic with the parts once I get control of how it's different. And I'm really loving the synth sounds. I'm just loving operating these instruments. They feel and sound great to me, and I'm just having a blast playing them.
Good.
Yeah, it's been really cool.
Yeah, because I was saying earlier that when you were playing that Phantom to us on Skype that time, it was sounding really good.
The synths are remarkable.
Yeah.
And the front panel controls for filtering and enveloping give a very, very satisfying illusion that you're operating a synthesizer. I'm using the Jupiter 8 in a couple of songs that just fucking fat and ballsy and clear and buzzy and just great, well balanced and not too anything. It's just full and great sounding, and I'm really enjoying that. And then I've got this nice like portamento style lead on one song that plays against some other synth I'm playing in my left hand, and it's so much. I honestly have never seen a workstation as deep as this. Now I can't say that I'm really really deep in Korg's, Kronos, and whatever's the next one. What is it, Nautilus that came after Kronos or whatever it's called? There's a second generation that's after Kronos.
Yeah.
I haven't really spent a lot of time with those, but because the fact that they take 3 minutes to boot up really puts me off. But this one takes about 45 seconds to boot up because of all the stuff I've got loaded in it.
Yeah.
And but other than that, it's just amazing. It's fantastic. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah. Did you redo that string fall sample?
Where I don't remember when I was going to redo what, but
Okay.
I have all the string fall samples I wanted to have.
I think it.
In
Oh no, it
stereo.
wasn't. It wasn't the string fall. It was the little bicycle bell one for.
Yeah, I found a
Don-
bell that works. I went back at it and found a bell that was better than the one I was using.
Yeah.
And I've changed the string sound since the first gig I played with it too, back last month before we started the tour. So I've combination of improving the programming and improving my playing on this instrument is bringing out a really good result, I think, and I'm really enjoying it. And more importantly, I know it's really important for the audience to hear this, but the most important aspect of the thing really is whether or not it inspires my bandmates.
Yeah.
Because frankly, the audience wasn't complaining about the way it was, so that's just coming to another, chic show in a way. But it really does. And Russell has also really expanded his programming stuff in his Phantom 8. And for example, I literally have never heard a better sounding vocoder.
Yeah.
We spent a bunch of time on it, and he and our engineers have just a spectacular sounding vocal. It's got clarity like I can't believe. It's just really really beautiful, and the way he's laying out different patches and stuff. Between the two of us, we've brought a whole palette of new colors to the band, and it's just fun. And I think from what everybody's saying on stage, it's inspiring them, and that's really, I think, the most important aspect of it. The audience, like I said, was fine before, and now they can be more fine because even people who knew the old show, and lots of people over where you live do, now they're going to hear a different take on it. They're going to hear different. I don't even think they'll notice that they're hearing different colors, but it'll just sound good.
I think for the most part, most people won't.
Yeah.
But because they just hear the whole thing. They don't pick anything out as such.
So Matt's asking me a question. Do I take copies of the SD? I'm not quite sure what I understand what you're asking me, Matt. We do have multiples. We're using 3 of them on stage, and we have 4 of them, Matt, to answer your question about multiples. So we have 1 spare for 3 stage pieces.
So you're not doing the thing you used to do with the RDs, where you used to hire the RDs at the venue you were going to?
No, we haven't done it in a long time. No, we haven't done that in a while. We own RD 700s.
Right.
And we own RD 800s. No, and the RD 2000s. We own all of that, but for this tour, it's 4 Phantom 8s, and it will be when I come to England as well. I think they're carrying backups because we own the backups, and it's not any real big deal to carry them if you own them already and they're in cases.
Yeah. So you're actually
Oh,
taking the machines with you, as opposed
pardon?
to you're actually taking the
We
machines
travel
with.
for the most part to the extent that we can with our own gear. There are going to be cases where I have to go back and play the RD700 and RD800,
Yeah.
where we're renting gear and they can't provide Phantoms. But I think the Phantoms are starting to become more easily rentable, which I'm hopeful for. And yeah, it's going to take me 35 minutes to get the thing prepared to play our show, and I have to remember after I'm done using it to wipe it because you have to load licenses onto the instrument to play what I'm using, which means, out of respect for Roland, I don't want to leave their shit all over the marketplace. They sell
Yeah.
this stuff,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
So yeah, Matt, I have multiple SD, flash drives, not SD cards, flash drives, and they load via USB, normal USB connectors, not card readers. But I mean, it's 6 1/2 dozen the other in terms of the usage of the thing. It just happens to be they like flash drives over there. So I have flash drives that include the latest OS for the instrument, all of the sound libraries we're using, all of the virtual instruments we're using, and the custom programming we've done for the band, all on each flash drive. So you stick a flash drive in the back and you can do everything you need to do to get this instrument playable.
Good. Isn't it?
Well, in this case, I'm going to have to spend 35 or 40 minutes with the rental gear per instrument, and I have multiple flash drives. So the last time I did 2 of them at the same time. And interestingly, they did not take the same amount of time to do. I can't tell you why that is or why it should be, but one of them, the one I started second, ended first. So I can't explain that, and I'm not even going to ask Roland. But I might mention it as a side, it's just a thing. But because it doesn't matter, and neither of them was unduly long, so it's not a problem. It's just it's a curiosity. When you've got 2 of the same exact thing, and you start one like 15 seconds before the other, and they both execute the same long series of complicated loads and everything else, and you get to the end, and the one you started second finishes first. How'd that happen?
Maybe one's doing more error correction than the other one.
One of them slacking off. That's
one of them sort of like can't be asked.
Yeah, and it also presented me with a rider the next morning. It wanted various things. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, but they're all working great. One of them in shipping, the one I shipped from my house, and I will take no responsibility for this, arrived damaged. So it had taken a tremendous fall, and the front rail in front of the keys had been bent inward such that a couple of the keys were actually sticking. And here's to having a fantastic road crew who literally took the thing apart, bent the thing back, and everything is fine. But the thing took a serious fall. There's no way that should have happened. I packed that thing, and it was in styrofoam, bespoke styrofoam ends that sit it correctly. I packed it as well as they packed it.
Wow.
But that's the one that arrived damaged. But again, our outstanding crew pulled it apart and fixed it, which is pretty amazing.
Wow. They must have had a hell of a whack then.
Yeah, right. It really had to have been dropped on like the edge of a flatbed truck or something. You know what I mean? Like something that could really get in there because it wasn't within an inch or two of the outside edge of the box. You know what I mean? When it's situated properly, it's sort of floating in the box.
Yeah.
Which it had to have been quite a slam that it took.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I've played it, but I've loaded it. And it loaded everything fine, and the keyboard works fine, and everything feels fine. So electronically, it appears to work. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly whether or not I've played it actually yet, but because right now that's number 4, and we're playing the other 3. Ideally, at some point, they should all become interchangeable across players and across anything. You should literally be able to put up anyone. There are certain things that come up as defaults that I'm trying. In other words, it's kind of better if we don't. Um, we don't have a dedicated keyboard staff. The people who are setting up our gear are tasked. One of them is the guitar tech, one of them is the drum tech, one of them is the production manager, one of them is the monitor engineer. So I try to make things as absolutely easy for them as possible because I don't want them to really have to spend a lot of time worrying about this shit or focused on, complicated menu diving techniques in order to get things the way they need to be. Because we did find one curious thing about this with regards to the vocoder, which Russ is using, which is there is no way to get the thing to default with the microphone input on that we have found. I actually have to talk to them about this because it may exist and we just haven't found it. But as far as we can tell, there is no save routine that gets you to a place where when you power the unit up, the microphone input is defaulted to on. There may be some good solid reasons in terms of feedback and other things that might happen in order like there may be a responsible reason why you want it to default off all the time. But it's just somebody, the guitar tech has to go menu diving to find, to get to the place where you adjust that. And so either there needs to be a routine that takes him straight to that parameter, whether it's shift and press or whatever, something.
Yeah.
Or, maybe there's a hidden feature that allows you to do that. But other than that, everything's great. And I've been able to program scenes and chains so that when you power the instrument up and just press the chain button on the top and bottom instrument, the right chains come up. Everything's groovy. And that's how I want it to be for them because they've got a lot of other things to worry about.
Yeah. Looks like Andy's in the car park.
Having a hell of a signal here. Sorry, guys. It's the middle of Silicon Valley. I think I get a decent fucking signal, but nope.
Yeah, there you go. So, Matt, what does this have to do with Nick retiring JP8s from his touring rig? I'm just trying to understand the lesson you've taken from this and where it applies.
Probably them getting damaged shipping from venue to venue.
Oh, I see. The shipping damage issue.
Yeah.
Yes. Never mind. That's right. Yes. Okay. Well, I don't know if that's why, because nobody ships things in a cardboard box anymore. The only reason this occurred was because they sent the first two to my home and to Russell's home so that we could sit and spend as long as we needed programming it. So we had really good starting points to bring into rehearsal and refine. Yeah, I get it, Matt. Thank you. So you're never shipping these things in cardboard boxes. It's how it arrived. And how the hell else am I going to get it to LA from my house? But put it back in the box it arrived in as well as possible and seal it up as professionally as possible. And it's the same, it's the same as shipping it to a retailer ultimately in terms of that. But in general, in terms of going on the road and as it relates to whatever Nick might have decided about bringing JP8s or not, because I'm sure it did have to do with not wanting to damage them. And I don't know what he uses for those sounds now, but the JP8 virtual instrument in the Phantom is awesome. It sounds great. I don't know if it sounds like a JP8 or if it sounds more, whatever. I've never owned a JP8, but that virtual instrument in this Phantom 8 sounds great, really great.
This is the plug outs, isn't it, from the cloud?
Yeah. Yeah, and you can run them on the computer once you've paid for them. You can run them anywhere. But very satisfying to have that degree, that kind of synthesis sound in a workstation is really revolutionary to me. I mean, because generally speaking, workstations and romplers in general place samples of synthesizers.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have the life, the vibrancy that these things have. Russell's using the SH-101 somewhere. I think he's using the JX-8 somewhere in the show. I'm using a bunch of Jupiter 8 usually. I don't remember what else I used. Stuff sounds remarkable, and I've never seen a workstation so versatile. The ability to load samples. I don't know if they even advertise this. There are apparently 7 computers in this instrument, most of them dedicated to particular sections of the instrument. So it's got those 16 lit up buttons on the right end that you can use for various functions.
Yeah.
One of the things you can do there is store long pieces of wave files, like long data audio that could be used in a combo set or whatever as backing tracks or almost any usage you can imagine for using them, and they have their own memory area that does not infringe on the program and sample memory, and it has its own computer that runs it. The sample engine has its own computer. It's remarkable. I've never seen a workstation like this.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them all, but of the ones I've seen, I've never seen anything this powerful and this versatile. And I'm loving it. I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
And I'm loving helping them make it known, because the thing was released in 2019 and basically didn't really get off the ground very well before the pandemic hit. And so it's almost like they're introducing a new instrument, even though it's 4 years old.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy to show people what it looks like and show people how much fun it seems to be to play.
Yeah, because I noticed that when I was listening to you playing that Phantom, it massively dated my Oasis.
Yeah, it would. It would.
Right.
I mean, there's so many years between them that it damn well
Yeah.
should.
But it was light years. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It wasn't
well,
like it was just sort of like so much better. It was like millions of times better.
yeah,
Because
well,
they're kind of the same kind of machine, aren't they? Really?
well, they seek to be flagship workstations. If we can use it a category name, I'd go with flagship workstations. Roland's
Yeah.
got Montage, rather Yamaha's got Montage, Roland's got Phantom, Korg's
Yeah.
got whatever the successor to the Kronos is. I think it's Nautilus, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their flagship, and it better be a damn good instrument, for what they're charging for these things. And in this case, it is. It's an expensive instrument. No
Hey, Rich,
question.
have you played with that enzyme functionality?
No, I don't have any particular use for it that I know of yet, but I'm aware of it, and it's available to me if I want to use it. I just haven't.
It's extra, right? Does it cost extra, or is it built in?
I think it's part of their cloud offering thing. I think you buy it through their cloud. It doesn't come on the instrument. The instrument becomes capable, I believe, of running whatever that is, but I don't think it doesn't come stock on the instrument, and I think it comes as part of a subscription plan with their cloud services.
Okay.
That's what I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know I don't have it. And I'm trying not. I already have a lot of sound libraries loaded that I'm not using, but I'm trying not to overload the thing, just so I can keep my load time to at least what I've got now. At some point, I may even pare it down to just what I'm using. But these were the things that were recommended to me to get. And so for now, the instruments have all of this capability in them, and that's kind of cool.
What is your load time?
Right now, my load time, you mean to prepare an instrument to be played from factory zero?
Just when it's set up the way you like it and you go boot it up, how long does it take to get started?
45 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as opposed to the 3 minutes that the Oasis take.
Yeah, I think, and as I
M3 takes a while too. Yeah,
and that's just factory standard.
Yeah.
So they've come a long way.
Yeah, it's a really, really fully featured instrument, and I'm really enjoying learning about it. It's deep, and
is there anything you don't like about it?
The only thing I was identifying earlier in conversation is we haven't found a way to default the microphone input to on because one of us uses a vocoder, and
Oh yeah.
having the road crew have to go menu diving to turn on the
Oh, that's stupid. Yeah.
microphone
Should
input.
be a
Well,
hotkey
it
for
may
that
be
or something.
stupid, but there may actually be a good reason for it. But we haven't found yet a way to get it to default on. And I can't say that's something I don't like. There is also an omission, I believe, in the editing where they call. I'm trying to make sure I get the nomenclature right. They talk about zones. I don't think there's a copy zone feature, either within or across scenes, which is their big structural top. That's the big.
Yeah.
The overriding structure is a scene, and inside of a scene you have zones, which are made up of tones. I occasionally in my programming want to grab a zone and copy it and then do something to it, either within the
Sure.
same instrument or across different instruments. This is something that I have suggested to them that they implement and that they seem to embrace as an idea. So we may see that in the future. So that's something I wouldn't say I don't like about it, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass when I have to duplicate something manually that should be easy to copy. That's the only copy function I found that's missing. Let's see. Babs is asking me. Yes, I have 2 Phantom 8s now, and both of them are loaded with the same program sets. In other words, either one would work in either position. Well, Cresshead, if you know where to do that, because we've looked high and low and tried multiple attempts at creating something that defaulted with the vocoder input on, the microphone input on, and so far we've been unsuccessful. I'm sure we'll go back at it, and I'm actually going to run it by them. So I agree with you. We should be able to do that, and I hope we can figure out how. Okay, he's saying he's seen 90 seconds for Kronos. It was told to me by chord reps, but I believe you.
So since you rent everywhere you guys go, are you having trouble finding that new stuff in certain venues?
We don't rent everywhere we go, and actually, the time I got to use it before we started using it on tour was because they couldn't supply any of the other keyboards we needed. And I said, well, if they have a Phantom 8, I'm almost done programming one. And they turned out they did. This was in a gig far, far, far away in Asia. And I ended up playing it on that gig. So, so there will come times where I have to rent, where not I have to rent, the production staff has to rent gear. But in general, we're playing right now instruments that we own. And we will be through this tour and through most of our European touring this year. There will be occasions in Europe where we're renting gear, and it may not be Phantom 8s. It may be what I used to use. Yeah, they all load a ton of stuff at the beginning nowadays. But anyway, I'm having fun learning, enjoying this instrument.
Seems nice.
Winning audiences night after night that didn't come to see you. That's really the challenge to me, and I love it because we pretty much nail it. Winning audiences that didn't come to see you. Lisa, that's funny. Yeah, I can get it to boot up to any scene I want. That's not the problem. This is a system setting, and it's not a per scene. It's not adjusted per scene, as I understand it. So, and mind you, this was not. I was across the room from this, so I'm describing to you my understanding of something I wasn't deeply involved in. But as Russell explained it to me, this particular microphone setting that switches it on or off is a part of the system data, not part of the scene data. Again, I'm telling you what I've been told. I don't have direct experience with this, but I was there when he was trying to save it in many different ways, and we never did get it to boot up from start with the microphone input on. And it's not that much menu diving, but the guy who's doing the menu diving isn't really a keyboardist and really shouldn't have to be thinking about this whole thing. So hopefully they've got a way to do that, and if they don't, it'll be another suggestion that you be able to do that as part of some savable form of data that can be loaded easily. That's so funny, Inky. She says, "Don't rent in Cornwall; they'll send you a tractor instead." Where are we now? Oh my God. Time flies, doesn't it? Yeah, Azio Head, take a look at pedal boards. Because no guitar player worth his salt has any less than 30 or 40 pedals connected together in series. I'm not sure that guitar players are so much easier. Quite honestly, with my shit, you power it up, you wait for it to power it up, you press one button, and you walk away. I know that'll take a minute to get across. Of course, it would be easier if people were using Blue Cat's Axiom, but that's just me. Yeah, it's true. The pedals do boot faster. I'll give you that. From a time spent perspective, yes, it'll go. Well, no, I don't know. You still got to. Well, no, they tend to come as preformed pedal boards. I get it, but anyway. Actually, our guitar tech has other things going on too, because I think that the front of house sound is coming off of a Kemper rather than an amplifier, even though there are amplifiers on stage. That amplifier has been modeled and is being used for the audience mix. And there's two of them backstage. The guitar tech, and plus, with all due respect, our bass player is a full-time job. So in addition to the guitar player, who's the band leader, he's got to deal with that. And the bass player is getting used to using in-ears for the first time in his life in any significant quantity. So there's all that. Oh, thanks, Matt. Hopefully someday over a beer. Or the beverage of your choice.
Oh, where did he go?
Who knows?
No.
Menlo Park?
Mhm.
Apple headquarters? I said Menlo Park. I'm just kidding. Because he was just next to Menlo Park. I can't remember where it was.
Oh.
Palo Alto. That's where it was.
Yeah.
Cursing the availability of Wi-Fi in Silicon Valley, which is an odd irony. I'll admit.
Yeah, it is kind of, isn't it?
Where's my gig tonight? My gig tonight is in Salt Lake City, which is the arena that I'm sitting in a bus outside of. Never been to Salt Lake City before. So looking forward to winning an audience tonight.
So what's Salt Lake City famous for?
Other than having the Great Salt Lake?
Yeah.
Mormons.
Oh, okay.
Mormonism. This is basically the home of Mormonism, as I understand it, and the surrounding area and state. So they're sort of known for that.
Okay. So lots of guys walking around with white shirts and black ties on.
I haven't seen any of that.
No?
It doesn't look any. I mean, I haven't been out very much. I got here like I don't remember. I got here a couple of days. I've been laying low because I was letting my knee rest. I hyperextended my knee, so I was laying really low yesterday. So I haven't really been out and about much. So I can't speak to the local culture very much. But everybody I've met has been very, very nice. And no, it doesn't look like any kind of automaton, zombie world to me. Now, I've also learned a few things about Mormonism that might suggest that they are an automaton zombie world. But I haven't seen any evidence of that since I've been. To answer your question, Cress, I use the wiggle stick. I actually don't touch the wheels at all. First of all, they're really far away, although the wiggle stick is almost as far away. But about the only thing I use the wiggle stick for at this point is to switch Leslie speeds on the Hammond sound, which, by the way, is awesome. The Hammond organ sounds coming out of this thing are just freaking awesome. But I use Utah. But all I got to do is like tap the wiggle stick, and it switches Leslie speeds, and that's reflected in the front panel lights. So you can literally look at the front panel and see how fast your Leslie's going. It's pretty cool. And the actual organ, the virtual organ that they've got in this thing, and laying it out the drawbars across those sliders. If you were I'm not that drawbar savvy, but I know what they do, and I know how I can modify things.
Yeah.
But so I'm not really using this function yet. But when you call up the organ patch, and all of a sudden all those sliders become drawbar settings, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that is savable via scene. Yeah. It's nice to just look up and see where your Leslie's at. And it also probably makes for a nice visual, quite honestly. Because the thing does have some pretty colored lights all over it, and they change depending on what you're doing and what you're using. And you can modify them to your heart's content if you want to spend a lot of time doing that. So there's a lot of nice little visual touches on this instrument that I think make them attractive to look at from an audience. And as much as that's not the reason why I would use one, it's a bit of a nice perk to using it.
Well, I'm just quite impressed. I'm running the entire show tonight, man.
Quite impressed. What? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm running the entire show on an iPad.
Oh, are you?
Not bad, is it?
It doesn't look quite as real time to me as desktop computing did.
Mm.
I'm seeing you talk. There seems to be a little more perceptible delay between what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. And I'm not even sure which side what's earlier, but it's not quite as tight as I'm used to seeing.
Not only that, but it runs hot. My phone kept shutting down because StreamYard was overheating it.
Yeah, but I mean, you seem to be in time.
I do.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm on the M2 MacBook Air, and I'm sitting in a bus using Wi-Fi. So I don't know what that... because it's already integrated in what I'm sending. In other words, you're using a separate mic. Well, no, now you might be using the microphone on the iPad.
I'm using the microphone in the iPad. Yeah.
You see, and right now it actually looks tight. But earlier I thought I saw a lag.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure. No, and right now it looks fine. Because you really start getting into trouble or you can more easily get into trouble where you're using a different source for your audio than you're using for your video, because then it's got to be re-aggregated within the machine somehow.
Yeah.
In a successful way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping.
And Inky is saying we all look good in terms of the sync, if nothing else.
Well, I was hoping to get the Mac Studio up and kicking and do the show on that tonight, but I'd already put away the mixer that had the XLRs on it for the mic, for the
I see.
ESM. So it was like, oh god.
You don't have don't you have a Revelator microphone?
Well, yeah, but for the Revelator, on the back of the Revelator, it's not XLR.
No, it's USB-C, which plugs right into the front of your Mac Studio. Boom, off you run it.
Yeah, but how do I plug the mic in?
Right into the front of the Mac Studio. There's a USB-C cable.
No, it's
Both ends.
it's an XLR mic, isn't it?
Your Revelator is an XLR mic?
No, my mic is an XLR.
Oh, I said, though, you have a Revelator microphone. You could boot up the Mac Studio and use that and run a show.
There's a mic built into the Revelator.
Oh, wait. You've got the interface. You don't have the microphone.
No.
You know they were blowing that microphone out for $60?
What?
I'm not sure they still are, but they were blowing out that microphone for $60. It's a $180 microphone.
Jeez, great.
And the dynamic version is $99. They may still have it on the PreSonus website. $60 and $100 for the condenser or for the dynamic Revelator microphone with all the features, everything. It's fully featured products. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, but like I say, I'm really looking forward to firing up this Mac Studio. And see what it's capable of.
Mm-hmm. It's impressive. I'm telling you. It's and to Azio Head's question here: does anybody have a full spec Mac Pro? I don't think there exists a full spec Mac Pro that can outperform the highest end Mac Studio at this point.
Hmm.
And that's been a discussion pretty much because are they likely to issue Mac Pros when the Mac Studios are this powerful? I think with the M1 Ultra chip, it's supposed to outperform anything they've ever sold before. And they're about to, I think, to release new Mac Studios in the next week or two, possibly. Uninformed speculation here.
Yeah, because the Ultra is a 40-core CPU, isn't it? On the Ultra.
Yeah. And to get to the point Azio Head's making now, I mean, yeah, sure, the Intel versions are kind of obsolete now, but we're also talking about a device that's, that costs less than a fully.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not likely to want to put ARM chips in my old Intel machine. I'm much more likely to buy something that was designed to run them and sell the old machine, if that's your thing.
I think my Mac Studio is a 20-core CPU, 40-core GPU with I think it's a 2 terabyte internal.
All right.
And some other whistles and bells, and I think the whole thing came to 3K. All in.
Had to be what?
It came to 3K altogether.
Oh, 3K. Yeah, okay. Well, mine came to 2K, but I didn't buy up as much SSD. I didn't buy up the processor. I bought mostly a base unit with a 1 terabyte SSD, and the base unit comes with 32 gigabytes of what used to be known as RAM.
Yeah, I think it's 164. But the idea is that I wanted a machine that was going to be able to use. I'm hoping that the new Lightwave will take advantage of these extra GPU cores. And there's also, you don't know whether there's going to be some of this, these VSTs that are using GPU cores. How many of these new VSTs might come out in the near future?
As excited and happy as I am to see people exploiting the unused aspects of the GPU in order to promote plug-in usage on that part of the platform.
Yeah.
At the rate I see it being embraced right now, it's not that encouraging. there is one company called GPU Audio who do a lot of really, really interesting and exciting things. And I'm totally in support of what they're up to, and I'm good. But I haven't seen one other company seeking. Heck, what was that crazy new plugin format we were talking about 2 or 3 years ago that I have yet to see? Pretty much a couple of people have it. It starts with a P. Pono? Is it Pono or something like that?
God.
But my point is that some part of me doesn't think that the world is sitting around waiting breathlessly for a new plugin format. I'd like to be wrong about that. And I hope these GPU guys are successful, because I think having the thing sitting there idling, doing nothing through most of your music work is absurd. You should be able to use it. And it's a wonderful thing. Don't get me wrong. But I just don't see the acceptance coming at any rate of speed that leads me to believe that we're going to be using them that way anytime soon.
Yeah.
So making a decision about your hardware based on the possibility that maybe someday various people are going to make software you actually want to use that run on the GPU, I don't know. That's kind of not how I think about it when I'm buying hardware.
Yeah.
There's too many ifs and maybes and buts and what ifs and clap. Thank you, Steve. That was the other.
That's it.
Thank you, Steve. Well, when you say the clap community is very alive, I guess I just haven't seen a product list, and I haven't of A, people who are supporting clap on the plugin end of the thing, and B, people who are running music software into which those plugins typically get hosted and supporting clap. I'm sure you guys will know. For example, I'll bet you Bitwig is supporting clap, maybe, but who else is supporting clap? Does anybody in the chat room know? Brain Trust friends? Who's supporting clap? And I hope it's successful. I don't mean to sound like the Reaper format. I just don't see people waiting for them.
The biggest use of GPU was Bitcoin mining.
Beg your pardon, Andy?
Is it Bitcoin mining?
Yeah, Steve says it's Bitwig so far.
The GPU was Bitcoin mining.
Pardon me, Andy?
That's why it was so hard to get a graphics card for a while, because all the guys were buying it for Bitcoin mining. Hard to get for a while because they were gobbling them up for Bitcoin mining.
Right, understood.
Because we got Bitwig with the Rolly, didn't we?
We got a beginner version. Track limited, whatever. Yeah, they want the taster. You got the taster software with roll. I haven't even downloaded it. I'm sure it's great. By the way, I'm sure Bitwig is wonderful. Again, no aspersion being cast here. I just haven't bothered with it.
Yeah, I
use a lot of different DAWs, but I'm not working that much right now anyway. So,
watch Matt Hodson with Bitwig; he'll sell it right away.
Oh, good. I love Matt Hodson, so that he can sell me ice cream in the Arctic.
It's great because it's like modular features inside the software. It's like a soft modular and a DAW. Yep,
I've seen that. I've seen him demonstrate that. It's awesome. It's kind of like what was the name of that DigiDesign? Synthesizer from the late '80s that was modular, and you drag it onto your Mac SE and you'd create your own signal pads and shit. But it's kind of like the second coming of all of that. I can't remember the name of it though.
No.
I did have fun with it, but anyway, I'm not casting any shade on any of these things. I hope they all succeed. I just don't see evidence to suggest that it is.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I was hoping that my Mac Studio wasn't going to be a one-trick pony, and there is at least talk in the chat rooms and the forums at the moment that the new Lightwave 3D will have GPU support for faster rendering. So, more GPU cores, the better.
Yep.
So, I was going to ask you about that. Is there a release date for the new Lightwave?
They're talking about July.
Oh, wow.
which seemed
Well, you bought
a
that in perfect
little-
time then.
Yeah, but it also seemed a little bit soon for a software package that's supposedly been written from the ground up.
It's a fishy, huh?
Yeah, it's like
Maybe they were writing it for all this time, didn't tell anybody.
Well, yeah, it's possible, I suppose. Yeah,
It's kind of like
I know
how
we got
JMS has that new Babylon 5 show that's already shot, and he didn't tell anybody till it was shot.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's this month, isn't it?
That is this summer. He didn't have an exact date yet. If you
go
on his Twitter, he's been tweeting a storm about it.
Yeah.
God, these people can't drive for shit. What the fuck are you doing? Holy shit. Damn it. California's getting worse by the day for lots of reasons.
Wow. Yeah, well, it'll be, like I say, it'd be interesting to see. Turn it on and see what it does. See how it runs.
I'm looking forward to seeing you turn it on and seeing what it does. All right, so listen, I kind of need to go. I have some things I need to attend. I'm going to have a gig, and it's been great. Thanks for inviting me. I love seeing you guys.
All the time. Just come on.
Good to see you, Rich.
I understand. Well, I'm kind of backed up these days, but whenever I see it and I try.
When you can.
Happy to. Always happy to. Great seeing you guys.
All right.
Don't forget, break a leg.
Great seeing you, Andy. Even if you are an avatar.
Well, I'm parked on the driveway now. It's not very interesting.
Take care, friends. Bye-bye.
See you later, babe. You still on the road?
No, I just pulled in, so a proper computer for a while because I've been on mobile for hours. That's probably why the phone got so hot. It was on constantly for hours. But I thought it was the crappy internet coverage because sometimes it is. You say it's like I couldn't get fiber to my place, and I'm in Silicon Valley, not right dead center, but AT&T fiber would not get to my neighborhood, so I had to go with Comcast, which is okay,
Yeah.
But I wanted I'm not getting gig Ethernet. I'm getting maybe 800 max, usually more like 600.
Yeah.
Which is decent, right? I mean, but considering where I am, where this shit was basically invented and is proliferating all the businesses, I can't get it at home. That's kind of stupid, right?
Yeah.
Just based on the neighborhood.
I'm on 300 here, but every single time I've tested it, day or night, it always reports to be about 385.
Okay.
But 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
So, because it's like go, oh yeah, I'll have the 600, but you actually get like maybe 350.
That's your download. What's your upload?
I think it's 39.
Okay.
So it's always bottlenecked going up anyway.
Yeah, it's always hugely asymmetrical. So, unless you buy like a special setup.
Yeah.
Business class, whatever.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, no, when I connect to the Spitfire audio server, downloading another huge library, I mean, it really does come down briskly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's not too hard to get throttled these days for any reason.
Yeah, no, I just never seem to get it. It just seems to always be flat out, which is fine. Because they did offer me gigabit, and I said, "Oh, what's the guarantee on getting gigabit all the time?" And they went,
"Yeah, exactly, yeah."
Yeah, I go, "Well, you know what?
Pay more and maybe get it."
Yeah, I'm quite happy because I know I'm getting 400 on my 300 package.
How do you guys? I mean, obviously different plans, but what does yours work out to be roughly per month? How much?
Oh God, now you're asking.
Because mine's like over 100. Mine's like 120 a month or something like that. It's kind of
What?
expensive. Yeah.
Holy shit, man!
And it's not even pure gigabit. I mean, 120 bucks a month or whatever. Now, work was paying for half of it for a while
Yeah.
during the pandemic, and then as soon as pandemic basically ended, kind of officially, they said, "Oh, you're not getting that anymore." So for a while, I was only doing half price, which was pretty easy.
Okay. Oh God, no, I don't think it's that much. Actually,
Yeah.
I can probably find. Let me quickly whip over. I'll quickly find out here.
But I want to make sure I had a decent coverage because of Ramsey's show and because of some YouTube stuff I started playing around with. So I've had it for 2019, I think, is when I first started it.
Yeah.
A little before that, and just kept it because the quality's been good. It's just it is expensive.
Okay, let's have a look at the current deals. Accept all cookies. Let's have a look. Broadband only. Here we go. See what this says. Broadband only. 350. Okay, let's look at 350. Well, give us some prices, dudes.
What do you expect? Customer service? Come on.
Yeah. Like long-winded.
That costs extra. You didn't pay enough for customer service, so.
Yeah. See your broadband. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Well, the 132 meg works out at £17 a month.
So you guys are getting a deal. That's pretty good.
So our 350 has got to be somewhere in the region of, I'd say probably about £35 a month.
Yeah. That's a deal.
Thereabouts. You can always, obviously you get a bigger bundle, better deal.
Yeah, if you get all the fucking cable channels and all that stuff, I get
yeah.
I get the extra deals, but I don't want all that stuff. So
yeah.
all those premium channel, buy all the premium channels, and buy this, buy that, and it's like, I'm not even going to watch most of them.
Well, this is it. I think Fiona wanted the Virgin Media box, so she's got all the channels. The phones are on the fibre as well, and the internet. So we've just got this. It's just one package. But I think the internet works out maybe about 35 quid, I suppose. You just separate it out of the package. So what you're paying does sound quite pricey. Yeah.
It is. Like I said, when the work was paying for half, I was like, hey, no big deal, But they cut that off as quickly as they could.
Yeah.
Even though you put in extra time and extra whatever, it's like, we're not gonna reward you in any way. You're just a working stiff,
Yeah.
You're just a piece of garbage, right?
So it's like Inky said, it depends on what area you're in.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So so close to the London hub, we got full fibre here quite early on, and it was a godsend. Well, compare anything to a 14.4 bloody modem. I can still remember those days. God help us.
Oh yeah. Have nightmares of those startup tones.
Yeah, I can remember when we upgraded. I got a 28.8 modem, and we were sort of like wowing at the fact we were getting 5K a second.
What was even funnier is as the stuff got slightly better. So you have like the 28.8, and then you get up to various other speeds, and then you get 56K where it topped out. But then you had that V90 like Flex, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And you had to listen carefully. As there's an extra little tone thing as it dialed up and go, oh, I got it this time.
Yeah.
Like it grabbed those extra bits.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're stuck with a stupid lower speed. So like it was so pathetic listening to that stupid modem to make sure you got a good connection. Yeah.
Yeah. If you wanted to quickly check something on the internet, it's sort of like.
Oh yeah. It's like, come on, my porn's not downloading fast enough. Come on, hurry up.
Like, God damn it, man.
It's like one pixel line every 5 minutes, you know.
Oh dear. Oh dear, you got to finish before you get the whole picture.
You know, it was even more sad back in the old Apple II days when people go on a BBS and they get ASCII porn.
Oh God.
And it's like, it looks like crap already and you're still waiting for it.
Oh man.
Someone actually uploaded, it was a while ago, I'm sure long ago got shut down, but there was a 24-hour stream in ASCII of Deep Throat with Linda Lovelace on a certain website. And it was in green ASCII.
Oh,
and so it looked kind of like the Matrix. And it was just funny because the frame rate was decent, but it's ASCII, so the quality is shit, right? I mean, you're like, I kind of see what's going on there, but not quite.
Not quite, no.
Yeah. It's almost porn, you
know? Yeah.
I'm sure Wagyu has that saved somewhere. You'll probably find it somewhere online.
The innocence of youth.
Wagyu is the keeper of the internet, so I think he has petabytes and petabytes of space somewhere to store things. So.
Oh man.
And I wish I did too. It's kind of nice to be able to cache all that shit, but
yeah,
it's just finite space.
Yeah. Well. Oh, the madness of it all.
Oh, there was a. It's funny. You're always saying stay fruity and all that kind of stuff. There was a TCHO chocolate bar I found locally. It was called Born Fruity. And it was San Francisco, so I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah,
who
well,
knows?
yeah.
I'm sure that was the joke because it is a local company.
Do you know what? I was thinking about getting a nice pair of monitors for in here.
You don't have good ones?
Don't have any.
Really?
Yeah.
Computer speakers?
No, it was on headphones all the time.
Not even like the KDK, whatever they're called. What those little yellow ones? What are those called again?
Oh, I know the ones you mean. No, there's literally nothing in here. It was because what it was up until about 2 years ago. Next door, they had little kids that slept in the little bedroom, which is right next door here. And of course, being little ones, they go to bed about 7. So I couldn't really have speakers on.
Yeah, that's true.
Big wall-mounted ones. So, but that room's their office now. It's a different family, and the kids sleep in the back bedroom instead. So I could have a set of speakers in, and I'm just thinking, yeah, but what? Yeah,
I mean, I know a lot of people, old school guys, have those Yamaha ones, right?
Yeah.
I never had a pair of those, the white cones. But I do have the. Oh, for me? Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Got delivery here. Thank you.
What's this? Was they going? Is it if you going on that KRK?
KRK, that's it. The yellow cones.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean they don't have to be big or anything. They just have to be
cool. Thanks, man.
Just nice, I suppose. Ideally powered ones.
I got my toys. Wasn't even expecting today.
Oh.
Yeah, good stuff. I have to open it later. I don't have time to open it now. So.
Is this Adam Morgan? Right now, have a look at him. We'll get this to fire up.
That guy knows me even walking around the parking lot. He goes, "Oh, you're here to get your stuff again?" Because sometimes I walk up to the thing and not wait for him to deliver the U.S. Post Office. So he knows I'm getting all the stupid crap.
Oh, these are nice. In fact, they're very pretty. I like them a lot. Don't buy KRK. Oh, yeah.
Switching the computer. My phone's about to die here.
God, I used to have Wolfdales actually, but they were hi-fi speakers. White cone. Give you a rough idea of how long ago that was. When having white cones was the thing. No, I like the look of those KRKs. They look quite decent actually.
Yeah, I have a pair somewhere, just sitting in the room. They were cheap because a friend had them, wanted to sell them. So.
T2. Oh yeah, here we go. There's T5. They look quite nice. T8. T8 might be a bit on the big side for in here.
Yeah, I have some fives, KRK fives.
Yeah.
Something or other.
That's what, 290 notes. That's not bad. That's not bad. Oh, okay. They 14%. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hang on. What's them? The A7s are 970. Oh, no. Okay. Right. We know where that is. We know where we end up with that. Yeah, those T5s look nice. I like them. So, better them. And if they sound horrible, I'm coming for you.
Well, it's funny when speakers become fashionable, right? It's like the least important part of it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I must admit they do look nice. I'll have a stink and a sniff tomorrow, and better have a look at my bank account, see how crippled that is since I last looked at it.
Okay, I'm going to switch here. Come on. Open the thing up.
Yeah, I'm with you on that as well, 8-inch. To be honest with you, I mean, I did have a set of powered monitors in here a million years ago. They were JBLs. I think they were 5-inch cones. Actually, it might have been smaller than that. And they weren't wonderful, not from the bottom end. Well, they didn't like the CS80, I know that much. I had trouble with the bottom end of her. Oh, I don't want to go. I don't know. No, 5 should be alright. I would have thought. Because the other ones are. Oh, hang on a minute. What's this? Oh, hang on a second. What we got here? We have here. Does that work out the same problem? Oh, hang on. Hang on a minute. Studio Spares, would you believe, are doing T7s as individuals, but if you buy 2 with their discount, they come to only about 20 quid more than the T5s. If I get them from Studio Spares. So, T7s. Yeah, maybe the 7s then. Because what I used to have in here before, I used to have the bronze 6 speakers, which are huge. They're so fantastic. But then they're downstairs in the front room and they run the TV. Because they're floor standing, and floor standing in here is not a good idea.
Do you ever like the speaker stands, or you put them on a stand?
No, these were actually floor standing speakers. They were
freestanding. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they were actually like nearly 5.5 feet tall. Big bastards with they got those cones that don't have a center. They're just a dish.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were horrendously expensive, if I remember rightly. And yeah, we're playing stuff in here sounded brilliant on them, but once there was a lot of keyboards in here, there just wasn't any room for them to stand where you got a good stereo field with them. So they got promoted to running the media downstairs in the front room. So it's fantastic for the PlayStation 5 and that. Really, really good. So that's their current location. So a nice set of power monitors to go up there. And then, because I'm really considering not bringing an awful lot of stuff back in here. I want the elbow room. Because I find myself spending so much time actually working out of the box, apart from a few key keyboards, that what I should do is just have the few key keyboards in here.
Did you do that to track down all your extra cables, or you just did it just to clean out in general?
Well, what I was going to do is, once the Mac Studio went in, that it was then going to be the primary computer instead of the secondary one, which the Mac Mini was. Yeah, everything had to move around. So in the end, everything really had to come out for it to work.
I got a switcher. My phone is just about dead. So.
He'll be back in a minute, no doubt. So yeah, so literally a Mac Mini has made the decision for me of actually just ripping it all out and starting again. So it needed it. I'd lost control of in here a long time ago. Bringing in, buy another keyboard, set it up briefly in some location, connect up some more cables, but then never put the cables back. So it was just hundreds of cables that weren't connected to anything. It's just a mess. So something had to be done. But of course I had to stop working long enough to be able to do it. So I'll tell you something else, Inky. When I set this all up again, I'm going to make sure that the mic works louder than it was, because there's a lot of people saying to me about my mic wasn't very loud, although it sounded loud to me here, but apparently not out there. So we'll get that right. Yeah, I use headphones for recording, but I think sometimes it's good to hear them through speakers when you're doing the playback, so you get the a better idea of what it will sound like. Because things always seem to sound better on headphones all the time, and then you play them on speakers, and it's like, ooh, I didn't notice those horrible frequencies there, kind of thing. Oh, he's back. Hey.
Yeah, sorry, my phone was just about dead, so I had to jump.
Well, you said you were gonna have to swap out, didn't you?
Yeah, gone longer than I thought it was.
No, that's right, Keith. I'm not. I think I'll go for the 7-inch. To be honest with you, only because it's going to cost 20 quid more than the 5-inch, so it seems worth it. Never use headphones for music. Oh, you don't know what you're missing, darling.
Oh yeah, I love headphones for music.
Well, I mean, sometimes when I'm writing new chords, and I'm using sometimes other instruments to produce other notes of the chord, I love to hear it on headphones because I want to hear how well they sort of like work with each other.
Yeah, I think you get better nuances out of headphones. This is why
Yeah,
I always,
yeah.
if I don't totally make something in headphones, I definitely listen to it a bunch before I record anything permanent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I want to get away from doing the kind of orchestral stuff, but I definitely want to be able to get the music to be more foot tapping than it has been in the past.
We have lots of drum machines now, so.
Yeah, but this is it. I've got loads and loads of drum machines, and I'm not using any of them. And I'm going, this is ridiculous. Why have I got all these drum machines? I like this this Korg one, this drum log.
Oh, you do like it, huh?
Yeah, I quite like it, but only because it's like pretty easy to get around, you know. But I've got to tame this MPCX. I've just got to, because the potential that the MPCX presents means I've got to go through. I'm going to have to go through the pain of learning it. I just am.
Yeah, same with the Force. I mean, I've had the Force for a while. I even bought expansion packs for it, but it's so damn menu divey, and there's so many like functions to memorize and various pages for everything. It's just, if it were my only instrument, I would be happier investing the time into it. But because I like to play lots of different stuff, I can't be bothered for it to be so fiddly, you know.
Yeah, I mean, at least with the X, I mean, we got the touch screen as well. For it makes it, I think, obviously makes that a lot easier to use because you can just put your finger on what you want rather than go, well, which control is it? You know, to access various bits and pieces. So it makes sense to at least try and use it in anger, you know.
And the touchscreen on the NPCs is just okay. It's not a great touchscreen.
No, it's not. It's not brilliant. I agree, but
so I'm okay. The Machina Plus doesn't have a touchscreen because a lot of these touchscreen devices that aren't iPads just lag anyway. They're not that great. They misfire, or they don't grab it just right, or when you scroll, it doesn't really. It's not one-to-one. And so you're like, you lose patience with it, you know.
Yeah.
It's not this seamless control thing. And when I'm in some of those iPad apps, it is seamless. I mean, there's no lag. The nuances are there. It's very expressive. The mixing apps and stuff that track your fingers very well.
Thanks, Inky. Yeah, well, I mean, see, because if the Mac Studio is going to be the main computer now, and the PC is literally going to be my sample library player, if you like, I think what I'll have with that is I'll just use the Slate Raven on the PC, and but I won't have a keyboard and mouse with it. I'll just have the touchscreen. Because it's a 27-inch iPad. I mean, the touchscreen on the Slate Raven is the best ever. It's a proper touchscreen, you know. Not like those, you know, when sometimes you get these touchscreen monitors and they don't always kind of work. They're a bit hit and miss. Whereas the Slate Raven's brilliant. It's just like using an iPad.
Yeah, because the giant Surfaces had lag too. I didn't really like those either.
Yeah.
The Surface Pro and the big ones, the Surface, whatever they call them, Studio or whatever the hell they just didn't feel great. And we have they have a new one now that's for corporate use, like a giant whiteboard. And we had a few it worked for testing, and I go, yeah, it still sucks. It still has a lag. You know, it's okay for whiteboards. But
Yeah.
if you're trying to get any kind of expression out of it or real-time performance,
Yeah.
where every movement counts, they just can't deliver. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. See, another thing is I've got to keep in mind an Osmos turning up as well. So I'm going to have to.
Update on that yet?
I know. I'm getting it at the end of this month. That's all I know.
There goes all your time.
But yeah. So, I mean, if I'm doing learning curves, I might as well get the MPC X out as well.
You better do that one now, because once you get the
Oh God,
you're
yeah,
done.
yeah,
You're toast.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, there'll be a couple of things I'll keep to hand, but not have set up. So, like the Rolly Grand will be nearby, but I won't have it out because I don't use it enough to warrant the amount of space it takes up. So because it comes in that like that high density polystyrene case.
Yeah.
So you can put it in that and just stand it in there, which is where it is at the moment as we speak. And then if I want to, you know, make life incredibly difficult for myself for 10 minutes, I'll get it out and use that. Yeah, see how it goes.
It's funny, Wagoo's talking about stylus on the old Windows mobile phones. I love the iPac and some of the old Windows mobile phones.
Yeah.
For a while, because there's like really cool like Photoshop equivalent apps. There was one called Pocket Griff. It was basically like Reason on your phone, and you could draw like response curves, filter sweep curves with a stylus. It had a really good sampler on board, as well as some kind of like what some of the apps look like now from Reason, the iOS apps, the little simplified Reason apps.
Yeah.
And some of the other ones, the companies, I forgot the damn names of them, where you actually have you could use the stylus to turn the knobs basically. So it's skeuomorphic, so it looks like a nice little interface, and it was wicked. You could do entire tracks on your phone, and this is back in 2000. You know, way ahead, way before the iPhone and you know, iPod and all that kind of stuff was even out or could do that kind of stuff. You know.
Wow.
Because they were primitive when they came out. And this is essentially the Newton came out, and then all these guys kind of jumped on the bandwagon to copy the Newton. So you had like the Palm Pilot, the official Palm Pilot from 3Com. They eventually split off to be a separate company. They had a few primitive music apps, but nothing really serious. But then this huge development for Windows Mobile and Pocket PC OS and stuff came out. It was shocking. There was even one called Boom Chick, kind of like the original name of the that Dave Smith collab drum machine that came out. That was the original name. It was a Boom Chick. So there's a Boom Chick app. There's a bunch of other cool stuff for doing speech. They had the DEC voice reader, so you could do text to speech. So you could have it generate digitized speech for you on the go for sampling and stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, it was a killer little setup. I mean, it's Windows, so it had problems, right?
Yeah, well.
But no one else had those tools at the time in your pocket. It was very cool.
Yeah, I was just thinking that I'm with Cresshead on this now of having, you know, guest equipment on a project and then put it away. Not have everything all plugged in at once. I've done the everything all plugged in at once. It's too much stuff, you know.
There's always too much stuff.
Too much stuff. Yeah, I mean, because like, you know, you spend, you know, hours setting loads and loads of bits and pieces up, and making sure that everything works and all the rest of it, and they never go near it. I mean, like, Inky likes everything connected, but if Inky's using everything that she's got connected, then fine, that's cool. But I couldn't possibly use all the stuff all the time. I just couldn't do it. There's just too much bloody, too much gear. I mean, that EPS 16 I bought.
Did you turn it on yet?
Did. Yeah, I did turn it on briefly.
Yeah.
And go, yeah, cool. Don't need to use it on anything yet. And there it's, so it had a blanket thrown over it. It's been standing in the office for about 3 months.
Well, because I bought the rack one, and then I got that free one, the full size one for free, because they just sort of didn't know what to do with it. And I've only used it a few times as well, but the few times I did use it, I did enjoy it and realized how powerful it really was.
Yeah.
Because as much as I love the Emax 2 from the same era, the EPS actually does more.
Yeah.
And has built-in effects.
Yeah.
And has poly aftertouch, and has early versions of granular, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
which you really couldn't do on an Emax 2. So.
Yeah, I think I wrote more songs on my original EPS back in the day, and it was the only keyboard I had at the time.
The original EPS, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
I loved that chain sequencer.
Yeah.
Where you I mean, pretty much like now, where you can do your copy paste, your 4-bar, 8-bar sections, and then you put your song together with all these different individual parts and stuff.
Yeah, they're always way ahead of their time. Like even the ESQ1 had the same sequencer setup.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and it's just like super easy.
ESQ1 for donkeys before I got the EPS. I was able to use it straight away, no messing.
Yeah.
It was, there's no learning curve to be done, which is great. I
mean, the first time I saw them in the store, I'm like, this is kind of a funky interface with the weird, like, LED display, and just this is kind of a weird. And then after using it for a while, I go, oh, now I see why I did it this way. The workflow is very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. So
because there are only so many pages.
Yeah.
So you didn't have a lot of diving. There's just a little bit of diving. Whereas like an Emax 2, you're fucking diving all over the place.
Yeah.
Now they had the printed. That's why they printed that menu on the case, because you needed that all the time.
Yeah. But I mean, the EPS 16 was, I think maybe subconsciously, I don't know, but I was hoping that I could recapture some of that magic that happened back then. But I think literally for that magic to happen again, I just have to own absolutely no keyboards other than that EPS.
Yeah.
So you'd have to use it, and you'd have to work with it. And it's sport for choice now.
Yep.
I mean, the computers can supply you with so much stuff now. It's just ridiculous.
They can, but at the end of the day, you still have to hook up some cool controller to make it work well. And then you may as well just have hardware.
Yeah. but having the studio set up where you got, a Sledge, a Pro 3, an Oasis, an SL88, a CS80, and blah blah blah, and Rollies and stuff. Having that all set up in here was literally, honest to God, look how big my dick is.
I mean, for some people, yes. I don't think that was your thing, but
yeah, but I mean,
it is nice to have it at your disposal when you're ready. It's just sometimes it's almost like a distraction, like there are too many things to choose from, and then you get in there and you go, I don't know what to do next.
Yeah. It's just it's like getting a 10 of Quality Street. You just don't know which suite to add first.
Yeah.
Too many.
It's like like when you go to the brothel and the women line up and you got to choose one. Just one?
Yeah, but who?
I can't choose one. Which one?
Yeah. So but I mean, there you go. I mean, I did it. I think I did it because I'd always wanted to have everything. A room that was dedicated to just the keyboards instead of one on the end of the bed kind of thing. and have a room that was dedicated to it and have everything set out and everything and just do it because I'd always wanted to do it. And now I've done it. And it wasn't quite as a revelation as I thought it would be. But I've done it now. And fine, move on. And now I want to put together something a little bit more, what's the word? Intuitive to a workflow, and actually start doing some writing and making things actually happen.
We should definitely. I know you have your new fancy Mac and stuff, but you should definitely get one of those multi-loopers just to screw with, because you have all that hardware set up, have it all routed into a looper, and then it instantly. I mean, ever since I went that style, not that my stuff is anything, groundbreaking or great or whatever, but it was so much more fun for me than a fucking DAW. It's more immediate. And yes, you make a lot of mistakes and a lot of retries and stuff to get it right, but you're also getting better at playing. You're forcing yourself to play more, and you're already perfectly good at playing. I need to work on my chops more. So the looper forced me to play stuff, and no more cheating with dragging notes around with a mouse, the whole dead mouse style. I want to actually play. I want to get better at playing. And there's the sense of accomplishment when you made something that was made and not just dragged, and it's that live feel. So when you can start doing more live stuff like the hardware jams, you're already doing it live. So, or EMOMs or whatever,
Yeah, exactly.
So I've already practiced that shit a lot just by making my own crap that way for years now. So going to EMOM is no big deal for me, even though I'm not doing anything there either. But at the same time, I'm not fearful of going because I'm already using that style in my own time.
Yeah. See, because what I was hoping was maybe have those two computers over there, and then this here is a play area, and then have make a rack along here where the keyboards are stood up. And then if I'm going to use a keyboard, bring it out, put it onto the play bench, if you like, and play the bastard. And I mean, and actually play it. And there's no monitors, there's no computers nearby, they're over there. And I'm just play the keyboard, So hit record, come over here, sit down, and off we go. Because I've even got that thing in Cubase where you do, you have a little button, so you could have a little controller here, and you push the button, and it starts recording.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can use the DAW as a looper as well. Sure.
Yeah,
Ableton Live was one of the original uses. A lot of like beatboxing guys and stuff use a foot pedal controller and use Ableton Live as a beatboxer.
Yeah,
like Beardy Man stuff.
Yeah, and so that so that the workbenches are clear and there's room for elbows and stuff like that, because it was just so crowded. Mate, it was such a mess. And also there'd be less cabling because of it, which is going to lead to a quieter system.
Yeah.
When you got like 900 TRS cables and 60 fucking XLRs and Christ knows what else running up and down, and MIDI cables and USBs out of the wazoo, it makes for a noisy system.
But I'm telling you, with all the hardware you have, even though you took some out, get one of those damn loopers. It's so much fun. You've seen that guy, Mark Rebier, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Every weekend he's been doing a live set from New York somewhere in the park, whatever. His stuff is always amazing. I mean, I don't always like the singing part, even though he has a good voice. And I don't always like some of the weird ass stuff he does with the patches. But time after time, he belts out stuff off the cuff. He's got good timing. He makes the crowd go nuts. It's just a lot of fun, and that's what those damn loopers can do. They just be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Even if if you get garbage at the end, you had a lot of fun doing it.
I must admit that the whole concept of it looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, it's great.
I don't know if it's me. I don't know if I can work that way, but it'd be like worth having a try just to see.
Yeah, they're not very expensive. You can use a foot switch, so you don't have to take your hands off the keys.
Yeah.
So you can trigger it whenever you want. And every loop can be either synced or not synced or in different lengths. Some are on different zones, so that these two behave differently than the rest of them. There's a lot of custom ways you can do it. Plus, they have in and out effects. So in the moment, if you want to add effects that you don't have on your board or not set up right, punch in real quick, do input effects, and then if there are already loops on your system, and you want to add effects for flavor or whatever, or for a breakdown, like a stutter effect or something like that, that's on the output. You have different effects on there too. So it's very dynamic, nice big buttons. The circle thing, just like on any given kind of DAW thing where you see the progress, you know exactly where you are, so you can work on the timing. Now, occasionally you screw up and you got to start over. And even Mark does that. If you watch him, you're like, that didn't work. Hold on. And I go back and do it again, because he doesn't care. It's all about the live fun. And you know, he's not a perfectionist, although he's very, very good.
Yeah.
So most of the time he doesn't fail. But when he does fail, he laughs and let's try that again. That's crap. Or sometimes he'll scrub an entire set.
Yeah.
I go, I'm not feeling that one. Let's do this. And it starts, you know, just starts screaming and all that stuff.
Oh, hang on. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Am I too hot?
A little hot.
Yeah, a little.
Just turn it down.
You can hear a fan, something in the background too. Some kind of.
Oh, hang. Oh, how's that?
Yeah, that's okay, buds.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just thought I'd join in.
Good man. Yeah, so something like that anyway. And see how it goes.
Because I bought, long before I got the 505, I got one of the RC50, which is one of their older ones in a metal case because it's meant for guitarists and stuff. And it was a lot of fun too, but it was much more primitive than the 505. And you can get the other simpler ones too. If you don't mind bouncing a lot, you can get the 2-track one. You know, and just bounce things.
I'll look into that, I think.
But the pedal one by itself, that you just overdub, even if you have undos and redos and stuff, it's more fiddly. And there's a guy who used to do violin demos in Seattle outside of different stores, and he's just got an amp, the loop pedal, and his violin, and he's doing like tapping and all kinds of percussive stuff and really beautiful violin stuff, and he's just jamming out there with the simplest setup, and it was very powerful. But he's designing the builds, you know, because he's not muting the things as he goes. It's linear, so he can only go forward or backward. So the foot pedal ones are good, but not as useful to like a keyboard player, I don't think.
Right.
Good for guitar playing or violin or whatever else or vocal stuff or whatever, you know. But you want to be able to bring those parts in and out dynamically.
Right.
Either with a mute button or with the sliders. And because the sliders are incredibly loose, you just smack them up, smack them down really fast. There's no friction.
Got you.
Kind of like a DJ fader. Just go smack, 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 you know.
Well, it'd be interesting to try it out, I must admit.
Just pick up a used one. I mean, I got one first because I really wanted to get one. Then I was getting a second used one just because I wanted an extra one just in case. And it was in really good shape and it was much cheaper.
Hey. Sleepy.
All right.
Taking a cat nap?
No, not yet, but it won't be long.
Yeah, same here. I've got an early start tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Got to help this all.
Got to what, sorry?
Got to help this all, mate. Oh. Yeah, so, you know, like I say, I was thinking of building a rack over here, stand the keyboards up, and only pull them out when needed. instead of having everything set up all the time. It's hard work otherwise.
Where are you going to put them when you're not using them?
Back in the rack.
Oh, okay, right, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll just boom, 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 boom. Rather than having them set up, plugged in and on, and never playing them. What the hell is the point? Because there's always too many all at once. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
But the thing is, I bet, like I said, just said to Andy, I'd always wanted to have everything set up and a room that was dedicated to it. I've done it now. Cool.
You've grown up.
Well, it's not that. It didn't work for me the way I thought it was going to. You know?
It is a lot. I mean, when I first started setting mine up, I was really overwhelmed. I'm like, holy shit. You know, but I got used to it. So
I thought I was going to do the whole, Vangelis-y bit in here. It didn't happen.
we need a timpani, and you need some other percussion instruments in there.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
lots of hair.
Yeah, smoke. You're smoking
About
already, so you're right up there with
300 pounds in weight.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to get a lot of cream cakes and a wig. Whoa.
Hello, Cleo.
Hey, Kitty. Hey, David.
Hey. All right, so you did take everything out. This is kind of like a redo, fresh. This isn't about Rob doing it too. No, I was kidding.
Took me long enough to get it up.
I've done it once already.
No. I don't blame you. You know what? It feels good from here. I'm like, that feels good. You know, it's sometimes you just got to do it. You know, I mean, I've pulled so much stuff out of here, and I don't know why I needed to. And it's why I really want to get that MPC one. I just can't do it. I can't pull the trigger. It's not the money either right now. The thought of something coming in here right now, I'm just like, oh God. You know, it's really ridiculous, that it's got to that,
Well, I'll give you a rough idea. Last night, when I was doing the PSN show with Rob, and I bought up a cup of coffee to have, so I could have obviously have a drink while I'm on the show. And I couldn't find anywhere to put the cup down. Right? It was just controllers and mice and remote packs and stuff everywhere. And there was just nowhere. There's nowhere to put a single mug down on a workbench that's like almost, 14 feet in length.
Yeah, it's funny. You think you'd run in some kind of repair shop or something over there.
Yeah, completely. And the thing is, now I've cleaned out the workshop, and it's enormous in there now, and everything's in the right place. And if I need a reciprocal saw, I know exactly where to go to get it, or whatever. And then I come up here and go, oh, it was like walking into a broom cupboard. Where some sort of incendiary device had gone off or something. It was shit everywhere. Unbelievable.
I think sometimes we got different everyone has different personalities with this kind of stuff, right? And that's totally fine, right? There's really is. I'm sincere when I say I don't judge anybody on how they do things, because it really is different. I think I'm the type too. I need to shake things up every few years. It feels, I don't know. I think it's totally mental. You know what I mean? There's certainly nothing. You know what I mean? Something about that feeling of being able to come start fresh seems to help me a little bit, or at least it relieves something. Yeah. But I'm trying not to. No, I used to always be a buyer seller. I was just flipping to the point where that got exhausting. But now I have, I have things away, and it does seem to help. At first, I know they're there, but after a while, I seem to settle down with that they're not here, and I'm okay with that. I know it sounds absurd when I talk about it, but like I've got a sub 37 Moog grandmother, a couple other things. At first, when I separated, they weren't really gone, you know. I still was like, oh man, but you know, but yeah, I've kind of settled in. I mean, I honestly, I could get the MPC one. I think it would be fine. There is a decision paralysis too. Rob, shut up.
No, I'm only laughing because you're just saying what I've been. I mean,
oh, okay.
Just these past few days,
either
I've
way,
been thinking, do I need to get that? And then it's been sat there on my Amazon thing, and like,
oh yeah, it's in carts.
Do I need that? And then yeah, for a few days it's like, and then I'll drop it in the cart, and I'll go to hit the buy now button, and I go, no, do I actually? I think about it some more.
I couldn't say.
And then, like last night, I was looking at this particular thing, and there was an example on eBay, and I thought, oh, that's a better price, and that, you know, it wouldn't be so bad if I did get it and I didn't like it or it didn't work, and it ran out while I was on the show. Forgot about it. So I went back to the thing that was in my Amazon cart this morning, and I'm like, do I need it? And eventually I convinced myself that I didn't need it, but I should try it. So,
no, I don't need it, but that's...
Yeah, so it'll arrive tomorrow, and I'll try it, and hopefully I'll like it, but if I don't...
It's weird, though. I mean, like, I was... 50% of the time I get it right, and I get something, and I go, wow, that was super cool. That really worked. I'm so glad I got that. But it's that other 50% that drives me nuts. You know, I go, oh, man, why did I buy the Mother 32 for, I don't know, third time? Why do I keep doing it? It's like you sell it every time you do it. You're not going to keep it. Oh, this time's going to be different.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally...
They got you guys with that red color, right?
No, you know what happened? I decided that I needed to build... I got the subharmonicon, which I think I actually really like.
It's great.
Then I got the STG little boat thing, and I made a little boat, and I really like that. But then I decided I had to build the 3-rack thing, right? Yep. And to build the 3-rack thing, I need another one, right? In the back of my mind, I had 2 Mother 32s before, and they sat in the 2-rack, and I loved it. And I kept telling myself, you really love that 2-rack. Yeah, but I think this 3-rack's going to be really, really great. But you don't even have the 2-rack, Dave. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with that. But you know, so I got the Mother 32 because I was going to augment this other thing. And what it did is it just became something big, and I hated it. Every time I set it up, I just hated it. I wanted to like put it upstairs, like, you know, just, it looked cool, but I don't know why. It just, I was like, ugh, I don't like this. Now I don't use the subharmonic, and like, oh, now I got to use the Mother 32.
I mean, I have the trio in a rack, but then you see Mylar Melodies, he did 4 because he had the 2 DFAMs.
Oh, no, you can go for it.
Which is really cool.
There you go. You just did it. It's really cool. See, is 3 cool? And is 2 kind of cool? No, I'm not making fun of you, but that's what. So I
make fun of myself.
So, anyways, I took the rack. I took them all out of the rack, and that seemed to help, right? Seemed to help something. And
they
now,
really are a nice little ecosystem, though. Just those 3 original units. I mean, I know they had the subsequent ones came out, and there's that one from Italy. It's an effects unit for it, and there's some other cool things you can add to it. But the original trio is quite nice.
It's kind of weird. I don't really ultimately, when they start turning this way, like on me, it kind of freaks me out. It just, you know, I see these people, and it's almost like it's, you know, some kind of creature that's what was it? There's that one Outer Limits. The plants, and they just growing, and you come in, and did that get bigger? It's like kind of feels like that.
I mean, it sneaks up on you. I mean, going to Guitar Center for decades and decades, I eventually made my own Guitar Center at home. So
I think the answer is to have about 4 or 5 rooms, right? And you could kind of set up each room as different concepts of what you want. You know what I mean? Maybe have a keyboard room.
That's not a luxury that most people can afford, though, is it?
No.
Unless you name Simon Alexander, and you can have all these different rooms. It's just brilliant, But
you get it.
Yeah, but like I said to Andy earlier about, I always had a little corner in my bedroom to set up 2-3 keyboards and the computer and everything, and crammed in and tried to make as much use of the space available. And it was like that for decades. And then suddenly I've got an entire room that I can actually now set everything out that I own and have it all plugged in and all ready to go. And that was going to be what I'd spent 30 years hoping to do one day. So I did it. And it just didn't work out the same way.
No.
It didn't work out like I thought it was going to.
My most productive period of making music of my own was in the mid-1990s, when I was able to start affording to buy the basic bits because I didn't have anything. So I'd been into synths for obviously a lot longer than that, but I didn't have. All I had was like a VSS 200 or a Commodore 64 with the FM expander. So it wasn't until like 1996, I think, when I went and bought a Roland sound canvas and a controller keyboard that came with a sequencing application that was very much like Cubase, that worked on a PC, and I managed to buy a PC that was good enough to handle it. And I like you said, I had a little computer desk, one of those computer desks that's about this wide, that you could sit the desktop unit and the monitor on top of the desktop and the little the keyboard on a little drawer shelf, and then I put the controller on top of that with the sound canvas, and it was set up in the corner of the front, the living room. And this is in a 2-up, 2-down starter home. Tiny little thing, just me and my first wife, and I was just in the corner with the computer in this thing. And she'd be sat there watching television or whatever, and I'd be in the corner with my headphones on making music. And I was making a lot of original stuff, full, not just beat, breaks or 16 bars or something, full-blown tracks. I actually made probably about a couple of albums worth of stuff over a couple of years or so. And then we moved house, and we moved into a 3-bedroom house. So we went from a 1-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. And we were still just the 2 of us. So we had our bedroom, we had the spare bedroom for visitors, for guests, and then the 3rd bedroom, I was like, oh, I can have my own music room.
Yeah.
So everything went up into there, and then all of a sudden there was all this space that needed filling. And I cashed some shares in at work. We used to have this little employee share scheme, so I got about 500 quid. And I bought a CS1X. And the following year I did the same thing, and I bought a Chord Prophecy. And then all of a sudden, I'm thinking my productivity is going to go through the fucking roof. I'm going to be making all sorts of stuff now because I've got all this crazy shit that can do all this. I went out and bought Steinberg's Cubase. And there I was with a decent computer and a decent sequencing program and 3 or 4 synthesizers. And my productivity went through the fucking floor. Because I got lots of choice and I couldn't make my mind up. And I was doing this stuff. And ever since then, I've never made as much music as I did in that first year or two in the mid-90s. And here I am still buying stuff, still trying to learn new bits of software in the hope that it might, you know.
Kick you.
If it said to you 25 years ago you're going to have a DX1 in your room,
If it had said to me last year,
you go, oh, the stuff that I could compose on a DX1. Oh my god.
Same with the Fairlight. Same
Yeah.
with the Fairlight.
Yeah, you think about it, you know, it's a machine that's capable of doing any fucking sound there is in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, when was the last time you turned the room?
What, DX1?
No.
Or the Fairlight? Well, this Fairlight doesn't actually do anything at the moment. It's because it's had the voice cards ripped out. But I must admit, I did sit here the other day thinking, oh, I wonder, there's that Series 3 that's sat out in the garage that is fully operational.
Yeah.
And nobody's buying it at the moment because we're in a situation globally where, you know, money's tight and stuff.
Yeah,
Nobody's buying
totally. The market
so
shifts.
why not bring it in, take this one out, put that out in the garage, bring the operational one in, and you know, maybe I'll start working on it. But you know what? I'll bring it in, I'll fire it up, it'll need some things fixing, I'll fix those things, and then it'll sit there and I'll look at it and go, wow, look, I've got Series 3 in my studio. And it's far easier for me to fire up the Arturia and if I want those sounds, and use that.
And you know damn well that when I said to you about, remember when we started talking about me buying that Series 3?
Mm-hmm.
And because I was talking to you on the iPad and I looked over at Fiona, I went, she went like this. I went, what? She went, no, you know what's happened. I went, no, it's been right. It's a Fairlight. I've always wanted a Fairlight. I've always wanted a Fairlight. And she'd be right. It would be sitting in the office as well now, except the floor would be bowing slightly because they're not light, are they? By any stretch of the imagination.
Oh gosh, no.
Well, that, you know, the main unit.
The mainframe is yeah.
And
it's a two-person job.
And yeah, and it'd be like, no, stop.
Yeah, and I worked on enough computers in my life for work and other reasons that I wouldn't want to get one of those and have to continually work on the computer of the Fairlight, right? So it's just, it's not.
It is
the output is cool. It's just not appealing to me to own it.
I remember when I first took one in, which was 2013, I think it was, when I got that first one in, the Tears for Fears one. And I'm like as giddy as a fucking schoolgirl. And we got it in, we cleaned it up, we powered it on, didn't work, tried some things, got it working, got it to boot, and got it to the point where it was about to make sounds. And I'm following instructions because, you know, this is the first time I've used one, so I've got all these instructions written down and following them, loading up a sound. I'm thinking, bloody hell, I've got to key around, tab around this screen because yes, it's got the stylus, but that's as much use as a chocolate fucking teapot, really, to be honest. So I'm tabbing around, I'm finding the sample, and I'm loading the sample, and it loads one sample, and it plays it monophonically over the keyboard, so you can audition it, basically. And I'm like, okay, so what do I do to get it to play like polyphonically? Now I've got to go to another screen. I've got to set up an instrument, and in that instrument I then load up the sample, and in that, on the row of that sample, I then have to tell it how polyphonic do you want this to be between 1 and 16. So you choose that number. Then you've got to tell it which output have you got. You know, do you want to send that sound to? Because you've got a choice of 24 on that particular one.
It's a mega faff.
Yeah, and it's just like for each instrument, I've got to do that.
And by then your inspiration is toast.
Exactly. Which is why people employed other people to program the Fairlight, so that when they arrived at the studio, the fucking thing was working with everything loaded up. So yeah.
I mean, have you ever used the Synthesizer?
No.
Holy mother of God!
I can imagine that's probably
it looks pretty bad.
100 times worse. Yeah.
You know what? I I'd said it before and I stick to it. The Fairlight was a musical instrument. The synclavier was not. It may have had a bloody keyboard, but it wasn't a musical. Oh
no, it was a very powerful computer.
That was.
Yeah.
I said it was an audio machine. But it wasn't music.
The synergy with the K Pro is kind of like that as well.
Yeah, but
very fiddly.
It was so. What's the word? I can't even think of a word that would even start to describe what it's like to try and use a synclavier. Just such a fucking fact. It was unbelievable. You know?
Wendy Carlos is so prolific because she's a huge nerd first, I think. So.
Yeah, I mean, you sit down and you just sit with it and you do nothing but it. And you have Steve Hill's phone number for every time it pops its pants or it needs another RAM upgrade. Because I mean, a Mark I's synclavier was, oh god, it was awful. It was fucking awful thing.
Oh god, those early synclaviers were,
And I had one. I think it was Coldplay's one, and I don't think he ever used it because he probably looked at it and just went, "What? What?" That was Guy Berryman, wasn't it? He was technically the guy doing the synthy stuff, really. Steve Hills come down and he put in. There was an 8K upgrade in it, right? 8K, right? And he took out this board. He took it out of the anti-static bag and he put it into the slot and screwed it in. Put the tester on it. Goes, yeah, all right, it's all cool and everything like that. I go, are you going to send me an invoice? And you know, I can obviously I'll send it to them. Or do you want to send the invoice to him yourself and just do it that way? I'm fine either way. He said no. He says I'll write your invoice. You can do it through that, and it'll all be part of the job generally. I go, okay, cool. So I get an email from him that night. And this 8K memory card was 11 grand for 8K. Yeah, it's not worth owning one. It really isn't. It's like, no.
And there's so many good virtual versions of that now too. The Beast from UVI and.
Yeah.
Well, he
said it was so expensive because it was the early Mark One.
Yeah,
the
well,
Mark II would have been half that. Half?
Yeah. Well, the Mark One was more of a hand-built kit, you know, rather than a...
Yeah, I mean, inside, it looked like the inside of one of those Macklins.
Yeah. That's horrible.
Like, fucking hell, they built a film industry on this? Fucking hell.
Indeed.
Because that was used to do all sorts of things in Hollywood that you wouldn't think of using a synclavier for.
It did have legs. I mean, it went from a synth to a sampler to a workstation with multi-tracking and.
Oh yeah.
It's a hell of an idea.
Steve was telling me about some of the things the synclavier was used on. There was a film called Running Scared.
Oh yeah.
Billy Crystal and.
Very bad movie. Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy Mipps was the bad guy, wasn't it? I think it was his debut film. But they had to do this thing where he was in a limo, bad guys in a limo, and the guys are chasing him in a taxi cab. And it's going through a tunnel, and they use the synclavier to do the cars going through the tunnel, rather than just record the audio. And you watch the film, you wouldn't know. It sounded absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. It was a fantastic machine, but using it, oi.
There's that story. I don't know how accurate it is, but the team at Skywalker Sound that was led by Thomas. Is it Thomas Holman or the TH of THX?
Yeah.
He and his team developed they spent millions on a computer program and the hardware, the hardware and the software
Yeah.
that could play the first 17 notes of the Star Wars theme. And they invited a couple of guys. It might have been Gary Leuenberger, who were programming the DX7 sounds at the time, and they took him up there and they played him this thing and said, "Oh look, here's a synthesizer playing 17 notes, the first 17 notes of the Star Wars theme," and they had a DX7 with something else that could do it all polyphonically, and it was just like the amount of money that people were spending on, trying to come up with a computer that could do all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Was insane. I mean, Fairlight went out of business because it just got insanely expensive for them to carry on doing what they wanted to do. They didn't want to go down the commercial consumer route. They wanted the high-end stuff. They wanted the big money clients.
Yeah.
And in the end, even though all the big Hollywood studios had Series 3 CMIs and MFX units, which were the multi-track recorders that could all sync to time code, and you could do everything through that, they just couldn't produce it at prices that were consumer friendly. And once you sold Todd AO, for example, if you sell them a complete MFX system, that's it. That's in their studios for the next 5 to 10 years. They're not buying anything else from you apart from service and support, and you can't run a business just on service and support. And there's only so many movie studios.
Yeah.
So they ended up all going tits up. But eventually they decide they dropped the whole CMI thing and just focus completely on post production, and they managed to, in one form or another, carry on for another 20 years or so.
Well, it's like the demise of Silicon Graphics. Once everyone's doing stuff on Windows NT, Intel-based boxes, and SGA started making boxes to run Windows NT, the writing was on the wall. Their hardware software was too expensive.
Yeah. But if it wasn't for those people, if it wasn't for those companies, the technology wouldn't have been advanced in that direction. We wouldn't be where we are.
Pushing the envelope, wasn't it?
Yeah. So there's always going to be manufacturers, developers, inventors that are coming up with this stuff that will fail. They will fail as a business, but they will push the paradigm forward, and somebody else will come in and do it cheaper.
Yeah.
Or more quickly. But, I mean, I'm stuck now. Well, I say stuck. I've got 4 Fairlights here. One of them is in a completely saleable condition, but no one's buying. No one's buying.
Does it take a while to boot up?
I've never really timed it, but I mean,
typical PC boot time kind of thing.
Not present day. No, I mean, I'd
It's
say
about 2 minutes, isn't it?
Sorry.
It's about 2 minutes, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not that slow. No. Probably
40. They used to take about 2
45 to 60 seconds on a Series 3. That's if it doesn't trip over on anything and boots straight away. But the operating system on a Series 2 or Series 3 is a few hundred kilobytes.
Yeah.
It's not a massive thing. It's luckily with the Series 3 it actually boots into a proper OS, where the functionality is all there, whereas the Series 2 it boots into a shell, and then every function loads up off the floppy disk. So you have a system. That's why you have 2 floppy drives on the Series 2. One has got the operating system disk in, and the other one is for saving and loading. It's like the QX1. The QX1 has to have a floppy disk in there because the floppy disk has a portion that is the operating system, so it's always reading it right. Even though it has got EPROMs in it, it still has to boot from the floppy disk.
Well, the 2X I had here that I repaired had been retrofitted with a SCSI.
Yeah.
And my God, you've never seen so many point-to-point wiring.
Well, the thing was, there was only back in the day, there was only ever one Series 2 that had a SCSI port. I mean, obviously this was, the very early days of SCSI.
Yeah.
And that belonged to Queen. Their Series 2 had a SCSI hard drive in it.
Yeah.
I mean, even we don't bother putting SCSI hard drives into Series 2s. We just put the floppy emulator SD card stuff in there, which is no quicker or loading because the bus speed is exactly the same.
Well, the SCSI that was in this one, which is funny again, this was a Coldplay one again. He bought it, I don't know, maybe he bought it from Queen, for all I know. But it was shoehorned. It was like a big breadboard.
Yeah.
With lots of ICs on it, and then all wired up on the back, and then loads of wires going to this, those huge multi-way connectors. And it was like, Jesus Christ, I better not pull any of these off.
Yeah.
I won't know where they go.
I'm trying to think whether the Queen one was done by Fairlight or whether I think it must have been done by Fairlight.
They're probably the only people who'd know how to do it.
Yeah.
Back in the day, anyway.
I'm pretty sure Rance had something to do with that, and he probably would have developed, a thing to drop in. But cause it's not like there was. You could just take it to your regular tech to do that sort of thing.
There wasn't a big SCSI in it, I know that.
Well, the one I took, the ones we take out of the Series 3s, big old Winchester drives.
Yeah.
114 megabytes.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
And then we put SD cards in that, tiny little micro SD cards, 16 gig.
Yeah, I know.
And you can have all the libraries you ever wanted on there.
Doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah, I might bring that one in. I don't know. Thing is, I've got nowhere to put the monitor. And it's right at the back of the garage as well.
Yeah,
buried.
Because when you put it in there, you had no intention of bringing that out anytime soon.
Well, actually, I'm sure I said to the removals guys, I said, all that stuff that's in the grey flight cases, can you make sure it's near the front of the garage? But in the heat of the moment, and we're just like, busy as hell, by the time they'd buggered off, I was like, oh shit. It was the first thing they loaded into the garage, and they put everything in front of it.
Yeah.
So I said to Peter, I said, if you do get anybody that wants to buy it, at least give me a month's notice before they want to get it out. Yeah. So, talking of which, I've got a phone call with Peter Vogel tomorrow.
Really?
Wants to talk about stuff.
So.
Should be interesting.
Yeah, I had somebody hitting me up about maybe getting involved in a synth development project. And but apparently the thing's already sort of like designed and built. Well, at least the prototype is anyway. And they want me to be involved, and I'm going, to what capacity then? The thing's built. I have nothing to offer. I've done it all.
Service and support.
Well, it wouldn't mean that's all service and support. I mean, the way that's worked out with Soma, I'm not sure I want to jump into that bloody bucket again. So, because it's like pushing a car up a hill with a rope, doing the Soma stuff. It really is. It's not been a wonderful experience so far.
No.
But I don't know. I said to myself, I don't think I have anything I can offer with that. I mean, service and support is one thing, but then fucking miles away from that. They'd have to get this thing into production. That won't be easy. It's not a small synthesizer.
Hey, Robbie, speaking of Fairlight, would you even use that Quasar Beach stuff anymore, or is that old hat?
No, for me, it's not really viable as something I would use to make music with, because it's a completely standalone thing. You could create stuff with it and sample the output, or for me, it's kind of like it keeps me fresh with the way that a Series 2 works, because I actually got him to do me a special version of it, stripping away all the bits that he'd added in, and just leaving it as a Series 2, pretty much as close as it can be, mostly because if I'm doing a seminar, especially if I'm doing a seminar remotely, and they want to see what Series 2 looks like and how it operates, then it's brilliant. I just call that up. I don't have to set a camera up looking at a Series 2 screen or something, so it's handy that way. But as a music making tool, I know there are people that are using it as such, but it's nostalgia, isn't it? It's people that never had a chance to use a Fairlight and now got the opportunity to work in that, in that world. And some people get off on that. I don't. I would not be using a Fairlight to make, not certainly. I wouldn't be using it the way it was being used back in the day. I'd be using it for the sounds, and in which case, there's just
use it to process things.
Yeah, there's infinitely more. Yeah, and that's the other thing with Quasar Beach is that it's not emulating the hardware; it's only emulating the software.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not even emulating. It's he's built it from the ground up, and he's done he's a very clever guy, and has done some really good stuff. But it's not emulating the hardware. It's the hardware.
So it won't sound like it at all then. Yeah.
Well, he did some stuff. We were talking about this some while ago. He did some sort of tests, and the way that the software it was more luck than judgment. The way that it was kind of doing what it was doing, but it's not doing what the actual hardware was doing, because it wasn't modeling.
Doesn't have the DACs and all that.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't modeling those at all. But as an experience, it's it's a pretty genuine experience in terms of using that operating system and those tools.
From your comparison, the Arturi one's pretty close, though. Was it?
What was close?
Well, DAC wise, sound wise, instead of just.
Oh no, well, the Arturia one again. They didn't model.
Oh, they did.
Any of the Fairlight hardware. They were using off the shelf filter models that they've been using on other things. So
then UVI would be the closest, even though it doesn't sample.
Well, no, but again, it's samples of samples.
But at least they're using the proper.
But they're
Fairlight
just sampling,
to make it, right?
They're sampling a Fairlight, which people have been doing for decades. I mean, there was that CD that used to do the rounds.
I had one of those.
Forget who did it now. It was some guy in Newcastle, but it was just a sample from a sample. It's you're sampling the sound of a Fairlight, but you're sampling a static.
Sure.
You're not sampling. It's just like you've got 8 voice cards in a Fairlight, and they're all going to be, just like if you had 8 SH101s or 8 808s, they're all going to sound slightly different. And you've got 8 of those in a machine. They're all going to have their own quality, and all you're doing is you're just sampling one of those for a single note. You're not going to kind of replicate the whole thing, but
it's like sampling a piano, like a specific piano, or sampling a drum set. There's some things. It's like, well, you're never going to sound like You know what I mean?
No.
There's just too much.
It's all
It's
approximation.
too much to play. You know what I mean?
It's too many variables. It's all approximation, and
I mean,
you're
drums are
sampling.
actually easier.
You're sampling a very
Harder.
small moment in time, and you're sampling. If you're sampling a piano, yes, you can sample 127 individual velocities per key, and you can let each sample ring out completely. But what you're sampling is not only that note being played at that velocity, but you're sampling the sound that piano makes in the room that it's in.
Yeah, it's like all the 808 samples that are out there.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
You're not really sampling a specific piano.
Yeah.
You really can't. You know what
No.
I'm saying? Like it's just, it gets almost absurd.
It's all approximate. But the bottom line is that
it sounds like a piano. Yeah.
It sounds like a piano, and in the mix, nobody would fucking know.
Yeah, no.
And I don't care what anybody says. If you take a sample, if you take the Arturia CMI, I know that's been used on a #1 album in the last year, and it sounds like a Fairlight.
Well, I mean,
because and not even Peter Vogel or anybody that's intimately familiar with the Fairlight could say whether that was an actual genuine hardware Fairlight or whether it was the plug-in. It's the Fairlight sound. It's got those sounds.
It's like a space echo, right? You go, oh yeah, at some point, but it's not. It's different, but it's you're like, but it's close. You're like, yeah, it's a space echo.
So the Arturia one's basically a Rompler as well. So.
Yeah, I mean they've got a whole bank of sounds in there. They've got all the factory sounds. Was it that one? I think you can import. See, a Fairlight sample is pretty much, it's just an audio file. It's just the header that's slightly different on the file. So you can convert a Fairlight sample file into a WAV file just by changing a few bits in the header. It's not that difficult, and I have a feeling, I can't remember that, you can import some stuff into the Arturia one, but I don't know. It's it is it's effectively it's a Rompler. It doesn't even fully emulate, like barely emulates the operating system. They've improved upon it. They've made it easier to use. It's all click and drag and drop, and the Page R thing that they've got in there is similar to Page R, and of course that's important because that shaped the sound of what the Fairlight could do back in the day, because it was
it was the same with that SP1200 software we did last night.
Yeah.
Where they didn't make a faithful recreation of it because they got rid of the stuff that you really didn't need on it because it was running on a computer in a DAW.
Yeah, exactly.
And it'd be really silly to have it on there.
Mm. Yeah. It's. I say to people, I sometimes worry that I'm doing us out of the sale of a Fairlight, but you get to a point where you actually the people that would seriously consider buying a Fairlight.
Talking to anybody who's dying to buy one,
someone's going to want somebody who wants a Fairlight.
I can if you send me 100 people and said all these people want to buy a Fairlight, I'd be able to go through each and every one of those people and tell you exactly. I'd say they're going to they would buy it, they wouldn't buy it, and out of that 100, 98 or 99 of them wouldn't buy it, even if they say that I fancy buying it. They won't buy it. There is a certain type of person that buys an instrument like that.
I ended up being one of the 98.
Sorry,
I ended up being one of the 98.
Yeah.
But wouldn't
when people like Ty hum and ha about it,
Well, if Ty's humming and hawing, that's
exactly
a difficult sell then.
There's a certain type of person that buys not just a Fairlight, but instruments of that nature and of that value.
Do you think some of that is because we just don't have the big studio, as many professional studios? Because to me, that's an instrument. A professional studio, somebody who had their niche. Like you could have your niche, right? Your FM Fairlight And then someone would be like, "Man, I want to do this," right? And they would shoot to the studio. We just don't do that stuff anymore. I mean, used to do it as a kid. I mean, we used to do it. That's what you did,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
We all went to different recording studios, and we didn't really think some of that stuff. You know, if they had it, it's like cool. It was almost more fun. It was like, yeah, you get on there and you're screwing around. And
The vast majority of people that have an interest in a Fairlight or a Synclavier or whatever it is, the vast majority just want those classic sounds. That's it. Bottom line.
Yeah.
I want access to the factory libraries. Then you get a smaller percentage, a much smaller percentage, that want to use the tool to create their own stuff. So they want to use it for processing.
Right.
Whether that's a sample going through the Fairlight, or whether it's or whether they want to use PageR as a creative tool, or maybe they want to try and use the fast Fourier transform with the drawing of the harmonics and stuff, which is terrible. And you would do it 1,000 times and maybe get one or two sounds that would be usable, unless your name's Benj, and then you do it quite a bit. But it's a very, very small percentage, and the others that want to buy it just want to buy it because it's an object of desire. It's something that they lusted after when they were a kid. It's like the classic car thing.
But
how many people buy classic cars? And I'm not looking at Ken anyway here, but how many people buy classic cars because that was the car that was the object of their desire when they were 5-6 years old, and it was it was a car that was used in the TV show that they used to watch. I mean, I lust after a Ford Gran Torino. I absolutely would love to own a Ford Gran Torino for the simple fact that it was the Starsky and Hutch car. And as a little boy...
But be careful, there's a Ford Gran Torino and it doesn't look...
But the thing is that, I don't know, I'm thinking of, listen to this. The collectors actually destroy the history of the instrument as an actual musical instrument, if you know what I mean, especially when you get down that thing, because unless someone like Radiohead or someone so much means that can buy one and put it on an album, to my point, no longer do you have the kids like we were, in our 20s, whatever, that we had a lot of time, and if someone had a Fairlight, we would be stupid enough to say, yeah, let's do an album with a Fairlight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you get my point. Like, as we push all these things up to collector status, we're actually crushing those instruments.
Yeah.
We're limiting the chance that they're ever actually going to be used by anybody.
The previous owner of that Series 3 that's sitting in the garage was something in financial investment. He was a hedge fund manager, and he was raking it in. And he, as an individual, not a professional musician, not even a hobby musician, just a tinkerer, just somebody who might have a piano in the corner of his dining room and just sit and knock out a tune every once in a while, but had always lusted after owning a Fairlight and had the money to buy one. So when he saw one for sale in Nashville, and this guy's living in the UK, sees one in Nashville, buys it lock, stock and barrel and ships it over. I mean, that's not you're probably looking at, I don't know, 10 to 15,000 for the instrument on its own, and then maybe add a few thousand on for shipping and insurance. That's not something that everybody can do. And he ships it over, and he said he got it out once and then put it all back into its flight cases, and it sat there until I came and took it away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the counter is these people at least keep them alive on some level, but I'd probably argue they'd stay alive. They just wouldn't be worth anything, Yeah. That would be the counter to that. But it is kind of...
But he bought it and took it out of service, basically. He took it out of the reach of anyone.
Well, that's what the collector cars, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I saw... We had a local guy who's super rich. And, he's got I don't know how many cars he's got. I got to go to this one sales thing, right? And a private thing, you know, and I just went in there. It's just the collection's staggering. It would be the same as someone having, you know, Jupiter or whatever, and a CS80, and you know, Mini Moog #2 or something. You know, like just it was just, but the whole, and you know, he can't use all this stuff. You know, it's nice he keeps it, and I guess maybe at some point, but.
Look, it does
It's
fulfill.
not yeah.
It fulfills the.
I get that.
The preservation, so that, you know, when that person pops their clogs and leaves this mortal coil, at least there's one machine that's still working and is still being kept in pristine order. But you know, I mean, they've got one. They've got Robin Scott's Series 3. At the National Science and Media Museum here in the UK, and they don't even know if that works because they won't turn it on because of all the rules and the regulations that you have around preservation in a museum. They would need to get all sorts of, you know, they would need to jump through all sorts of hoops, and you know, to get the permission to then turn that on to see if it actually works, and then have all of the safety nets in place so that if, you know, a card, you know, pops a cap or whatever, you know, they can get it replaced. But their raison d'etre is preservation rather than use. And it makes me laugh every time they call me up and say, "Can you bring a Fairlight down to demonstrate?" And I'm saying, "You fucking well got one.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Why don't you use that?" And the answer I got was, "Well, we can't turn it on. We can't use it." Well, fucking hell, I'm doing it. You know,
Well, I tell
but
you
then they're paying me.
what I've been seeing over the last couple of years, right? There is a scary amount of machines that are disappearing off into the realms of collectors who aren't even musicians.
No,
they're just collecting because
it's
they see them as potential profit-making.
It's either an investment or it's a folly.
Yeah, and there's been so many now where people are going, "Is it all working now?" I go, "Yeah, well, you know, when you get it home, give it a go." "Oh no, I don't know how to use it. I just bought it because they're going up in value so much. So I bought one, and I'll keep it for a few years and then sell it."
I mean, my ultimate aim at some point, and I want to be able to do this, and I don't know if I ever will, but it's what I'm working towards, is to have all of this, not here, but in a facility where people can come and use it. So if they want to get the sound of a Fairlight on a recording, they can come along. They can either... I want to do what these guys... I met these guys at Superbooth, the Synthesizer Studio Berlin, and they basically have a ton of vintage gear, and they offer a service. You can either come and book studio time with or without an engineer who will allow you to use this gear for a fixed period of time in the studio, and you can record your stuff or whatever. Or if you can't make it to Berlin, you create your masterpiece, you send the MIDI files to the studio, they run it through the gear, they record the audio, package it up, send it to you along with an invoice. And that's what I want to do here, because I don't want to be sat here with this stuff gathering dust and not have anybody. That's why every year I take elements of this room to Synthfest, or to Synthesized, or to the National Science and Media Museum, because I want people, as much as they can, to experience this stuff, whether it's, you know, hands-on or not. I want them to be able to experience it. You know, I'm keeping it going. Yes, that's kind of my thing, but I don't want to keep it going at the exclusion of other people. You know?
That's a cool feature that lets you run your MIDI files through the gear. I've never heard anyone doing that.
Yeah, they, you know, whatever you want, they'll, where possible, they will take your thing and run it through. So you either send, you know, a Logic project or a Cubase project, or just the MIDI data, and they'll process it.
Do you have to specify what gear and what presets and what sounds, or do they
No,
leave
you
it
get
to
to
you
yeah.
to pick and choose?
There's a
Yeah,
surprise me checkbox.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if say we'll take the because I know they've got a CS80, so you could say to them, look, I want that that Vangelis guitar patch, and I want you to run that through that. I want that sound on this track. So they then send you the data, and their CS80 is probably got a MIDI retrofit or something,
Probably got
and they just record it and then send you back the audio files. So yeah, it's a that's what I want to do, and I want to make it accessible to anyone that wants to use it, including the youth. I want to let kids come in and have a go and experience it, because when I speak to my son, because my son's doing music tech at A level, and I speak to his tutor, he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna we'd love to get you in and show them, because they need to know where it all came from. How did we get to doing it all on a computer? Well, making music on a computer started with one or two machines, and one was a Fairlight, another one was a Synclavier. As far as outside of a university was concerned. So yeah,
It's funny, isn't it? Because I think we've talked about this. You and I both have a hankering to do a sort of similar-ish thing, which is to allow people to use this stuff, use the setups we have in a way that they wouldn't normally have access to. So I happen to think that we might be able to do it by getting it funded, doing a community-based something. However, it's made me reassess what I already have, the kit I have, and the kit I have I know really well, and I can drive it in all sorts of ways and do really weird and wonderful things that no one else even begins to think about. But when you start bringing people through, you've got to have some of the basic stuff that is signature. Like you've got to have a Model D. You've got to, because it shows clearly a signal path, and so anyone walking in will be able to understand how it works, and so on and so forth. So I found myself, I thought I'd got everything I needed, but I'm now viewing this through the eyes of other people, thinking, well, you know what? I need to start getting some of this other stuff, and I'm not sure I can afford all of it. Yeah. So I'm having to think sort of laterally with that. But it is that thing of suddenly viewing it again through a 17-year-old's eyes or something, or a 16-year-old's eyes, and going, what do I fancy? And you're right. Things like the Fairlight and the Synclavier, there are people who want the library. There are people who want to go out smashing television screens, recording it, loading it up. And there are other people, which is probably you and me and possibly Kent, I don't know, who actually want to use the thing that were originally designed for, right? Which is, in my case, the Synclavier, it's the FM. With the CMI, it's the additive synthesis, and so on and so forth. So it's kind of odd. It's kind of odd.
I just got inspired when I spoke to Dave Spears a while back, and he was telling me what he does with his studio. And I thought, I know that Dave caters for quite often, the rich and famous and the well-heeled. His clientele are, they're the ones we see and hear about. I want to do the same, but two distinct differences. One, it's mostly digital, not analog, like Dave has a huge amount of analog gear, and I would sort of focus on the digital side of things. And B, I want it to be accessible to anyone. I don't necessarily want, I wouldn't mind, clients that wanted to pay stupid amounts of money to do it, but I'd rather get just a reasonable day rate for a bunch of music tech students to come down and dick around with whatever they want to dick around
some
with.
Democratization of access to some of the kit. We're doing that. Yeah, we're thinking of that with the filming stuff as well. And with our,
because I see, we had Simon Glenister on our show, didn't we? Was it last year or the year before?
Oh, yeah, he's a lovely
who's
guy.
this guy that does? He's got a company called Noise Solutions, and what they do is they take young adults or young teenagers who have encountered a variety of difficulties in their life, whether it's through poverty, through mental health, through crime, whatever. They've had it, they've had a tough time of it, and regular treatments or rehabilitations or whatever you want to call it isn't doing it. Take them and put them in a creative environment, whether it's musical or something else. Obviously they specialize in music, and all of a sudden you see a completely different outcome. You get a massively positive outcome because it's incredible. I mean, he's winning awards left, right, and centre for the work that he's doing, and he's saving not just countless thousands and thousands of pounds for local authorities, for not having to do what they normally do with the kids that are disruptive or in a bad way. But he's saving lives. He's putting people on a track to something better. Whether it means that they end up getting a job or a career or anything out of all of this that's in the creative world is by the by. It's just a really positive thing to do. And when you see some of the use cases that he's documented, it's just incredible. I'd love to be able to just be a part of that and say, look, take a bunch of kids, come down and say, right, here you go, be creative with a bit of,
It's a good thing to do, Rob. It's a good thing to do.
If I can do it.
Been doing that for a long time, one way or another, with local schools, only on a small scale. But it's a wonderful thing to see when you have, you turn up with an armful of kit or a car full of kit or whatever and set it up so it goes beep, bling, spong, shui, and it's a bit groovy. And of the 50 people that have turned up, they've turned up because for the 50 students that have turned up, most of them have chosen media studies because it's the easy option and they don't want to do anything else. And you might catch the attention of perhaps 10.
Yeah.
And maybe 5 of them will take it serious enough so that when you say, guys, look, all of this is cool and fine and funky, but if you really want to think about a career in using this kind of kit, and it doesn't just have to be being music, it can be any number of things. If you want a career in this, guess what? English is really important. So's maths, so's physics. Yeah. Go and do that stuff. And this is why. So and that's part of the STEM thing we do as well. And it's a really we've seen people turn around massively who were just completely disengaged, making trouble, and they suddenly became really interested in something. They found a passion for something.
Because when you tell them that maths is actually really useful when you want to work out BPMs or delay times or whatever it might be, it's kind of handy to have just the basic knowledge. But look what you can do with it. It's something you can groove to, something you can, then you've married those things together, and it's
I mean, I think. Go ahead. I was just going to say. I mean, it's the real bummer that I feel for, especially the young generation. It's sort of always been this way. It's just the career options. It's just even the affordability of everything of just living right now. As much as it's really a bummer. I know just for kids. Man, I mean, it's just it scares me to think that they might not go out and take some chances or do some certain things just because they're just so worried that they're going to be thrown into a poverty situation. And I think a lot of us could take some chances. I don't know. It wasn't that bad. You could still kind of survive. I don't even know if they can do it now. I don't know if it's, and everybody's, so we got this, the whole thing is just messed up, right? With like this whole Sweetwater and these home studios. I don't know. There's something about the whole thing. There's just the wrong people are getting the wealth. You know, it's just not, it's not balanced out right. And what you all are talking about, both of you are trying to find a way to rebalance it. Just even if
Plus, the
like,
general music education
yeah,
in this country sucks. I'm not sure about the UK, but no one's
it's
learning
gotta
music
be
here at
better
all.
than us.
So,
It's got to be.
yeah.
No, it's much the same. It's much the same. And part of the challenge is that to make it work, you have to find a way to get it funded, right? You have to have it funded. And part of the way to get it funded is to tie it back to something that, as far as all those pots of money in any country you're in are tied back to, which is usually social improvement, inclusion, diversity, improving academic grades, getting kids engaged, that kind of stuff, right? Or creating career paths. And one of the really interesting things, coming back to the maths thing again, when I remember doing this thing at a local school, Maidenhill School, where when I went in and I mentioned about maths, you could just see everyone go, maths, and it's kind of, it's not just the BPM, right? It's not just the BPM. So I'm going to give you a challenge, I said, which is, and it was back in the days when CDs were still sort of relevant. So it's going back a little while now. And I said, look, we're going to, come in, we'll make a record, we'll make a single for you, we'll make a few tracks, and we'll put them on a CD, and then you've got to pay for the CD, you've got to pay for the pressing, you've got to distribute it, you've got to advertise it, you've got to let radio stations, local or otherwise, know even a short run, 1,000 CDs is going to cost this much money. So here's the budget. You've got the budget to do that. Now you've got to manage, you've got to work out your costs, you've got to use maths to make that work. And guess what? If you're going to promote it to your local radio stations, newspapers, put it online, let people know it's out there, you've got to be able to write some copy. So you need English. And so that's kind of the way I'm looking, forward again to expanding this within what we're doing now again, and making it slightly more formalized perhaps. But the only way to do it is to tie this stuff back and to provide real life chances as well. And guess what? We've all kind of got to the age where I remember when I was 16, 17, playing air keyboards at parties because I thought it would make me look
didn't have electricity back in those
right?
days.
And I couldn't play, and I hankered after a synth, so I bought the first one, which was a Transcendent 2000, a little shitty monophonic single oscillator thing that was from Electronic Musician that cost 200 quid, and I built it, but I hankered after everything else, right? And all the people that had the stuff I really wanted to play with were people who'd been around for a while, had lots of money, had the big record deals. That's all gone, for the most part now. So, but I was able to find ways in to people that I knew that knew other people and get to see and play with some of this gear and work out how to rent it from time to time. So I got up to date with stuff. And it was, and worked my butt off to do that. That's not really quite as available anymore. So I just remember that excitement at 16, 17, the possibility of being able to do something that was that exciting and cool and groovy. That's kind of what I want to give to other people, but to add that extra bit in, which is, there's more than just making music, more than just going beat bomb. There's more than that. You can get into forensics. You can get into all sorts of shit. You can get into radio. You can get into theatre sound production. You can get into front of house. You can get into engineering and producing and composing and synthesis. It's a door. It's a door, right? It's a door. That's got to be a really good thing, I think.
What motivates me to kind of do all this is the fact that when I was 11 going 12, all I wanted to do was be a drummer. That was the thing. And I knew I could play the drums. I had that kind of that knowledge that I had a sense of rhythm, and I knew if you stuck me behind a drum kit, I could play. And I was at this school, and it had just gone from grammar to a comprehensive, so it still had a lot of the old grammar school ethos, and everything was supposed to be a meritocracy, but really wasn't. You know, it was just, you know, if your daddy knew somebody else's daddy, you could get into certain things within the school system. And I wanted to play the drums, and I knew that there was a drum club of some description.
Can I just jump in a second?
Mm.
How did I put a web address in the chat without typing?
Because I did it because I'm part of your team.
And me?
He's got bots.
Oh my god!
It was me.
He
Because I'm
hacked
part
me.
of your team. No,
You
because
hacked me, you bastard.
I log in as part of your team. Anyway,
Well, you are.
so I asked around, and somebody said you need to speak to this guy, who was only about a year or two older than me, so he was probably 13 or 14, and I was like 11, going 12. I didn't have the social skills to try and seek out someone, you know. So I eventually found this guy in the dinner hall, and I went up to him and I said, "How do I join your drum club?" And he says, "Do you play drums?" I said, "No, I want to learn." And he just laughed in my face and turned around and carried on talking to whoever he was talking to.
Oh.
And I was like, "Fuck you."
Nice.
Now, as fortune would have it, or not maybe, about a year later, my parents got divorced, and my mum, myself, and my sister.
You lucky bastard!
we left.
Congratulations.
We left the family home, and we went to live with my grandmother for a year, which was a pretty weird experience. And I'm not going to go into huge amounts of details, but it was a pretty tough time. And I got moved from that school to this other high school, which was 15, 20 miles away. Didn't know anybody, didn't have any friends there. And I started at this school, and on the first week we had music as a, it was part of the core curriculum as it I think it still is today. And I remember we lined up, we were waiting to go into the classroom, and it was in this new bit of the school, so it had this kind of very modern feel to it. There was an air about the place, and I was getting a bit excited about doing the music class. And we filed into the music room, which was a purpose-built music classroom with rehearsal rooms, with a piano in each rehearsal room. And as I walked in and I looked to the left, and it was like one of those moments where, a beam of light shines from above onto a Premier Royale 5-piece acoustic drum kit in the corner, shining and sparkling and glowing. It was brand flipping new. They'd only got it a couple of months ago. And I'm like, oh my God, there's a drum kit, and it's right there. I can go and touch it if I want to. So I was really fucking excited. I just lost it. I literally lost my shit. And we're going through this music lesson, and this was how music lessons went down in British state schools in the early 1980s, was that you would learn about a piece of music. Now, sometimes it was a traditional piece of music, a classic English folk song, or something, or a nursery rhyme or something. But this music teacher was a little bit more cool, and on this lesson she did Penny Lane by the Beatles. Now, I've been brought up with the Beatles from the minute I could listen to music on my mum's hi-fi. She was a massive Beatles fan. That's all. It was that and Simon and Garfunkel. So she said, today we're going to learn Penny Lane. So she would break it down throughout the class, and she would say, right, so this is the melody, and this is the bass part, and this is these are the chords, and we would sit there, and people would have xylophones or marimbas or little percussion instruments, and she would want the kids to get involved. But of course, most kids didn't really want to do this. But for me, it was a Beatles song, so I was like, yeah. And then the way that the lesson ran was that at the end of the lesson, the last 5 or 10 minutes, we would play the song that we've just learned. So we'd all sing along. She would be there at the piano playing away, and we'd all be sort of beating our claves or claves or whatever you want to call them, or our triangles or our xylophones, and trying to play along with her. And she said, right then, class, we're going to do this. And I couldn't contain myself any further. And I just shot my hand up in the air. And I said, can I play the drums to this? Having never sat behind a drum kit ever before, but wanting to. And her eyes lit up because there was a pupil showing interest that wanted to interact and wanted to get involved in this. So she said, yes, of course. She had no idea. I was the new kid. And so I walked down and like all the other kids are looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? Seriously. And I'm like, so I sit behind the drums. Now I'd been dreaming about sitting behind a drum kit. I'd been watching Ringo Starr. I'd been watching Top of the Pops. I'd been practicing with homemade practice pads that were basically table mats covered in carpet but turned around. So I got the rubber side. So I got a little bit of a kickback. So I've been practicing and I've been watching how, the combination of left and right, and hi-hat, snare and kick. And I've been, I got this. So I started, she starts playing it and I'm just going, on the hi-hats. And then I got the courage to do the kick and the snare. And I was in it and I was doing it. And I'm like, she's looking at me like saying, "Oh," and I'm going, I'm doing this. It was just this wonderful moment of just realization that I was actually playing the drums.
Awesome.
And I could see all the faces of the kids, and they're all like, because this wasn't a xylophone, this wasn't a marimba, this was a fucking rock and roll instrument. And they were like, this kid. So it was one of those. I remember at the end of the class, all these kids would come up saying, "Oh, how long you been playing drums?" And I'm like, "About 5 minutes." Yeah, it was. And they go, "No way!" And the teacher, she said, "Could you stay behind?" And I'm like, "Oh God, I'm in trouble now." And she said, "Yeah, how long have you been playing?" And I said, "Well, this is the first time I've actually sat behind the kit." And she said, "No, seriously, how long have you been playing?" And I'm like, "This is the first time." And I said, I've never been able or allowed to sit behind a drum kit before.
Dude,
this was the first time. And she said, right. And from that moment on, she said, anytime you want to come in here and practice, it's yours.
How cool's that?
Yeah.
And see, those are the moments, man. That's.
And every lunchtime, me and this other kid called Jeremy, who I'd met, he'd actually been having lessons. But we would go into there at lunchtime, every lunchtime, Monday through Friday, and we would practice. We would bring in our records and we'd play along to the hit records of the day. So, Duran Duran or whatever it might be. And we'd stick it on. And of course, this attracted the girls. So we had the girls coming in that were sitting watching me and Jeremy play our drums. And we would challenge each other to try and do, a little better. And he'd show me something, I'd show him something. And it was for an entire school year. It was fucking brilliant. And then my mum remarried.
And you got laid a lot.
No. I got, look, I was 12 going 13.
Oh, yeah,
So,
okay, right, yeah.
I mean, up here, I was wanting to get laid a lot, but it wasn't happening.
So he wasn't a singer or guitar player. The drummer's just not as cool. So
yeah, but there was only the drummers there.
Well, keyboard player.
Yes.
Or you get laid at 50.
Exactly, yeah. And that's by the lead singer. And so
yeah.
then my mum decided to fucking remarry. And she married my stepfather. And we moved again. And we left that school. And so we came to this, where we live now, this area. I went to the high school on I think they invited us down for a parent-teacher night before I started there to have a look round. And the first thing I said was, where's your music room? Oh, we'll take you to show you that. And they had a very similar sort of thing. It was a fairly modern sort of part of the building. Had some rehearsal rooms. They had a piano in every rehearsal room. And I said, where's your drum kit? Oh, yeah, I think there's a drum kit in the store cupboard. And I said, oh, do you know what sort it is? Oh, well, no, I don't. But, the music teacher's not here. But, yeah, I'm sure we have got a drum kit. I said, oh, great, because, I want to carry on learning how to play the drums. Once I started the school and I found the drum kit, it was the worst drum kit in the world. It was horrible, really, really horrible. I got really disappointed. But what I found in that cupboard was a Korg 700S, and there was my next revelatory moment of finding something that really got me going.
We were so lucky being brought up on the Beatles, though, weren't we, Rob? Don't you think? Because there was that huge arrangement thing. It was, it had rock, it had pop, it had great lyrics. The chord changes were just astonishing.
Harmonies,
and trumpets and all sorts of stuff were thrown into the mix, and it just made you go, what? There you? It was a masterclass for learning. You're just trying to take apart Penny Lane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a brilliant thing. We were very lucky.
But when I went back to that school, when my kids started there, so I'd moved away and moved back again, and my kids started to go to the exact same high school. We went on, one of those parent nights where you go to see the school before your kid starts there, and I was like super keen because this was my high school. This was the high school I finished at, so I wanted to see what was there. And I walked into the music room, and there were no instruments anywhere, but there was 10 iMacs. And I asked, what have you got? And they said, oh yeah, we've got Cubase and Ableton Live, and they've all got controller keyboards, and there's loads of plugins and stuff. And I'm going, oh Jesus, this was exactly what I wanted 30 years ago. But now they've got it, and now they've got the teacher there, the music teacher there, has had to fight tooth and nail to get money to buy up-to-date equipment. They've got a fairly decent mixing desk and some decent microphones and a few bits and bobs. But we never had any of that back in our day because it just wasn't a thing.
But again, we were lucky as well in a way, in that we grew up in an era where there wasn't the programmability. You couldn't store you couldn't store memories on things. You couldn't, you didn't have recording probably unless you had a cassette or something, or a reel to reel. So everything was live. We kind of had to learn. We had no option but to learn the craft of synthesis and sculpting sound and production and all that stuff. And technically we had to learn to engineer our own stuff because it's the only way we could get it all onto either a 2-track or a 4-track or whatever we had at the time. And that's a really, that was a really good thing. I've always been grateful for having to go through that, always, and having to improvise, because guess what? When you're in a constrained environment where you don't have a lot, you make it work really hard, right?
Absolutely.
And it's kind of, give people all the stuff that we have. I mean, this isn't my studio, as you know. But give people everything, and you're kind of lost. You kind of, where do I start? And if you just give them one thing and some way of recording it and synchronizing it, then they'll turn out all sorts of stuff. Because they'll get to know it really well, right?
In 1983, 4, and 5, when I was at that school, we had no, there was no concept of learning how to record music. You barely had a concept of learning how to play it, because most of the time, if you wanted to learn to play an instrument, your parents had to fund lessons. The school wouldn't do it. You had to, it had to all to be funded, and it still kind of is like that to this day, because I still have to pay for my son to have keyboard lessons. But there is a bigger emphasis. Obviously, the whole technology thing came about in the 90s and the early noughties, and schools were now able to deliver lessons and experience with sequencing and multi-tracking and all that kind of stuff. And it's great. I mean, I wish that I'd had it when I was a lad, because it would have made, I'm sure it would have made a huge difference to my life path.
It would have made it different, but you never know. The journey you're on is the journey you're on, kind of thing.
Exactly.
The important thing is to keep moving.
And when I left school, I took my O levels in 86, and I went to.
And how did domestic science work out for you?
Exactly. I got 6 O levels and 6 CSEs. and none of them really helped me. And I remember going to see the careers officer, and the careers officer said, "What do you want to be?" I said, "I want to be a rock star." Simple as that. You know, I want to be a musician. Oh, well, I don't think there's any courses at college for that. I said, "Oh, no
So
shit,
why didn't you drop out then?
Yeah. So they tried to send me on a microelectronics course, which I kind of wish I actually had stuck with. But I went to the first session and I was like, "Nah, this isn't for me." But I could have ended up working for the Kingston School, the Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology in Kingston upon Thames, which was a 6-month course. It cost £2,000, where you could have gone to learn, you know, this was 1986, you know, computer music recording and whatever. And it would cost £2,000 for 6 months. But both my mother and my father, so they were both divorced at the time, didn't have that sort of money. I certainly didn't have that money. There was no way of getting that money through a grant or anything. So I had to give that a miss, and I went for a job in a recording studio, and they offered me £10 a week less than what the co-op were paying me to work and stack shelves, and I couldn't afford not to have that money, so I kind of turned down the job in the recording studio again. You know, maybe I should have done that. Turns out the tutor at the Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology was none other than Steve Howell, who I then befriended.
Steve, God
some
bless.
15 years or so later,
Yeah,
and became extremely good friends with, and he would have been. So our paths eventually did cross, and he did teach me a lot. So
it's funny. Again, I keep saying it's funny. I'm starting everything with it's funny, but we seem to be in those conversations. And is it Andrew, Synth Addict? Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said, you know, why didn't you go on and you know, complete your get a master's or, you know, finish your studies? It's really what's funny is at the time in the 70s, you know, when I was still just about finishing school when I attended, and the 80s, in the UK there was a very specific thing, which was there was so much work. You could walk out of one job and, you know, you could get fired from, you know, a dozen jobs and just walk into another one. No one would worry about references. They needed you. So if you weren't sure what you wanted to do, although there were a lot of people went on and got, you know, went and got degrees and did all sorts of stuff, for a lot of other people, myself included, there was so much to explore. And what was really cool was I could go and make money doing anything I wanted, and with that money I could then go and hire synths. I hired CS80s when they came out. I hired Polymoogs because I knew I got really friendly with a synth hire company, and they'd do me a rate for 4 days over a weekend, which was like 1 day's hire but over a long weekend. So I could hire these things by working shitty jobs, and I got to know all this stuff. I couldn't afford any of it, but I could rent it. I could rent a short time. So a lot of people from that period just didn't bother going to uni or college and getting the degrees. And they've gone on to do lots of other things, become businessmen, you know, work in studios, do music stuff. It's a different sensibility than was prevalent, certainly in the States at the time.
It's funny you're talking about music programs and money and stuff. When I went to UC Santa Cruz in the early 90s, I was obviously not in the music program, but I heard the local guy had a pretty interesting lab on campus. So I said, I want to go check this out. I tracked him down. They didn't give him money for much. So he built his own modular system rack from scratch throughout the entire room. And he later on made a replica at home because I met his wife later on working at City Palo Alto. I got to see his home. So this guy was very industrious because he didn't have a budget, right? They didn't give him much money for stuff. Although he did have a few Macs, and he was actually running the old Macs program before it became Macs MSP. That was pretty cool to see that back in the old days. But here's a big school that has a music program that people actually go there because they have a music program. And he had to make most of the shit they use.
Yeah, I've visited Santa Cruz a few times. I used to go over to Scotts Valley, and it's just, you know, it's there.
Sure,
it's there, and it's an amazing place, and some. You know, the alumni from there are just extraordinary.
I forgot the guy's name. His last name was Babcock, but I forgot his first name. But he built this whole modular thing from scratch. It wasn't Moog or ARP or any of that kind of stuff. He totally built it himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I remember they had, obviously they had an EMU modular there.
Yeah.
They had.
I mean, not when I was there, but they had it before. Yeah.
And they had sequential stuff. They had a whole bunch of stuff that ended up just being gifted in, I think, by people who had been there and done stuff, and then both both manufacturers and musicians or whatever. So yeah, Santa Cruz was a really really cool place to go. Really cool.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to find through the brilliant Musines website the advert that I saw in a magazine. Here you go. I think I found it.
While you search,
There you go.
here's my new toy.
Hey, nice.
What's that?
It's nothing to brag about. But
Well, they're cool.
I didn't say I missed it.
BeatStep Pro.
Yeah, BeatStep Pro. Yeah.
They're really good.
Yeah.
I have a BeatStep Pro and the KeyStep Pro. I use the KeyStep more, but they're both very similar.
Yeah, what I like about the BeatStep is the drum is really, you can do polyrhythms and and I'm unlike Rob, I suck at drums, so.
Oh, I never said it was good.
Well, I mean, you could make a beat. I can't.
They also have that ribbon on there for doing your rhythm tweaks for live.
Yeah, it's cool. Anyway.
So this is the advert that I saw around 1986.
Wow.
And I remember phoning them up and saying, how can I get on one of these things? They said, well, just fill in an application form and send us a check for £2,000. Okay. But they had a fucking Fairlight and everything. It was just, I remember begging my mum and my dad, and
but it also says guitar workshop, so that's not good.
Yeah, well, nothing's perfect. So.
It didn't say banjo, so you knew you were onto a goodie.
Yeah, or bagpipe.
I remember going to my dad and saying, can I have £2,000 to go in this thing? And he said, I haven't got £2,000, ask your mum. So I went to my mum and said the same thing, and she said, ask your dad. And it was like...
Ping pong.
Did you not go back and say, Dad, can I have £1,000? Mum?
Well, no. Well,
Yeah,
actually,
that's smart.
I think my dad did say, if your mum can pay for half of it, I'll pay for half of it. But the thing was, this was 86. We were going into recession if we weren't already in recession. And what's the first?
86,
What was the first?
A lot back then, wasn't it?
What was the first type of business that suffers in a recession? It's it's the hospitality industry. Always, we looked at what happened in COVID.
Yeah.
The industries that were going down the pan first were hospitality, and my dad was a restaurateur. So he didn't have a fucking. And my mum had married a forklift truck driver at ICI. So, even though she screwed my dad out of like half of everything he had, she didn't have a couple of £1,000 for me, which is fine. But there you go.
And got lovely paint for the hallway.
He did. He did bring home. He used to be able to bring home cans of 5-litre cans of paint for £1 if they were dented, and we all knew that they would go around the warehouse kicking the cans of paint.
Of course.
Yeah.
They've still got the factory's still there. It's actually now owned by PPG, not the PPG that we know, but the chemical company PPG.
Yeah.
And they still make paint for motor vehicles there and other various things.
PPG
and
paint,
they have their own fire department on site for obvious reasons, but apparently, and I don't know, obviously I hope we never do find out, but apparently if that place went up and exploded, it would wipe out the entire town that I live in. So it's a little bit.
If that was Chatham in Kent, that wouldn't be a bad thing, would it?
Well, no, but it's not. No, I mean, I'm quite happy for Stowmarket to be wiped off the face of this planet, but not with me in it. Yeah, they've got vats. I mean, they've got huge tanks of chemicals and all sorts of things.
Angel of the North.
What? Angel of the North?
Yeah, I can't remember who said it now, but the nickname for the monitor. Right.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, that is a wide monitor.
Was that the song by Adam and the Ants, isn't it? Cleopatra. She was a wide-mouthed girl.
That's the Intercontinental Buttocks monitor.
Now, that's what you watch Thunderbirds on in Marionation.
Super Marionation, yeah.
Super Marionation, yeah.
How much was that thing?
About a K. Just under a K.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, but they've taken six or 700 quid off it.
Wow.
And thought, yeah, thank you.
They're great for music production. Can't use them for video editing personally, but music production, brilliant things. Absolutely brilliant to have that much real estate. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Just for my job, I always have tons of monitor screens open and spreadsheets and all kinds of shit. You know?
Oh, God, yeah.
I'm seriously thinking of getting one, but I can't afford $1,000, and my company won't pay for it. So.
Repair synths.
Sorry?
Repair synths.
Yeah, repair synths. Yeah, there you go.
I'd like a monitor before we move to virtual technology, where I don't ever need one, because it'll be that long before I can.
Who makes that monitor, Kent?
Sorry?
Who makes that monitor?
Dell.
Oh, it's a Dell. Okay.
Yeah, I tend to, if I can, if it's a Dell, I'll buy it.
Dell must surely just rebadge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's Dell, I'll buy it. I don't argue with it. If it's the Ianova or whatever it was called, then I think twice. But I've never had any problem with a Dell monitor. So.
Wagoo's not impressed.
Don't matter, he doesn't have to use it.
Well, yeah, that's true. Actually, I had a Dell, and I had 3 Dell engineers in the space of like two weeks come to look at my work machine. As
I thought you were going to say something. Look at down there.
It is down there. But it was coming up with, I was booting it, and it was coming up with a pre-boot test error. We found something in your memory that's not quite good. So we've isolated those bits, and you can carry on booting as normal. And I would do that, but it was just doing it over and over and over and over. So they sent an engineer out, and they said, well, we'll replace the RAM, because apparently the RAM's faulty. So they came over, and they replaced the RAM, and they booted it while I was here, and it worked. It was fine. Of course, the next day, it booted, and it came up with an error. This time it was even worse. It was, instead of being an amber error, it was a red error. So they said, oh, well, maybe it's the motherboard. So they sent an engineer over with a new motherboard and replaced that. And then, because that's in a whole world of hurt, because you've got the security chip on the motherboard that everything's linked to and tied to. And so you had to go through the whole reauthorization processes. And it was still doing it. The third engineer comes over with a new motherboard and new RAM. Goes to replace all this stuff. And he said, we've put new RAM and we've put a new motherboard in. The chances of that problem still existing because of those things being faulty again is pretty damn slim. So I shit you not, he stands here, he's a lovely guy, he stands here and he's on his mobile phone, and he said, I've just gone on some forum. Okay. He says, apparently it's a problem with the thing called the Dell Vault, which is a little thing, in the BIOS that sort of protect something or other. He says, yeah, in the last BIOS update, apparently they reckon if I switch that off, everything will be fine, and it is. So,
well, brand new motherboard, brand new RAM. There you go.
Yeah, and a Dell engineer that just goes online like any other could.
Well, the IT specialist in my company does the same thing. I call him. I have a problem with my computer, and I can hear him type. I go,
Googling.
You're fucking Googling it, right? And he goes, yeah. Fuck, I could do it myself. I mean, give me your fucking salary, you asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's just, we went from HP back to Dell, and HP for a while had issues. We had a rash of bad motherboards. So I mean, all those companies have their problems.
Yeah.
I watched a video once of a guy building his own super games PC, and it got to the point where he booted it up, and he's going, "Oh, I'm having a problem here." It was getting past post, and it was starting to boot up Windows, and get about halfway through, and then freeze, just lock up, and he'd have to reset it and try it again. And every time he turned it on, it ran less and less, and then it cut, and then it comes back and goes, "Oh, I found out what the problem was. I hadn't taken the plastic protective cover off the CPU and I put the on."
Wow.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
They walk among us.
Yes.
I used to build all of our systems because that's kind of what you did. It was a way to save money and try and get the best bang for the buck.
It's fun sometimes, yeah.
And I just stopped that about 3, 4, 5 years ago. I now get Strongbox computers, Strongbox Technologies, and they cost a bloody arm and a leg. But my God, they're robust. They're really, really, really robust.
Same as you. I always used to build my machines from scratch. Pick the CPU, pick the motherboard, pick the RAM, pick the cooler, pick the case, and then put it all together and everything. Now like this last one, the last 2 or 3 machines now, it's just phone up scan. Yeah, can I have a 3XS, please? Yeah, the fast one, thanks.
Mind you, I had to send one back to them, and they then sent it back because they just missed some of the. If you go to getting a specialist to build it for the application you want makes a big difference, right? But you pay for it, and they guarantee it, and they remote dial in and take care of anything.
Yeah.
And I just need raw performance for all the video stuff.
Yeah.
It's mad how much performance we need, but it works.
Well, you also have to get all your Bitcoin mining done. So
Bitcoin. I'm still dealing in tokens. SO. Green shell stamps.
Vouchers. Gift vouchers, mate. That's
vouchers. They'll do.
Yeah.
I just watched Clerks 3, the Kevin Smith movie.
Yeah.
And there's a character in there called, what's he called? Blockchain Coltrane. It's so funny that they're taking the piss out of NFTs and Bitcoin and all that. It's funny.
It doesn't take
a good
much,
movie, too.
It's a good movie. But it's one of those movies that you've kind of got to... There's a lot of self-reference in there back to the other two.
Yeah.
It's a funny movie. It's quite
It's
sad.
a good movie. Yeah. I cried. I fucking cried at the end of the movie. I cried on the fucking Kevin Smith movie.
Yeah. I love Kevin Smith.
I love him too. Yeah.
Well, did you see the original ending for Clerks 1? He actually gets killed.
Yeah. I actually went because my wife made me take all my DVDs and box them up. No. I just luckily just boxed them up and put them in the garage. But then we were talking Kevin Smith films to my son, and we said, you've never seen a Kevin Smith movie, have you? And he's like, "Who's Kevin Smith?" And I thought, "For fuck's sake!" So I said, "Look, I think probably the best one would be Dogma, because that is probably one of his greatest.
That's
movies.
his best, yeah."
And I said, well, it's got to be on Netflix or something like that. It's nowhere because Weinstein fucking won't let it go, and Kevin Smith has offered him millions, and he won't let it go. So luckily, I've got a copy on DVD. So we were like, eventually it was like 5 boxes down, right at the very bottom. So whilst I was there, I pulled out Jersey Girl and Chasing Amy and Mallrats and Clerks 1 and 2 and Jay and Silent Bob and all that. So I've got a stack of DVDs now that we need to go through and have a Kevin Smith fest.
Yeah, Dogma and Chasing Amy are two of his best. Chasing Amy is very deep for kind of goofy things he writes. It's a very deep movie. And so is Dogma, but it's goofy.
Well,
it's got a rubber poop monkey, not monkey, but monster. So.
Yeah.
And I
watched The Whale.
John Wick 4.
I wanted to watch The Whale. I said, "Shall we watch The Whale?" And she goes, "Oh no, it's a bit too deep."
It's a astonishing. It's one of those performances that just lives with you. It's an iconic performance up there with the Orson Welles and the John Gielguds and Larry and all those. Just astonishing. Spencer Tracy's, all of it's just you just kind of what the it's an amazing film. Very, very good film.
Yeah. And a bit of change of subject for a second. Today I had the weirdest fucking moment. I'm walking on the street. I'm going to the grocery store because I'm a whale. I need food, and then there's a guy who walks past me, and I go, Kent. The guy looked just like Kent, and I thought, no. I'm sorry.
Were you in a cemetery?
Yes, yeah, exactly. I was walking, because I'm, I'm a zombie. Yeah, No, but seriously, and he was smoking a cigarette, just rolled a cigarette. I swear to God, the guy just looked just like you. And I'm like, Kent? No.
Did he have a shitty Mustang?
No, he was walking. Well, it's probably shitty Mustang because he was walking.
Well, when we were at Super Booth, we bumped into Carl Bedford.
Oh yeah,
we bumped into Carl Bedford and a couple of and Ben Breslin and a couple of others. And Carl said, "Have you seen female or not female Kent Spong? I think it was Kent Spong's twin sister."
But she doesn't look anything like him.
I know, but it was kind of funny the way they thought they looked.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. It was a bit odd, but it was also quite funny at the same time.
Yeah. But anyway, Kent, you have a what do they call it? A double gangbanger? No.
Double gangbanger.
That was a joke. Yeah, but yeah.
Check what we watched. Was it last night? Might have been last night. It was oh God, what's his name? Fucking thingy majiggy. Bruce Willis.
Okay.
It was a cop. Didn't say a lot. And it just wasn't Bruce Willis. There was nothing behind the eyes. It was really horrible to watch.
Yeah.
So I don't recommend that if you.
I'll tell you what I did watch the other day was the Michael J. Fox documentary, which was pretty moving, but also pretty inspirational. It was very well done because I mean he narrates it, he's in it a lot, but there's also lots of clips from Family Ties and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And it was really it was very moving but very, very inspirational.
What was it? Parkinson's, wasn't it? At an early age.
Yeah, I mean it was. I didn't realise how early.
40s, I guess. Yeah.
He kept it secret for a very long time. It was only when he found that he just couldn't.
Yeah, there comes a point when you just can't hide it anymore.
He said that he found this way of disguising it by always. He found that if he had something for his, I think it first manifested in his left hand. It started with his pinky finger that would just auto animate and it wouldn't stop. And he said, I would do this thing with my left hand to kind of just cover it up. And then they showed all these clips, and he's doing it, and you at the time you just didn't notice it because
you thought that's good acting.
Yeah,
that's
Because what was the show that he was in where he was the spin doctor type? Was it Spin City?
Oh, the Spin City.
Spin City, yeah. And I used to watch that all the time over here, and you can see he's doing these things. He's just all of a sudden it becomes blatantly obvious what he's doing, but of course you didn't know at the time that he'd been diagnosed and was not necessarily covering it up, just not saying anything to anyone, and then eventually got to a point where he just couldn't anymore. And
well, it was like Jeremy Paxman, wasn't it? He just retired from University Challenge, the last one he did this week.
I saw him. He looks like a ghost.
Yeah, he's got Parkinson's. That's why he's packing in there.
Wow.
Well,
I looked, yeah, because they did. I don't watch the University Channel. It's not really my sort of thing. And
above you, isn't
it? No, it's below me.
Yeah, he's almost unintelligible now, isn't he?
And yeah, I was just when they showed a clip. They showed all these clips of Jeremy Paxman over the last 25 years doing University Challenge, and then they showed this clip of the last one. I'm like, that's not Jeremy Paxman. And I had to really look. And, oh shit, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Still turned out nice again.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, there's got to be benefits to Parkinson's, you know.
Yeah.
Really?
Use your left
Yeah,
hand
you
and think
can
of
go
something
around
else.
interviewing
Really?
people.
You're going to go there with it?
Yeah. Hey.
Well, you can get a wank without the effort, I guess.
Oh, that's cerebral palsy.
Hey, I thought
that
that was
too.
Besides that, I don't see any fucking benefit.
There's a benefit
that
to
was
everything.
sharp, Jeff.
You can get a benefit to everything.
Oh fuck, I'm sick.
Oh God! No, it's all right. Everybody was thinking it. It's just you said it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I have no fucking filter.
Yeah,
Brain, mouth, and then I go, did I just say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know anyone else that does that.
It's like when people start off conversations like Hitler wasn't that bad.
Oh,
Isn't it?
Hitler had a point, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But aside from that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Oh mate.
Oh, we're so fucking juvenile. I hope we never change.
Oh, dear. I think Frankie Boyle's got nothing on us sometimes.
Hey Rob, you were talking about Ableton Live. Did you get a free license somehow, or did you have to buy it? Because they have that deal with Novation now, 50% off if you buy something.
I sucked. No.
Oh. Sample that.
No. Yes.
Well, we know that.
Well, yeah. Okay. No, I've had a live light. I've got like half a dozen live light licenses because like every controller you buy comes with a live light license. And I said, you know, I authorize all of them in the hope that somebody somewhere might think, oh, he's got 6 of these. Let's give him a massive discount on the full version. No, I luckily through my some of my other employments have a contact that has a contact.
Oh, okay.
and was able to get hold of it.
But for those who don't, definitely, I think it's to the end of this
Novation.
month. They're having a 50% off if you buy certain Novation products.
Or if you bought it in the last 6 months or something.
It was since September, I think.
Yeah, September last year.
So yeah, it's a really good deal because some of the stuff is cheap. You don't have to spend like $150 on something to get that deal, and you're saving like almost $400. You know, with the half price.
I actually approached Ableton directly because I was getting asked to review things that were Ableton only, or and so I just I thought, well, I can't at the time. I can't afford to buy the full version, or not so much. I could buy the Live Standard. I wouldn't have minded forking out for Live Standard. But why should I just didn't want to spend a few £100 on something just simply so I could review something. If I was going to spend the money, I wanted to be able to use it.
It's not worth the standard version. It's just does not got all the features.
Yeah, well, it's got the software's got the features, but you don't get Max for Live. You don't get the all the library stuff as well. So
that's why I want the suite. I'm gonna get Max for Live for some projects. So.
Yeah, so I spoke to one of my colleagues at one of the establishments that I freelance for, and nice one. And I said, look, is there any? Because I'd approached Ableton and said, what's your policy on, you know, would you be able to furnish me with an NFR copy so I could do this? And basically they came back, they were rather snotty, and they said, you're not important enough on your own. You know, if your editors want you to review stuff, then maybe they can ask, you know, for you to get a copy. So I was like, okay, whatever. And I think it was when Push 3 came out, I was like, I really ought to give this another go. So I spoke to somebody at one of the establishments that I write for. It was on the Push 3 beta team, and so had been sort of banging on about Push 3 for a while, and so I knew he was quite well in, shall we say, with the folks at Ableton, being that he was also German, lived in Berlin, so you know, he's kind of close to them. And I just pinged him a message one day, and I said, any chance you could put a word in? And he says, well, I can try. And a few days later he said, what's your email account, you know, with Ableton? And there it was. So yeah. So now I'm just toying with the idea of controllers to use with it. But I got the this thing today, which I thought was actually quite good, which is Ableton Note, where you have like a little grid thing, and you just start tapping out a beat. Say, for example,
it's like the Reason Light app. Yeah,
it's much better than Reason.
I know, but it's a similar idea. It's a reduced program.
Yeah, but saying that, and then
Cubase,
if you like
whatever it
that,
is, Cubase Note.
You just hit a button and it keeps it. You don't have to worry about anything like that. Then you can just, you know, quickly quantize it. And then if you want to add to it, you don't have to hit record. You can just go and then add. So if you like what you've just
Is
played,
that a cow?
I don't know what it is.
Or a sheep? I don't know.
I thought it was a baby crying.
Yeah.
Baby being strangled. Yes.
It's a fox.
But every time you hit something, it remembers what you're playing. And then if you like what you've just done, you just hit a button and it says, okay, I'll go back and grab that and just drop it in. If you don't like it, you just clear it and you
like
just
a looper,
try again.
yeah.
It's so intuitive and so quick and easy to come up with something.
That's creepy.
But yeah, it's dead good. And then once you're happy with that, then you can go to the next track and you can add in.
It's a pretty big app, though, right? Doesn't it need a fair amount of storage?
It's about 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that, because you'd have to have all the sounds, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's what little SD card, it's micro SD cards are for, though, aren't they?
Not
Just
on an
loaded
iPhone.
up with sounds.
Can't
Yeah,
do
but on
that
an
on
iPhone, you don't have that choice.
That's why Apple sucks.
Hmm.
Well, no, 'cause you just get a 512 gig iPhone.
It's already full of apps. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. You're left with 12 gigs.
Yeah, I have like 400 iOS apps for music. So.
Have you got Novation's Launchpad?
Sorry, what? Where?
Novation's Launchpad.
I've been looking at those.
Launchpad. You mean the app or the actual pad?
Yeah, the app. Yeah.
The app is good, and also Groovebox
got
is
the app.
excellent.
Yeah. I
So
actually
many
like the
music.
Novation. I've had that a couple of years now. It's quite a giggle.
The problem with Launchpad is most people just use all the presets, and
Yeah.
it's just basically button pushing. You don't really make
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
But the Groovebox, you can fully make stuff with synths and drum machines and so all that kind of stuff. It's very nice.
Yeah.
I think I might call it a night, gents. I just thought
Yeah.
I'd drop in.
I think I might as well. It's 2:00 in the morning, for God's sake.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
We should let you go to bed.
Well, yeah.
Well, for me, it's just 9. So
Ah,
Why am I still here, by the way? What's going on? Why am I... What?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
What happened to your lovely studio?
Oh, hang on a moment.
It's a figment of your imagination.
I'll see you guys after run out to a dinner reservation. It's been fun. Catch you later.
all right. See you on Dave.
Right.
Ah, that's better.
And
Yeah, there we go.
there we go.
That's good.
That's my studio. Well, that's the office. That's the sort of edit suite, post pro. Somewhere there's a bunch of somewhere there's a bunch of rack mounted things in the DX5 and God knows what else.
Sure, yeah.
Studio through the wall.
Yeah.
The recording studio is that away, and then the video studio and green screen and blah.
Nice.
All the other stuff, all the goodies.
Oh, but have you got?
Sorry.
Have you got mocap?
We have. We've just put. We've got tracking. So we've got trackers in the studio, which you can then fit on cameras and put on people, so you can track them through 3D space, which is really good. We have got mocap. We're just going to upgrade that though, because you either spend a lot of money surrounding people with hundreds, dozens of cameras, or you do some other clever shit with interpolating between, and you do. We've got we use LiDAR a lot as well. We're doing a lot of LiDAR scanning at the moment for 3D spaces, and so we're probably going to bring a LiDAR scanner in full time just to do that around people in the green screen room. It's good stuff, good tech.
Yeah.
If you can get the fucker to work, so which we do, but yeah.
Yeah, I better go because I've got a 11 o'clock call with Australia tomorrow morning.
G'day.
G'day.
Or good evening, as it will be over there.
Good evening, as it may be, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah.
Need to be on the ball for that one.
Right, well, I'm not going to pass wind on camera.
Go on then.
For once.
Oh, that might have had lumps. Oh,
Okay.
Hang on. Oh no, we're okay. We're okay.
But it's never good when it's got more solids than it should have.
Yeah.
Then it should have. It shouldn't have any.
Yeah, what's the threshold?
It had more mass.
Yeah.
A shard, as we call it.
A shard, yes. Yeah.
And on that note,
yes, I'm going to go and be flatulent elsewhere. So,
Right.
Were you prairie dogging almost?
Well, yeah. I'm
touching cloth.
Out thinking about a blue Mustang. So I'll see you later, gents.
All right, darling.
See you.
God bless.
Take care and look after oneself.
Yep. See you all soon.
See you.
At some point.
Buddy.
Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye. See you. Nice seeing you, Leon. Bye.
Bye.